Thank you. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
Presenting reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Egmont.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Human Resources, Skills and Social Development and the Status of Persons with Disabilities in relation to Bill C-215, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act, illness, injury or quarantine. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendments.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Charlottetown.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Health in relation to Bill C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments.
Dépôt de projet.
Introduction of private members' bills.
First reading of Senate public bills. Motion. Presenting petitions. Présentation de pétitions. The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor to take the floor this morning as we begin proceedings. The petition I'm presenting today deals with the ongoing problem of single-use plastics. The petitioners point out that the current regulations that have been put forward are full of loopholes and that would allow such things as individual single-use items like plastic forks to be considered durable if they can be used more than once, as opposed to actually our durable products that last for years. The petitioners ask the government to review the regulations, tighten them so that they can focus on the dangerous single-use plastics that are now contaminating our oceans and environment, things like plastic cup lids from single-use cups and so on, and actually follow the leading examples. The petitioners point to countries like Chile and many within the European Union that present regulations that Canada could build on. Petitioners ask that the government take meaningful steps to fulfill the promise the government has made to eliminate single-use plastic items. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Esquimalt Saanich Sooke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to table e-petition 4062. The petitioners recognize the ongoing crisis that we have in intimate partner violence, and we now have the fifth year of consecutive increases. And in doing so, they call on the government to introduce legislation to make coercive and controlling behavior a criminal offence in this country, and to enact a suite of measures in concert with the provinces to provide better supports to those who are survivors of intimate partner violence. Thank you very much.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm presenting a petition today from people who, in the preamble, recognize that disability financial support payments in Canada are currently far below the official poverty line of Canada, that 1.5 million disabled Canadians currently suffer every single day in a state of legislated poverty, and therefore, Mr. Speaker, the petitioners are calling upon the Government of Canada to end the current practice of legislated poverty and to establish a federal disability benefit of $2,200 per month. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table a petition initiated by Women Refugees Advocacy Project. They're calling on the Prime Minister and the Minister to provide an expert-designed, culturally sensitive therapeutic program of recovery for trauma, as well as safe, stable housing for Yazidi refugees. I know that earlier this year, Project Abraham and other partners also called for measures to cut red tape and to expedite family reunification for Yazidi families. The petitioners are saying that the government must keep its promises to resettle Yazidi survivors of Daesh and support survivors in their healing, especially for women who need psychological support.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today on behalf of petitioners who recognize that the poison drug crisis is a public health emergency. They state, and they make clear, that more than 26,690 people across the country have died of opioid-related deaths, and that groups like the Canadian Public Health Association have recommended drug decriminalization. As a result, they call on this House to declare a public health emergency due to these deaths, to reframe this crisis as a public health issue and not a criminal justice one, to take a comprehensive, multifaceted approach to this crisis, to listen to recommendations from those on the front lines, and to decriminalize drugs across the country. Thank you.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions, the honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Falun Gong is a traditional Chinese spiritual discipline which consists of meditation, exercise, and moral teachings based on the principles of truthfulness, compassion, and tolerance. In July 1999, the Chinese Communist Party launched an intensive nationwide persecution campaign to eradicate Falun Gong. Hundreds of thousands of Falun Gong practitioners have been detained in forced labor camps, brainwashing centers, and prisons where torture and abuse are routine, and thousands died as a result. Mr. Speaker, they're raising the issue of forced organ harvesting and asking all parliamentarians to do what they can, in particular to become more aware of the issue and to do what we can to assist.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour, ordre des émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides, considération d'une motion.
Consideration of a motion on the link between the Canadian state and the monarchy in the name of Mr. Blanchet. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Trudel, moves that given that 1, Canada is a democratic state, 2, this House believes in the principle of equality for all, the House express its desire to sever ties between the Canadian state and the British monarchy and call upon the government to take actions necessary to do so. The Honourable Member for Baylor-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I have to express a certain disappointment. I hope that Charles III will not be informed of the lack of mobilization, because he would be disappointed. We would have expected a huge movement of MPs to protect the British monarchy, but the Bloquistes seem to be more interested in the matter than anyone else. Parliament is a democratic institution. Canadians, Quebecers, through their MP, riding by riding, make decisions. Voters choose. They choose their members of Parliament. However, it's difficult to believe that voters decided to choose His Majesty Charles III. However, we have been told, even if it is the very height of this constitutional pyramid in Canada, we are told that it's not important, it's not our priority, they say. We could be debating other things. I was telling the media just a few minutes ago, I can breathe and eat and be on my phone at the same time. I can even stand on one foot and balance myself. There are parliamentary committees that will be sitting this week on a number of different subjects. We will be able to debate on important and less important matters, but I would like to demonstrate, Madam Speaker, that this subject is an important one. Parliament is called to debate everything: budgets, bills, decisions that are sometimes only, not sometimes, unanimous consent are only statements of principle. The best example is that when the House of Commons gives a directive to the government very often just leaves it by the wayside. Sometimes principles that we have enunciated have their own values. There's also the issue of international relations and perception. There are some people throughout the world who are looking at Canada saying, I thought Canada was a modern country, but the head of Canada is altogether different. This defines something that is very serious. We are being told that our monarchy is symbolic. $70 million for a symbol, that's a pretty good symbol at that price. We have to think about how this $70 million is spent. Oftentimes, it's just for flights, flying the monarchy around. Well, it's a lot of money. And all provinces in Quebec end up footing some of the bill. But we're being told, oh, it's not important. Constitutionalists have all been to school. They are very smart individuals who have debated on the matter since the Parti Québécois in Quebec debated on if it's important to swear allegiance to the crown, how it is done, how it can be avoided. I think that these people have important things to do. They seem to think it is important. So what is the $70 million spent on? Those between 65 and 75 see a government that is obstinately refusing to help them, and they could benefit from the $70 million. People who would like social housing, and we realize that the government measures to help them will be to the benefit of most of Canada, but social housing could benefit from $70 million. A number of colleagues would love to hear that sum being invested in affordable housing. The same for the green transition. $70 million would be great for the green transition, helping forests, fisheries, restoring ports in eastern Quebec granted by the federal government to the Quebec government. It needs far more than $70 million. Could we perhaps invest there? But no. The money is spent on a royal family that travels from coast to coast. Who foots the bill? The taxpayer. We're being told that the Constitution would have to be reopened. Well, the simple fact that we have to reopen the Constitution to change it demonstrates the fact that it's important. The word constitution, said in a French accent, terrifies English Canada. So this must be something important if it terrifies them so much. They say we need Parliament and Senate and provincial approval. So that must mean it is important. When there are 14 locks on your front door, it means that you don't want anyone to break in, right? They are scared to reopen the Constitution because, I believe, that no one is happy with what's inside the Constitution. So the status quo is apparently important. They're afraid that opening the Constitution, well, there are some things that are more important than others. Alberta wants its independence, for example, or Indigenous peoples want real and true rights. But the only thing that's being protected is the monarchy on the backs of Indigenous peoples. So it must be important, this whole monarchy affair. So polls say that Quebecers, as well as Canadians, don't want the monarchy. It's not a question of going to a vote. No one wakes up, some people wake up with cold sweats at night to say, oh, we need to get rid of the monarchy. No one's losing sleep over it. But if you ask someone the question, they'll say, yeah, I think it's logical. The monarchy is a thing of the past. We can get rid of it. It's too expensive. We don't need it. Like Yvon Deschamps said, what does the monarchy give us at the end of the day? Can we perhaps get rid of the monarchy? So it must be an important subject. This all means that the notion that defines who we are at the end of the day, who are Canadians and who are Quebecers, let's not mix the two up. That must be something fundamental. It must be a fundamental subject, even more for Quebecers, because for Quebecers, for all those of French descent, or who adopted this French descendancy, well, for them, the King of England is the king of a conquering nation. We'll say, well, yeah, it was in 1760. Come on, it's in the past. And the Patriote was in 1837, 1838. Just, come on, let's stop talking about the Patriotes for once. But we have to swear allegiance to the King of England. And that is because we are a conquered people that still has to swear fealty and allegiance to a conquering king. During the age of the British Empire, that was incredibly racist and extremely slave-driven. Perhaps we could put the word significant when we talk about this subject. Why are they scared of reopening this debate? No one recognizes themselves in Pierre Trudeau's constitution. 338 ridings in Canada. There'll be some more, and that will harm Quebec. About 100,000 people per riding. 60, 70,000 eligible voters with an uncertain level of participation. Let's say 50,000 people per riding. They never choose the king. They never choose the monarchy. What they choose is a member of parliament, and through this member of parliament, the head of state is voted. No one has voted for a king. No one said, hey, I'm going to vote for Charles. No one. However, at the very top of the Canadian democratic food chain, there's the crown. So it must be an important subject to talk about, surely. Tens of thousands of people in every single riding. Aren't they more important than the frivolity, the very expensive frivolity of monarchy? Let's pretend to be a foreigner who knows nothing about Canada. Canada has an immigration citizenship test. And not a lot of people would pass this. This exam comes from those who crushed us in Quebec with cannonballs and muskets. We're being told that we are a secular and democratic country. But they protect a king who is the head of a church. So it must be very important for the Prime Minister. It's important, but unjustified. It's archaic. It's a thing of the past. It's almost archaeological. It's humiliating. And there are some people who will be shocked, yes, that I say that the monarchy is a thing of the past. Yes, it will shock some people, but the fact that they are shocked proves that I'm right. It's completely logical to have this monarchy. We need to exit this monarchy because it's important to do so. There are more important things to do. We should only do one thing at a time and nothing else. Yes, it's much more important to fight Quebec secularism in the Supreme Court. It's more important to go to the Supreme Court against improving the promotion of French in Quebec. Yes, it's of course more important to open more marine lands to oil and gas extraction at the expense of animals. It's much more important to give rocks and road contracts to Liberal friends. Yes, of course, it's more important to butt into Quebec jurisdictions, especially with regards to health transfers. Well, if I'm wrong, it's not that bad. Perhaps we should just exit the monarchy as quickly as possible and easily.
Let's just move on to something else. The Liberal Party's Quebec lieutenant has had a lot to say on this, but neither he nor the Prime Minister is answering any of the basic fundamental questions. And yet Canadians and Quebecers are entitled to know. They're entitled to know whether, when the Prime Minister took an oath, whether when his Quebec lieutenant took his oath, did they take an oath to a foreign king, a conquering king, I have had a good life, but I tied my own laces. Not only did I learn how to tie up my own shoes, but I also learned how to put my own toothpaste on my toothbrush. It took a while, but I figured it out. So Canadians and Quebecers are entitled to know voters, and voters from Quebec, in the case of the Prime Minister and the Quebec Lieutenant, was that oath taken to the British Crown or the Canadian people? The monarchy is not important. Is the oath? Swearing allegiance and loyalty, that's not insignificant. What's more important than making a solemn commitment of allegiance? What could be more important than that? Imagine for a second that it's not important. If it wasn't important, would that mean that the commitments these people make to their constituents, those commitments aren't important either? If the oath is unimportant, does that mean we can just enter into this, take this oath in a frivolous way? Can we treat our constituents frivolously if our oath to the sovereign is frivolous? It seems to me that this is more important than people might let on. And an oath of allegiance without, if it's not serious, it's meaningless. It has no value. Bloc members take an oath because we're forced to. Just to be able to get into this place, to show the rest of Canada how much French and Quebec are disrespected in this country, and to point out the hypocrisy of a system that was created to slowly drown us in institutions, in space, in our clout, in our demographic, in our influence, inexorably leading us towards disappearing. We also come here to call out the neglect of the environment, the danger to the planet, and we're also here perhaps to condemn the fact that the true allegiances in this place are maybe to be found in the lobbyists, not in the oath to the Queen. The Bloc is not sincere in its oath to the Queen. We're sincere in our oath to the people of Quebec, our commitment to them exclusively, to the nation, the Quebec nation. If the Conservatives, Liberals, and New Democrats are insincere, then their constituents should have the right to know that. We are upfront about it. We are in a democracy, and we no longer wish to be subjects of the empire that conquered us. We are. This is as important as it is unacceptable. We call on Parliament to free us and free themselves from the monarchy. Otherwise, we will show Quebecers who we are. And we're going to show Quebecers who they are. Think about it carefully. Everyone here, think about it carefully before you pray for the English king tomorrow. A few hours before voting on the Bloc's motion. This is a test of the sincerity of the oath we all take here. It's a test of our loyalty to our constituents. It's a demonstration of how an oath to a foreign king and spiritual leader, whether that takes precedence over your loyalty to your constituents or not. We in the Bloc clearly are exclusively at the service of Quebecers. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to pick up on the point that the Leader actually made reference to himself. You know, here we are getting through a pandemic, serious inflation-related issues in which the government is attempting to address on a daily basis through multitudes of different forms of budgetary measures, legislation. There are so many things that are on the minds of Canadians, whether it's our seniors, our healthcare system, having a job. And the Separatist Party here in the House of Commons wants to focus on constitutional change. Does the member really believe, given the priorities that I just finished emphasizing, is really the time now to open up the Constitution? Does he believe Canadians want the constitutional debate to occur today?
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. I forgot to acknowledge the extraordinary role of the Queen. She helped us out so much. How would we have got through the pandemic without her? If you want to make choices about priorities, it would be easier for the member to stand up tomorrow with the Bloc than to ask a question today that won't change anything.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't understand why the Bloc leader presented this motion here today. The people of Quebec are concerned about other issues, more important issues, the cost of gas and oil, home heating, groceries, immigration at Roxham Road. Does he believe that this issue that he's brought forward today is more important than inflation and immigration at Roxham Road? The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Without hesitation, I recognize that when the Conservative Party has priorities, those priorities are clear. The Conservatives are talking about oil and inflation. Nothing else matters. Nothing else exists. But there are parliamentary committees sitting on all kinds of issues at the same time. So we deal with a whole bunch of things on the same day. It's a challenge, but we are able to talk about more than one thing at a time. We're a parliament. There's 338 of us. Most of us went to school and know how to read. Can we talk about more than one thing at the same time? Otherwise, this country is even more dysfunctional than I thought. Questions and comments?
Alahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think when you look at today's motion, if you look at the preamble, I think that's something that everyone in this House can agree on, that Canada is a democratic state, that we do believe very much in the principle of equality for all. But in what the motion is calling for, I believe the Bloc missed a clear opportunity, especially if they believe in the preamble. If we really want to tackle equality in Canada and uphold our democracy, we have to look at how we elect members to this legislature and in provincial legislatures. Look at the provincial election in Quebec, where you had 4 opposition parties between 15 and 12% of the vote, yet wildly different seat counts. Look at how we elect members here in the House of Commons. Again, wildly different seat counts compared to the percentages of Canadians who voted for them. So if we truly believe in those principles in the preamble, why did the Bloc not tackle something like democratic reform here in the House? If we truly believe in equality for all Canadians, we should look at a proportional voting system to ensure that is foundational here in the House of Commons. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. In 2015, the Prime Minister said it would be the last time with the first past the post system. But then he realized that would not be good for the Liberals. So we have the same old system, And I agree we should consider some form of proportional representation. But the NDP can have their own debate about how they'd like to do that. But when it comes to priorities and how important this is, I'd like to remind everyone of something. If it's so unimportant, can you explain to me why political parties can get think it's funny that Tintin comments are getting burned, but they want to stand up and defend a racist British monarchy?
A member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Belleuil-Chambly for this motion to debate today. But what this motion proposes is just a half measure. It would eliminate the monarchy. But what's the alternative? What would replace it? Because we have a head of state and we have the monarchy currently. So we have a head of the government, which is the prime minister. And what's the bloc thinking? Would the prime minister henceforth play the role of head of state as well, replacing the monarchy? For most Canadians don't mind having a constitutional monarchy. But in France, there's a system where there's a head of state who's elected, the president, and unfortunately in history it's always been the same man who's been the head of state and the head of government. What is the Bloc proposing to replace the monarchy? The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Well, perhaps I would initially start by saying I would avoid giving the Prime Minister any more powers than he already has. And, you know, a nation, or two nations, are able to come up with technology to go into space and so on. We should be able to come up with an alternative to a king. I don't know what that would be. Maybe Canada could have its solution and Quebec could have its own. And I hope this will encourage Quebecers to keep thinking about whether this constitution works for them at all. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to congratulate my colleague, the member for Belleuil-Chambly and leader of the Bloc. I'd like to congratulate him on his speech. Madam Speaker, all day long, we're going to hear conservatives and liberals saying that there are higher priorities. And that's true. Absolutely. But when you govern a country or aspire to, is it not necessary to deal with more than one issue at once and manage more than one file at once of varying priorities? So I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about this question. Is it not a demonstration of absolute incompetence if you're incapable of dealing with multiple files of varying priority when you're running a country? And if that's the case, which it seems to be with the current government, what should be done about it? Now, a member for Belleuil-Chambly. In my colleague's question, there's a big temptation, which is to say, well, they can't even handle this. I don't think that's true. I think they probably are decently able to handle more than one thing at a time. It's that they don't want to. They have other priorities, and they're using that as an excuse not to deal with this issue. They simply don't want to. And they don't want to because Alberta will get jealous of its jurisdiction. They don't care about the planet. All they care about is oil. So once you recognize a certain amount of fundamental rights in a constitution, obviously Quebec will have its own shopping list. And the Liberals don't want that. Everyone's terribly fearful of the Constitution being reopened, and that's why it's locked up with so many different padlocks, and the keys are lost to those padlocks. So they are competent enough to know that if the Constitution gets reopened, it's a battle that they surely won't win.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Madam President. I am pleased to rise today on this motion tabled by our honourable colleague from the Bloc Québécois to speak about an important issue, that is Canadian democracy and the Crown. We will be opposing this motion. Je sais que je parle au nom de...
I know I speak for all my colleagues when I say that representing constituents in the House of Commons is an honor and a privilege. One of the very foundations of our democracy is political representation and the fact that the people we represent elect us through transparent, fair, and independently run elections.
Challenged in so many countries around the world today, it's easy to think of examples of what happens where this no longer holds. Madam Speaker, as all of us gathered here today know, the strong and resilient form of democracy we have in Canada today did not simply appear one day, fully formed. It's the product of over a century of evolution. It has been fought for. It has been gained at the cost of many men and women's blood. And today we will continue to defend that democracy. Hear, hear. While Canada continues to do well on most international measures of democracy, there is, of course, always room for improvement and change. Democracy is a work in progress. It requires our constant attention. We must continue to work to ensure that Canadians in all their diversity, including marginalized people, can make their voices heard. This includes our important ongoing journey towards reconciliation with Indigenous peoples.
In July 2022, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, or the OECD, released their report called the OECD Trust Survey Report. That report shows that OECD countries, including Canada, score well on democracy. OECD countries are constantly looking for ways to improve the delivery of services to their citizens and the transparency of their governments. But we also know that there's still work to be done. OECD countries need to listen to their people and ensure that their public policies meet their expectations. This is even more true in the context of a pandemic and global inflation. One of the key takeaways from these challenges is that in order to gain the trust of citizens, governments must listen to their realities.
Madam Speaker, we know that trust is earned through performance. But to be able to get to that, we need to understand citizens' needs and their expectations. And this is something that governments must continue to dedicate themselves to. Public engagement, conversation, dialogue is critical to understanding what is important to our citizens and an important part of an effective, open, transparent government, and of our efforts to build and renew public trust. Hearing from our citizens helps us better understand the diversity of opinions and ensure we focus on what is most important to them. There are many things that are on the minds of Canadians, and I would say the one of the Bloc Québécois motion today is not the foremost one in their minds. The recent OECD Open Government Scan of Canada notes that Canada has a strong public consultation culture and that Canada scores comparatively well when it comes to stakeholder engagement. This is both an affirmation of what we've done so far and a reminder that we can always do better. We can do more to earn and maintain citizens' trust. Madam Speaker, our institutions and practices reflect our societal values. We need to protect them. And while the founders of our Parliament took inspiration from the halls of Westminster, for sure, in our geography, in our design, in our buildings that we have built here today, we have always adapted our own institutions, our own practices, made in Canada solutions to fit our own realities and our needs. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, everyone knows that the decisions that affect Canada today are made here within these walls, as well as in the provincial legislatures and those of the territories of our country. Of course, the House is only one part of Parliament, and Parliament itself is only one part of the government system in Canada. As we all know, Canada is a constitutional monarchy. I imagine that will continue for some time. Historically, the Crown has played an important role in the evolution of our country. In 1982, the Queen of Canada, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II, signed our Constitution, as well as the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. These two pillars of democracy contribute to ensuring the stability of our country and to guaranteeing the rights and freedoms of its citizens. Although our attachment to the Crown is of cultural and historic importance, its role is based largely on formalities. It is on these principles that the very foundations of our democracy are based. Madam Speaker, the role of the sovereign in our constitutional monarchy is very well, there are many guidelines for it, and although the last stage of the adoption of our laws remains royal assent, the essence of the work of representation and advocacy for Canadians is done within these walls through the actions of its members of Parliament.
And should be decided. The Sovereign, Governor-General, do not interfere in politics or these decisions. Yes, they can advise a Prime Minister, but they cannot reject the government's requests or undermine their position. This is the government, we are the Parliament, they are separate. In our constitutional monarchy, the Crown's function in our government is to be a bedrock for our Constitution. More than a symbol, a sign, something which we can put our hats and our hands around to make sure that our Constitution is guaranteed, and it should transcend the political debates of the day. The stability of our democratic institutions gives Canadians assurance and peace of mind, coast to coast to coast, so we as elected representatives can focus on the issues that matter the most to Canadians. Those issues are clear. They're cost of living issues. They're issues like dental care and housing affordability, the health of our economy, the health of our seniors, and that of our planet. Canada is free now, and with all our efforts, will remain so. Wherever we sit in this House, Madam Speaker, I am confident we all share that goal for a free and vibrant democracy. So let the Sovereign, His Majesty King Charles III, King of Canada, be a symbol of that freedom and of our shared purpose as a country to remain free, to remain with dignity, to remain with liberty, whatever the issues of the day upon which we have and will continue to have differences of opinion. Differences will exist in this House, they exist in Canada, but we share in common our goal of a united and passionate and just and free country. Madam Speaker, the Sovereign also acts as a symbol of what does unite this country. As you know, Madam Speaker, the actual presence of the Crown is often felt more immediately for Canadians through the Sovereign's representatives in Canada. That is, the Governor-General, the Lieutenant Governors, who perform most of the constitutional functions of the Sovereign in his name. The vice-regal representatives work tirelessly, whether awarding honours to Canadians and celebrating that which is best in our communities or performing their constitutional duties. They are a remarkable group of dedicated Canadians whom, in their work, highlight the many people who contribute to this country day after day after day. We get honours sitting in this House, But the people that do that work are sometimes honored by the Governor General or Lieutenant Governors of our provinces to make sure that they are honored for what they do to keep Canada whole. They contribute to this great country. And our vice-regals, whether through formal awards in the arts, the sciences, humanities, or academic achievement in our high schools and universities, or by recognizing the many volunteers that give their time to their communities, are fundamental to the way we live in Canada. Canada's democracy and how Canadians govern themselves are important topics, Madam Speaker. Absolutely clear that we should have discussions about our constitutional democracy. That is valid. One of the ways democracy has been resilient as a form of government is that it is best placed to deliver for its citizens. That's what democracy does best. And doing so in a way that respects and helps fulfill their rights as human beings and as citizens. That is bedrock part of democracy. Madam Speaker, that is the work we need to do together as elected representatives in this place, to deliver on the needs of Canadians in uncertain times. While many of the financial challenges we face are indeed global in nature, we experience them locally, in our own homes, on our own streets, in our own communities. That is why, Madam Speaker, the government has taken on these issues of affordability, especially housing affordability, but also cost of living, extremely seriously. Housing affordability is a real and growing concern and should be a paramount issue for everyone in this House. It is the strongest issue, the highest issue for young Canadians, people living in my riding. They are worried they won't have the same opportunities as their parents and grandparents to own a home, to build their future. Over
the past 2 years, the cost of housing has reached unaffordable levels for too many people. Many people are forced to live further and further away from where they work or where they grew up, whereas that very place is where they often wish to build their future. The problem of housing affordability is a complex one. There is no magic bullet. In Budget 2022, the government laid out a long-term plan to tackle housing affordability for Canadians. This plan is based on 3 pillars: helping Canadians to save to purchase a home, 2, curbing speculation, and 3, something that we need to work together on, increasing supply.
To address affordability in housing and in the cost of living, beyond home ownership. This past September, the government introduced Bill C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing. Many Canadians have no access to dental services plan. They do not use those services because of the cost. Yet we know that a lack of access to dental care services not only causes harm to children, but also has an impact on the whole healthcare system. It has to be addressed. It is one of those urgent matters which I think we need to share in this House. The government recognizes the need to provide interim dental benefits for children under 12 years old while working towards the development of a long-term national dental care program. Bill C-31 proposes Rental Housing Benefit Act to provide a one-time payment to help low-income renters. Together, these targeted measures will provide real benefits to Canadians who need them the most as we face global cost of living increases. This is a crisis that we need to address. We have been doing it for the last 7 years as a government with the Canada Child Benefit, with other measures which have attempted to reduce poverty and start to shrink the gap between the rich and the poor in this country. That is work that needs to continue and to be done day after day after day. Madam Speaker, there are other issues on our government's agenda which also, I think, take priority over the motion that would be suggested today. The government is focused on delivering the needs of Canadians by taking action on climate change. Madam Speaker, the OECD Trust...
Honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. I'm having trouble following my colleague. We're supposed to be talking about the monarchy and not about the Liberal Programs Party. So I'm not sure where he's heading in his speech, but I have trouble linking the motion that's before us today and the speech that I'm hearing from my colleague. Now, the member must recognize that there is a great deal of leeway with the discussions that are going on. But yes, we need to get back to the motion that is being addressed today. So I would ask the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to ensure that his speech is relevant to the motion. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
There is a thread between what I've been saying all throughout this speech and the motion which is being presented today, as well as very much in line with the questions from the last intervention. Each of those questions talked about the legitimacy of a motion like this while the country has strong and very persistent problems. It takes up the time of this House, so it is absolutely critical that we look at the question of the day and wonder why they would bring that in today. It is absolutely fair to do that. It is absolutely also fair to say what would be our more important issues. And as I've said, those more important issues relate to what is on the minds of Canadians. Yes, democracy is on their mind. Yes, constitutional monarchy may be a topic brought up once a year. But fundamentally, people are worried about the cost of living. They're worried about peace in our world. They're worried about affordable housing. They're worried about the issues about making sure we have good dental care. They're making sure that we have issues. They want us to address issues of climate change. Those are the kinds of things they want to do. And the thread that draws it back to the question is that we have the privilege of doing that because we have a bedrock, fundamental constitutional monarchy that gives us the freedom to be in this place. It gives us the freedom to have this discussion. It gives us the freedom to have a government that's elected, a minority government that needs to listen, that needs to be aware of the absolute demands of all the parties in this House to attempt to devise an agenda that will meet the needs of Canadians. And we do that because we have a dependable, fundamental, rock-solid constitutional monarchy. We have the confidence in the Crown, who is able to represent something well beyond us, that gets us out of the everyday discussions that we have, that puts us above politics to the things that matter the most in our society. We're able to do that because we have democratic institutions that have been fought for decades. For a century and a half, people have fought to keep this democracy alive and well. So fundamentally, we gather today as people of privilege. We gather today honoring a past and building towards a future. And that future is absolutely dependent upon people having the things they need to live their lives, people having affordable housing, people having a climate that is not wreaking disaster on their neighborhoods and their communities, to make sure that we address the issue of climate change. Absolutely, we need to do that, and Canada and this government will continue to do that because we're bent on delivering on the priority of Canadians and Quebecers. We know what's also on the mind of Quebecers. We know that they're concerned about cost of living. We know that Quebecers are concerned about housing prices. We know that Quebecers are concerned about climate change. That's why we address them every day. Canadians and Quebecers share those absolute fundamental goals and desires in society, and we do that in this place because we have a system of government that Canadians trust. Canadians trust our ability to gather here and do our work in the freedom and in the grace and the dignity that they give us. I made up a bunch of stuff that's not in my notes. So now I'm having to find my place in my notes. Nous savons la lutte de changement climatique.
We know that climate change and the economy go hand in hand. That is why Canada will continue to innovate with a green economy. Point of order, the Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. We just heard 10 minutes on housing, and now he's going on to climate change. Madam Speaker, we're talking about the monarchy today. that is what the motion is about. So I would like him to be relevant, please. I have just heard the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, and I know he was referring to the monarchy. And it wasn't 10 minutes that he was talking about. He's got only a short time left before going to questions and comments, and I might remind members and to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and to ministers that when speeches that are presented today must be relevant to the motion that was brought forward. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, 1 minute, 30 seconds.
That absolutely everything I have said is relevant to this motion because we do it because we have a constitutional monarchy. We have had a constitutional monarchy in the past, and I think for as long as I live, we will have a constitutional monarchy, and I am glad for that. Canada has a system of government that works for Canadians. It works to develop the appropriate responses, and it does not get sidetracked on issues that should not take all of our attention. The issues that I think should take our attention are issues of cost of living. They're issues of affordable housing. They're issues of human rights. They're issues of peace in our world. Those are the kinds of things that we can discuss here because we have a constitutional monarchy. They're directly related. They are absolutely embedded in each other, and we will continue to do that. And Canadians will have trust in us when they don't think we're playing games in this place. They'll have trust in us when they think we absolutely value what they value and they care about what we care about. And I will continue to defend that and do that with every member of this House who wants to be part of that very important protest. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member from Montcalm. Madam Speaker, my colleague talked about the 1982 Constitution. He talked about his attachment to the Crown. And he is now telling us that symbols are unimportant. But symbols are important in a democracy. And if there aren't any, then and if they're unimportant, we get rid of them. And so I would like to remind him that there is no Premier of Quebec that has signed this Constitution since 1982, and yet he says that it's so important. And also, I'm a descendant of Acadians, and there are so many Acadians that feel attacked by the narrative of this member because genocide was committed against Acadians. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's absolutely important for me to reiterate that I did not say symbols weren't important. Symbols are very important. They're very important. The symbolic nature of the Crown continues to edify, continues to support, and continues at times to challenge us to be better than ourselves. I would actually say that my husband is also a descendant of Acadians, and I know that story extremely well, and I value that story very well. I think it's an important story. It's a story about the past, and as we move into the future, we want to value every single Canadian. Absolutely, we need to do that, and we will continue to do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charleswood, St. James, Assiniboine, Headingley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, I can only imagine Canadians who are tuning into this debate this morning, watching us here in this House, must be very confused and very disappointed. You know why, Madam Speaker? Because they're worried about heating their homes this winter. They're worried about putting food on the table because of food inflation. They're worried about the housing crisis and so many other things. And I'm wondering if the Honourable Member, and I know he addressed this in some of his comments, could reiterate the importance that when people tune in to Parliament, in order to maintain the credibility of this place, they expect us to be talking about issues that are relevant to them in their everyday lives and not about the monarchy.
Well said.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for that question. It's absolutely the fundamental basis of my speech was to ensure that we bring this House back to the matters that Canadians are concerned about. We'll disagree on how to solve those problems. We'll disagree on whether or not we should have certain taxes or not certain taxes, certain programs or not certain programs, but I don't doubt that anyone in this House isn't concerned about those. We go back to our ridings every weekend We hear the stories, we hear people's worries, we hear their concerns, and that's our job, is to bring them back to this House today. Not one person, not a single resident of Don Valley West has raised the issue of the constitutional monarchy to me. I will be very willing to talk to them if they do, and if they do, I will be happy to raise the issue in the House. But right now, that's not what they're talking about. They're talking about bread and butter issues. They're also talking about world peace. They're talking about Canada's role in the world. They're talking about human rights, but not about that issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my honourable colleague. He did bring up two words, freedom and privilege. I want to quote Cassidy Caron, who is the president of the Métis National Council, who is calling on the Crown to apologize for their participation in residential schools. I also want to quote Paul Andrew, a residential school survivor, who said the Queen is also a treaty member and she has an obligation to live up to agreements that the Crown has never lived up to. The participation of the monarchy in slavery. You see, not everybody in this place we now call Canada has had that freedom and privilege that you are talking about. In fact, many of us in real time are still fighting for freedom, are still fighting for our rights, are still fighting for our privilege. An erasure of genocide and colonial history that the Crown has participated in globally. So I would ask the honourable member, through you, Madam Speaker, if he agrees with me that the Crown has had a violent participation in the genocide of groups of peoples across the globe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, as the Prime Minister has said repeatedly, there is no more important relationship than our relationship with Indigenous Canadians. There is no important work that we have to do than to get the hard work of reconciliation done. That will take the efforts of every single one of us, and will take the work of us day in and day out to correct the tremendous historical injustices, but also to make sure that the current events, that the current inclusion, that the current dignity, the current economic welfare of Indigenous Canadians is absolutely met. I take the challenge, I respect the question, and I will work with the member and everyone in this House who wants to make sure Crown-Indigenous relations are improved, and we will continue to have reconciliation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments? The honourable member Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to pick up on a previous question asked by our colleague from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. If we're going to make progress on the priorities of all Canadians, as the Parliamentary Secretary spoke about in his speech, we need to fix the way we elect members to this House. The only consistent outcome of our current voting system is distorted results and disillusioned voters. We need proportional representation in this country. Can the Parliamentary Secretary comment on what the governing party, when they will get serious about improving our democracy and following through on what they promised over 1,800 times, that the 2015 election would be the last under first past the post?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, I think my speech had more to do with the motion than the question does today. However, I think it's a valid question, and the question of electoral reform should be on all our minds all the time. It was a debate that we had in the 2015, 16, 17 period. It was a hard debate, and I had 3 town halls on electoral reform, 3 large town halls, and it came out that about 50% of my constituents wanted a change to the voting system, and 50% didn't. And among the 50% who wanted change, there were 3 different groups of people who did not come up with a common idea. I think we need to have that discussion. I don't think, just like the motion today, I don't think it's on the top of the agenda of Canadians. I think the issues of cost of living, affordable housing, climate change, human rights really are more important to Canadians than that particular issue, but we'll always be open ways to improving our democracy in a variety of ways. Thank you.
Much the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Madam Speaker, I want to raise the issue, and the member made reference to it in terms of he hasn't any constituents raising the issue of the Crown with him. In my 10 years plus now as a parliamentarian, I cannot recall one incident where someone came to talk to me and wanted to talk about us getting rid of the Crown. I just can't recall any of that nature. And yet, when you talk about the constitutional changes, again, I haven't heard anyone approach me. Not that I can recall offhand, Madam Speaker. Now, given that as a background and the context of the communities in which are having so many challenges, pandemic, inflation, dealing with issues such as seniors, healthcare, long-term mental health, I'm wondering if my colleague and friend can provide his thoughts in regards to why it is we're debating this today.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would agree with the member, the Parliamentary Secretary as well. The issues that I hear about in Don Valley West are issues of affordability. They can be about affordable housing or housing affordability. They can be about inclusion of newcomers into this country. The people in Don Valley West, particularly in Thorncliffe Park, are newcomers to this country looking for a future and yet are not able to get the kinds of jobs they need to get ahead. They're still fighting to get accreditation in professions where they want to work. They're still fighting to get engagement in society because we still have a persistent and systemic racism in our society. I recognize that. We need to address these issues day and day. Economic equality, gender equality, rights of newcomers to make sure that they have absolutely every opportunity and possibility to have a better life in this country. Those are the issues that I hear about, not about opening the Constitution, not about the monarchy, not about the issues that are on the agenda today. I want to get this House back to the issues, despite the fact that we have sometimes questions from the opposition that are difficult or are hard to answer on those issues. We'll continue to do it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Charles-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I'll be sharing my time with my colleague from Égalité Éclairable. So, is this opposition motion relevant? I could answer yes. So is talking about Canadian intervention in support of Ukraine or the treatment of Uyghurs by the Chinese Communist regime. There is no shortage of important issues in this House of Commons. Everyone has an opinion on the various issues, and the relationship with the monarchy is one of them. And the question is it essential to make this a debate when Quebecers are more concerned about the impact of inflation on their lives? Inflation, interest rates that keep going up, whilst not so long ago the Prime Minister and the Governor of the Bank of Canada were saying not to worry. How many people, young families, decided to buy a house, a new car, because rates were so low? And they were reassured by their Prime Minister, who was spending taxpayers' money without counting and saying, it's time, rates are low and they're going to stay low and it's time to borrow and spend. It was an extremely dangerous position and one that is now proving to be a disaster. Let us go back to the Bloc Québécois. What are they doing today? They would like to talk about the monarchy, the constitutional change that has governed the country for over 150 years. Being the former school club of the Parti Québécois, the Bloc has found a new vocation to become the big brother of the Parti Québécois. Having given them their all in the last Quebec election, the Bloc troops came back to Ottawa empty-handed, having only managed to get 3 Parti Québécois MPs elected. The Bloc leader put all his political weight behind helping his separatist friends, but the result was more than disappointing. That as well was a disaster. Quebec has chosen a government that prioritizes the economy and growth rather than division. Another Bloc claims it is the spokes party of the National Assembly of Quebec. They claim that. What they've done is that during the last election campaign, they fought against Coalition Avenir Québec, the current Quebec governing party, by claiming, well, now they claim to be the political wing of the Quebec National Assembly, but in fact they only represent 3 members of provincial parliament. They don't even have official party status. They don't represent the government. Does anyone still believe in the Bloc Québécois stratagems? When one is looking for a reason to exist, What better way than to talk about the Canadian Constitution? If we pay attention, the Bloc proposes to break the ties with the monarchy, but what does it propose in return? Pledge allegiance to a Speaker of the Republic of Canada? A President of the Republic of Canada? So the next Bloc motion to be debated will be, we must cut our ties with the Republic. As we can see, Madam Speaker, the Bloc is just looking for a reason to exist. They are looking for pretext to justify their very existence in this chamber, which they call a foreign parliament. Well, a colleague from the Bloc saying it's right. They feel that they are in a foreign parliament. I'm not making this up. This kind of bellicose rhetoric is their assumed rhetoric. The fact remains that today's motion is part of the Bloc's long tradition of political spins. They wake up in the morning wondering, what issue will be the talk of the town? What will make the news? We're going to spin things greatly, it's going to make the headlines, and we're going to have great fun doing so. They ask themselves, how can we make the federal parties look terrible? The Liberals, the Conservatives, the New Democrats. Like I often say, Madam Speaker, the easiest job in Ottawa is to be leader of the Bloc Québécois. Because you just spin, 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 but you can never imagine that you'll be leader of the country. Today, the Bloc is spinning away to help the Parti Québécois in the National Assembly of Quebec. But here, my priority is to influence the Liberal government so that it really cares about the fate of Quebecers. The current economic situation and the imminent arrival of a recession require that federal elected officials who believe in economic success from coast to coast to coast unite in this common goal. The rhetoric of the leader of the Bloc Québécois no longer impresses anyone when mortgage rates reach a level where putting the keys in the bank is the only option. This rhetoric is of no interest to anyone when groceries cost 11.4% more than before, when families have to cut back on their meals, when food banks, of all things, are struggling to keep up with demand. In a very Quebecois way of saying things, on what planet are they living? Did the people who voted for the Bloc expect so much disconnect from their MPs? During the last provincial election in Quebec, I expected to see several Bloc members take up the sovereignist pilgrims' staff and jump into the arena. If they really want a country, they have to get elected in Quebec. But no, they stayed on the bench and they prayed hard for the junior club to succeed. It was a lost cause. Only 3 PQ MPs won. This dream of a country called Quebec has never been so true, in the fact that it is a dream, and just a dream. So they have to find a reason to exist. So what better way than to waste an important day in the House of Commons proposing the creation of the Republic of Canada, so that we can come back later, they can come back later with another motion to abolish this very republic. The Bloc strategy is very simple to understand, and I've just wasted 10 minutes of my time explaining it to you all. I would have preferred to find ways to help Quebecers pay their mortgage or put food on the table for their children. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. In his presentation, my colleague said that he didn't understand why it was essential for us to have this debate today. I would like to remind the Honourable Member that during the pandemic, there was a Conservative Opposition Day motion saying that oil was irreplaceable and that we needed an entire day to celebrate petrol and oil. So the Conservative Party, what really makes them excited is oil. What excites us is the future of Quebec. My colleague said that the junior team was not elected, but what I see when I hear the Conservative Party in Quebec is zero defence for Bill 21, for Bill 96. If there is one party that is desynchronized with what Quebec wants, it's the Conservative Party, and that is what my colleague has just shown in his speech today. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Madam Speaker, thank you to my colleague for Jonquière for his question. First of all, I'd like to remind him that in Quebec, there are millions of cars still driving around. People still use oil, still use gas, and it is natural to use these cars until we've seen good proof that alternatives are available. Electric cars are greener, yes, but the batteries are not very ecological at all. So for at least in the near medium future, we still need oil. We can't just attack oil and gas wholesale. The Alberta oil industry has greatly improved how oil is extracted. And gas is also very important. We see what's happening in Europe. We see that Russians decided just to stifle gas supply to Europe, and now countries like Germany are going to be freezing this winter. So, talking of oil and gas, it's natural, just like the gas is. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was present when the leader of the Bloc rose today to give a speech. And unless I'm mistaken, he said, or he suggested, that the Canadian Constitution is a foreign beast that has no more pertinence. The Constitution also has to do with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms that Canadians use every single day to defend their rights. Does the MP across the way agree that the Constitution and the Charter are no longer pertinent for Quebecers? The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent question. And that's the paradigm in which we live now. There's Blockiste MPs, who are federal MPs, who work in a federal parliament, who should be working for Canada's greater good, because Canada includes Quebec. Twice, Quebec decided to remain in the Canadian Federation, so our duty is to make sure that Quebecers are happy. I work as a Quebec MP, talking about issues that are important to Canada and Quebec. The subject today is not as important than the fight against inflation, and that is why I rise today to speak.
Commentaire, the honourable member for Langley City. Sorry, I'm Langley Aldergrove.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, which was in response to an earlier speech by the leader of the party Bloc Québécois. In his speech, the leader of the Bloc Québécois asked this open-ended question: who are Canadians who are Quebecers? And I thought he was going to talk about mums and dads who are worried about their mortgage, university students who are worried about their future, grandparents who were worried about their retirement fund. But instead, he launched on a very interesting historical and philosophical discussion about the differences between people from Quebec and people from the rest of the country. I don't speak for them, I speak for my own province, of course, but I suspect that the differences are much smaller than the similarities between people from coast to coast.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, and yes, indeed. When you look at Canada from coast to coast to coast, every community, every region has its specificity. Quebec is very different because our main language is French. Our only language is French, and so we have a different way of living, of being than elsewhere in Canada. But when you take the language aspect out of things, when people wake up in the morning, they all have the same bills to pay. They all have the same food to buy. It's the same situation from coast to coast to coast, and that is a reason for which we must work all together to fight this inflation that harms all Canadians, including Quebecers.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for Charlesbourg-Haute-Saint-Charles for his speech. Madam Speaker, we are here because the Bloc decided to move this motion, and allow me to read it, a part of the motion, the part I'm interested in. It starts saying that given that Canada is a democratic state, 1, 2, that this House believes in the principle of equality for all. Now, I agree with those 2 points, Madam Speaker, because, yeah, Canada is a democratic country, and we all believe in the principle of equality for all. And that's why today I'd prefer to talk about the fact that 100% of Canadians who, on a daily basis, are facing the challenge of inflation, which is fueled by this NDP Liberal coalition. 80% of Canadians, and that includes Quebecers, are most concerned about their finances. They're worried about making ends meet and paying their bills at the end of the month and being able to afford groceries. 72% of Canadians feel that they pay too much tax. And in the context of the Liberals going after an even bigger chunk of Canadians and Quebecers' paychecks as of January 1st next year. The Liberals are going to further increase the carbon tax, and that will further fuel inflation. Everything's going to cost more. The cost of food alone has gone up by over 11%. This is an unprecedented increase in 40 years, Madam Speaker. And the inflation rate is still up around 7%. And the Liberals say that it's gone down a bit. Well, it's gone down 0.1%, mainly due to a drop in the price of gas. But that price is not all from coast to coast. And that drop in gas prices will not last either, because the Liberals are going to increase the carbon tax and prices will turn around and head back in the other direction. Let me give you some statistics about statistics. Dairy's up almost 10%. All the bakery items are up 14.8%. Vegetables up 11.8%. These are statistics provided by StatsCan. And when you talk about figures, you don't really realize when you go to the grocery store, you see how people have been acting in recent months. When people go to do their groceries nowadays, and when we go ourselves, we see people looking for stuff because there are things the shelves are not fully stocked, and some people are having to choose not to buy the things they normally would have because they're now too expensive. And people are jumping all over the store flyers, to try to take advantage of all the sale items. That's the fact. People are having to change their patterns and their habits. And what's going to happen tomorrow? The Bank of Canada, once again, is going to increase interest rates, and that's going to make the cost of living higher. That's going to make it harder for young families. They're going to have less and less access to home ownership. That's the reality, Madam Speaker. We don't know how much the Bank of Canada is going to raise rates, but obviously they're going to go up. And the Liberals, they just keep saying over and over again that inflation is caused by global factors. There's all kinds of other culprits other than them who are responsible for the inflation. Do you know what the head of the Bank of Canada said, Madam Speaker? Mr. McLaren said that there are many factors behind inflation, and those are becoming purely domestic factors. In other words, the inflation that's being created in Canada is created by Canada itself, Madam Speaker. A point of order, the member for Longueuil. Let's just drop the conspiracy between the Liberals and the Conservatives. They're all talking off topic. The member's talking about inflation, but this motion's about the monarchy. And the monarchy is very expensive. If you're worried about inflation, let's get rid of the monarchy. It's so expensive. But my colleague is completely off topic, Madam Speaker. Once again, I'd like to remind members that they are supposed to make sure that their speeches refer to the motion before the House. The motion before the House today. Now, there's a certain amount of leeway allowed in speeches, but you do have to make reference to the motion from time to time. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will refer to the motion. Madam Speaker, what causes inflation to be so high? It's the national debt, the domestic debt. It's gone up by $100 billion. Despite the Liberal promises to have tiny deficits before returning to balanced books, well, you can forget about that. They've racked up $100 billion in increase to the deficit. And before the pandemic and before the crisis in Ukraine, they had already racked up 500, half of 50 billion rather. So they'd already, half of the increase was before the pandemic. And the Prime Minister in his inaugural speech said that we don't need to worry about the debt because interest rates will remain low for years to come, Madam Speaker. And the motion at point number 2 says the House believes in the principle of equality for all. Well, unfortunately for the poorest among us, inflation makes it impossible to buy goods and services. That's the reality. And I thank the Bloc for giving me this opportunity to talk about equality here in Canada, because it's important. And unfortunately, the costly Liberal NDP coalition is making things too tough for the poorest among us. Let's talk for a minute about the Bloc Québécois. There's some merit to this motion from the Bloc, and it is that it shows the Bloc what their top priority is. Unlike what I've just been talking about, what Quebecers are concerned about every day in their daily lives, the Bloc is showing its true colors and what its true priorities are today. They're not concerned about the carbon tax because they refused to support our motion to scrap the increase to the carbon tax. So the Bloc is supporting a federal tax on all the provinces. The Bloc and the leader have always claimed that they were the voice of the National Assembly here in Ottawa, so the voice of Quebec City here in Ottawa. But unfortunately, what we've seen, they're showing that they talk a lot, but when it's time for action, well, that's not really what they're all about. And there was an election campaign recently, and the Bloc members all worked very hard. And why? To support one political party in Quebec, one political party at the National Assembly, and that is the Parti Québécois, or the PQ. So the BQ and the PQ, and they claim that they're the voice of Quebec City here. But what did they do? They poured their hearts and their resources and their energies into supporting one single political party in Quebec City, the Separatist Party in Quebec City. The party that has its only goal is to make Quebec independent. And that is not exactly the goal of all members of the National Assembly in Quebec City. I think if you did a poll, if you did a survey, you would find that not even a majority of Quebec politicians are in favor of separation. But the Bloc, claiming to be the voice of Quebec, only supports one party. And how many seats did the PQ get? 1, 2, 3. Just 3 PQ members got elected, despite all the support and resources coming from the Bloc. 1, 2, 3 members. After campaigning against all the other parties represented in the National Assembly, after Quebecers only chose 1, 2, 3 PQ members, the Bloc still today claims to be the voice of the National Assembly here in Ottawa. It's false. And this motion that they've presented today is the crystal clear evidence of that. They, instead of condemning federal intrusion into Quebec jurisdiction, they chose this motion in support of a party at the National Assembly that was only able to muster up 1, 2, 3 elected MNAs. So people, I would sum it all up by saying people aren't that concerned about whose face is on the $20 bill. They're more interested in having a bunch of those $20 bills in their pockets so they can pay their bills at the end of the month. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague, the member for Mégantic-l'Érable, for his comedy. I feel like I'm under an obligation today to repeat myself. I think we can talk about more than just inflation, and I think it's important for me to specify that not all anti-monarchists vote for the Bloc. There are some people who don't support the monarchy who actually vote for Liberals or Conservatives. So I'd like to know, what does he think when he's heaping scorn on us when there are people, even among his constituents and his supporters, who would also like to abolish the monarchy. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Well, I tried to listen, and even though my colleague repeated his question a number of times, I had a hard time following the thread of his question until the very end when he said, "Are you for or against the monarchy?" I think my colleagues should listen more closely to what I said, because what I said was that what Quebecers are more concerned than whose face is on the bill, they're more concerned about how many bills they have with which to pay for their groceries and bills at the end of the month. So how many banknotes they have. The Bloc still thinks they're the saviors of Quebec at the National Assembly, and I would repeat, yes, 1, 2, 3 PQ MNAs got elected in the last election. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not too often I find myself in agreement with members of the Conservatives on some of these points, so I don't think this is going to be something that I'll say too often. But having said that, Madam Speaker, you know, you have to wonder in terms of why it is the Bloc would have brought this debate forward. I think it has a lot more to do with internal politics within the Bloc caucus than it does the reality of life beyond the Bloc Party caucus here in Ottawa, Madam Speaker. Because the reality of life, whether you're in Quebec or Manitoba or anywhere else in Canada, is issues related to things such as I referenced, the pandemic. We can talk about inflation. We talk about healthcare. Healthcare is a major issue in the province of Quebec. They want to see a higher sense of cooperation between the national government and the province on a wide spectrum of issues, from what I can tell, if there's any reflection in terms of constituents in which I represent. And I'm wondering if my colleague would agree that it would appear, based on the motion brought forward by the Bloc, that they are completely out of touch, not only with the people of Quebec, but with issues related to Canada, period.
The honourable member is making a speech as opposed to just asking a question, and there are other people that want to ask questions. The honourable member for
Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm a bit surprised that my colleague agrees. For the member from Winnipeg North to say he agreed with part of my speech, it was probably when I was talking about the costly Liberal NDP coalition that means that Canadians will be getting less and less of their take-home pay to take home as of January 1st, because the Liberals are going to increase the carbon tax and take a bigger chunk out of everyone's paychecks. I'd like to know, is that the part that he agreed with, the part about the costly coalition? I'd be very honored if he could clarify that. Questions and comments?
Couch and Malahat Langford, and maybe a 30-second question et peut-être une réponse de 30 secondes aussi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No one in my riding of Couch and Malahat Langford is talking about this issue, so I will agree with the member on that point. What the Bloc motion also fails to mention is that any amendment to our relationship with the Crown would also require the unanimous consent of the 10 provinces of Canada. And if you look at the problems that provinces are dealing with, in British Columbia we have an opioids crisis, a healthcare crisis, all kinds of things. I don't think the provincial governments of Canada would look too favorably on having this interrupt their schedule looking after their constituents' needs. Thank you.
Honorable Député. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. 30 seconds, please. Well, for unanimous consent, it only takes one province, and unfortunately for the Bloc, in the last election, the PQ only got 1, 2, 3 of its members elected to the National Assembly.
Okay, order. Following the presentation earlier today of the 5th report of the Standing Committee on Health on Bill C-31, an act respecting cost of living relief measures related to dental care and rental housing, the Chair wishes to draw attention of the members to a procedural related issue to amendments adopted by the committee during clause-by-clause considerations of the bill. Comme la Chambre le sait,
As the House knows, the Speaker does not normally intervene in committee matters. However, in cases where a committee has exceeded its authority, particularly in relation to bills, the Speaker has a responsibility to ensure that certain fundamental rules and practices are properly observed. As Speaker Fraser explained on April 28, 1992, at page 9801 of the debates, quote, when a bill is referred to a standing or legislative committee of the House, that committee is only empowered to adopt, amend, or negative the clauses found in that piece of legislation, and to report the bill to the House with or without amendments. The committee is restricted in its examination in a number of ways. It cannot infringe on the financial initiative of the Crown, no matter how tempting this may be. Unquote.
The two amendments in question relate to Part 2 of Bill C-31, which enacts the Rental Housing Benefit Act and Oui? Okay, est-ce que vous m'entendez? Or can you hear me in French, I guess is the question. Ça fonctionne maintenant? Okay. Alors, est-ce que vous avez manqué?
It's working now? So, did you miss the whole thing? Or can I just pick up where I left off with the last paragraph? Okay, thank you very much.
The two amendments in question relate to Part 2 of Bill C-31, which enacts the Rental Housing Benefit Act and provides the establishment of a one-time rental housing benefit for eligible persons who have paid rent in 2022 for their principal residence and who apply for the benefit. The First Amendment modifies Clause 3 of the bill, which proposes to modify in Section 4.2 of the Rental Benefit Act the calculation of the 30% rent-to-income threshold set out in Section 4.1g by increasing the percentage of the payment to be taken into account to rent payments that include board and other services from 75% to 90%. The Second Amendment seeks to amend the same clause and proposes to eliminate in subsection 4.3 of the Rental Housing Benefit Act the rule that would reduce the amount of rent taken into account in the calculation of the 30% rent-to-income threshold. This is set out in paragraphs 4.1g, paid in 2022 by cohabitating spouses or common law partners living separately on the reference day. The chair of the committee ruled each amendment inadmissible because they lacked the required royal recommendation. Both decisions were challenged and overturned. The committee then debated each amendment and adopted them. The committee chair was correct in the assessment of both amendments relaxing the eligibility criteria for rental housing benefit. This would result in a greater charge on the Treasury than is provided for the bill, since more people could have access to the benefit. La procédure et les usages de la Chambre des communes, troisième édition, indiquent que suite à la page 772, et je cite, « Étant donné qu'un amendement ne peut empiéter sur la prérogative de la Couronne en matière financière, est irrecevable tout amendement qui entraîne une imputation sur le Trésor qui étend l'objet ou le but de la recommandation royale ou qui assouplit les conditions et réserves. » Fin de citation. Par conséquent, les amendements doivent être accompagnés d'une recommandation royale. While the chair appreciates the difficulties that can arise when examining a bill in committee, it is important to remember that a committee must carry out its mandate without exceeding its powers. By adopting an amendment that infringes the financial initiatives of the Crown, a committee exceeds its powers. Par conséquent, la présidente...
Consequently, the chair must declare null and void the two aforementioned amendments to Clause 3 of Bill C-31 adopted by the Standing Committee on Health and direct that the amendments no longer form part of the bill as reported to the House.
That a reprint of Bill C-31 be published as early as possible for use by the House at report stage to replace the reprint ordered by the committee. I thank the members for their attention. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Churchill, Quetnook-Askey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will begin by indicating that I will be splitting my time with my colleague, the member from Cowichan, Malahat, Langford. I am pleased to speak in Parliament today in support of this motion. I believe that it is time for us to take the next step in terms of asserting and strengthening our democracy, in part by ending our ties with the monarchy. We are living in an important time. We are seeing attacks against democratic institutions and processes around the world. We here in Canada need to look at what we can do to strengthen and reinforce our own democracy. We can't sit idly by. It is time for us in Canada to reflect on our own institutions, our own processes. It is time to ask, how democratic are we in reality? Il est grand temps que nous au Canada réfléchissons à ce que sont.
It is high time that we in Canada reflect on what our institutions are. We must ask if we are a democracy in reality. This is 2022, and we have a king. We have been independent since 1867. We have our own foreign policy since the 1930s. We patriated the Constitution in 1982, and in 2022 we have a king. I think that it is legitimate that we should debate as to whether we should reach for a more democratic system.
This country who do support the monarchy. There are people with emotional connection. My own grandmother, who was born in England, camped out to witness the coronation of the Queen in 1953. My grandmother felt a direct connection going back to World War II, when during the Nazi bombardments, the Queen and the monarchy were a symbol for many in England of the resistance at that time. For many Indigenous peoples, the relationship with the Crown is of significance. That is with whom the treaties were signed, a relationship going back in history. We must acknowledge this. But the question is, here in 2022, are we not at the point where we can elect or select our head of state, rather than having the head of state represented by the British Crown? The answer, I believe, should be yes. La réponse devrait être oui.
The answer should be yes. We should put it in the proper lens in 2022.
We must acknowledge the second ever National Day of Truth and Reconciliation that has built on the work of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, making it clear that we must recognize the truth when it comes to Canada's ugly history of colonization. Colonization rooted in the Crown's control and to its benefit. The Indian Act, the reserve system, the residential school system, the pillaging of Indigenous resources, and the genocide of Indigenous peoples. The devastating impacts of colonization are still evident today. Reconciliation means carrying on a journey of decolonization, and this must include ending our ties with the British monarchy. The monarchy is a symbol of colonialism for many Indigenous peoples, and for many people who have come to Canada from around the world. Many left countries for a better life because of the conflict, impoverishment, and repression waged by the British Crown. Many left from countries that had struggles for independence, where resistance was brutally quashed by Britain and those who served the British Crown. India, Malaysia, Cyprus, the list of countries goes on. La réconciliation implique aussi
Reconciliation also means carrying on a journey of decolonization. This must include ending our ties with the monarchy. And I'm thinking of all these people who left for a better life because of the brutal repression that they underwent by the British Crown.
The monarchy is a symbol of colonialism, a symbol of slavery, a symbol of oppression and repression, a symbol of conflict. Now, we know in recent years the monarchy has engaged in a fair bit of public relations. They've said sorry for some things, but sorry won't cut it. Countries like Jamaica are demanding reparations from Britain. Countries like Barbados have done away entirely with the monarchy. Il est temps que le Canada ose.
It's time for Canada to make a bold step towards decolonization and move away from the monarchy. There are steps we should be taking now as well. Elected representatives are asked to take an oath to the King. This is an anachronism and should be done away with. I acknowledge our provincial counterpart, Sol Mamakwa, and the numerous MNAs of Québec Solidaire and the Parti Québécois who refuse to swear allegiance to the King.
Nous devrions prêter.
We should pledge allegiance to those Canadians who sent us to the House. I've spoken to many new Canadians who wonder, isn't Canada an independent country? Why don't we swear allegiance to Canadians or the Canadian government instead of the monarch? We shouldn't stop there. How democratic are we when we have an elected House of Commons and an unelected Senate? A Senate modeled along the House of Lords meant to keep a check on democracy.
Profoundly undemocratic. I believe the logical thing is that we abolish the Senate, and I'm proud that the NDP has always stood for the abolition of the Senate. Quoi qu'il y a des gens honnêtes qui siègent, ce n'est pas.
There are honest people who sit there, but it is undemocratic. I believe that around the world, Canada is lecturing the world on democracy. Sure, we have an elected House of Commons. Yes. But we can't be going around the world trying to teach them a lesson. We do not have a perfect system by any means. We have a monarch, we have an appointed Senate, and we have a parliament that is elected under a first-past-the-post system that sees parties like the Liberal Party elected to government with less than 33% of the popular vote.
Let's bring in electoral reform to ensure that Canadians' voices and the will of the Canadian people is truly reflected in their houses of government in across our country. Now, we have made some small steps in order to make our House come into the modern era, including bringing in hybrid parliament. But the reality is that the foundations of our Canadian democracy, and certainly our institutions, need a long way to go to be able to strengthen that democracy that we claim to believe in. Avec tout le crédit rendu aux parlementaires.
With credit to my fellow parliamentarians from Quebec, we should pay tribute to the leaders of the Quiet Revolution, and we should be masters in our own home.
One rooted in reconciliation, committed to decolonization, and one committed to strengthening our democracy. This ought to include ending our ties with the British monarchy. Thank you. Merci.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member from Montcalm. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. It is very interesting to listen to someone who is bringing a great deal of relevancy to this debate. And this colleague is someone who is open to debate and has made some very intelligent points. What does she think of the attitude of the Conservatives and the Liberals who simply want to sidestep this debate, whereas people have often talked about the alienation of institutions and the fact that people don't trust them anymore. So should this attitude be qualified as cowardly, colonial, or is it simply ignorance of history, or all of the above? The Honourable Member for Churchill. Well, I think I would circle D, all of the above. But clearly, I am concerned by the fact that there are very few members who don't want to talk about this very important subject. They don't want to rise in the House today to speak to this motion. We have to be clear. The fact that we have a monarch is part of our history of colonialism. And if we want to move to decolonization, then we have to take measures that include breaking the ties we have with the monarchy. Obviously, there are other things that we need to do to bolster our democracy, but this is a step that we can take. Questions and comments?
The Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's interesting comments the member has put on the record today. And I suspect it's just putting on record. Unless the member is prepared to indicate that at the end of the day, whether it's Senate reform or changing our system of state, head of state, those require a constitutional change. Does she believe that the NDP or this particular member would like to have a constitutional debate imposed upon Canadians and parliamentarians, both at all levels? Is this what she believes that we should be focusing our attention on? I don't.
The
Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiiwetinoong.
I begin by saying I think it's incumbent on us as parliamentarians to respect the debate in the House today, and certainly to track with the reality that many Canadians are sharing. You know, why do we have a head of state that's a British monarch? Right, and certainly a growing number of Canadians that are incredibly disaffected by our political system, and in part because of the fact that our first past the post system is not as democratic as it should be. I think these are important debates, and I would hope that the Liberal government would take these seriously and actually commit to action. But as I pointed out, the Liberals are in power with only 33% of the popular vote. That result served them well, and I would hope that it's not their lack of interest in pursuing this isn't actually rooted in their own self-serving reality. The reality is that Canadians expect better from their democracy, and we should be acting on that.
And comments? The
Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Speaker, and thank you to the member for Churchill-Kiiwetinoong for bringing some really important commentary to today's conversation. I wonder, as other members have reflected also, if she'd like to share more in terms of how any comments she'd have on the constitutional implications of how this motion would move forward if it passed in this place.
The Honourable Member Churchill-Kiiwetinoong, a brief answer, please.
Well, briefly, I think we're a mature democracy enough to handle next steps. And I spoke of other countries like Barbados that have moved forward. I mean, Jamaica is considering severing its ties. And here we are in Canada. Too scared to deal with this debate in the House of Commons. It seems. I think we can handle what lies forward, and really what Canadians expect is parliamentarians that are going to reinforce the democracy. That's what we're talking about today.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member Cowichan-Malahat-Langford.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and allow me to present a slightly different view on today's motion that's brought forward by the Bloc Québécois. So just for the constituents of Cowichan-Malahat-Langford, today in the House of Commons we are going to be debating a motion from the Bloc Québécois that acknowledges in its preamble that Canada is a democratic state and that this House of Commons believes in the principle of equality for all. And therefore, the motion is calling on the House to express a desire to sever ties between the Canadian state and the British monarchy. So I guess when I was approaching today's debate and figuring out how I would speak on it, I first of all ask myself, what are my constituents in Cowichan, Malahat, Langford coming to my office for? What are they emailing me about? What are they phoning me about? It is not about the monarchy, Madam Speaker. It is definitely not. People in my riding are very concerned about the rising cost in food. They are very concerned about housing unaffordability and availability. My community is going through an opioids crisis. There are so many immediate needs that are being presented to my constituents. The monarchy is far, far down the list. And so I ask myself that with all the problems that we're facing in Canada today, including in the province of Quebec, why has the Bloc Québécois chosen to bring this particular motion before the House? I serve on three committees with members of the Bloc Québécois. I serve on the Public Safety Committee with the member for Avignon, La Métis, Matane, Matapedia. She has been a fantastic member to work with, and I often hear her in this House raising the issue of firearms violence in Quebec and the issue of illegal firearms. That is an issue which matters to many Quebecers and to many Canadians. Why is the Bloc Québécois not bringing a motion centering on that forward? I serve on the Agriculture Committee with the member for Berthier-Masquinongé, someone I work together with on improving the lot of our farmers, recognizing the link between agriculture and climate change. I know in this House that member has spoken in support of supply management. And again, this is an opportunity the Bloc could have used today to talk about Canadian farmers and what more we should be doing it. The Bloc Québécois has frequently stood in this House talking about the environment, talking about climate change, talking about unfair tax policy, all of which I think could have better been served today instead of the monarchy, and issues which I think their constituents are very concerned about. How do I know this? Because they spend a lot of their time in the House talking about those issues, not the monarchy. I think that if we were truly concerned with the preamble of this motion today, namely that we're a democratic state and that we believe in the principle of equality for all, this motion could have dealt with things like the election results that we see too often in our first past the post system, where there is such a disconnect between the number of seats that a party wins compared to the percentage of the vote it receives. You need to look only at the recent results in the provincial election of Quebec, where 4 parties in opposition got between 12 and 15% of the vote, but wildly different seat counts. Here in this House of Commons, New Democrats got almost double the number of votes of the Bloc Québécois, but we have less seats. The Conservatives got more votes than the Liberals, but they are sitting in the opposition because of the efficiency of the vote. So if we're truly talking about democratic reform, the monarchy is so far down the list. We should be talking about how we elect members, how we tackle the strength and powers of the Prime Minister's office and the decision-making powers it has in all aspects of governing. How can we improve more parliamentary oversight over our institutions, the watchdogs that we as a legislative assembly are supposed to be over executive power and privilege? Those are things I think would have better been served by today's motion instead of talking about the monarchy. And Madam Speaker, I think when talking about today's motion, it's important to realize that if you go into our Constitution, namely Section 41, in any amendment to Canada's relationship with the Crown, it not only requires a resolution from the House and the Senate, but you need to also have all 10 legislative assemblies of the provinces on board. Now, right now, the provinces are united in trying to get more healthcare dollars, and that's great to see. But you would never, ever see the provinces unanimously support getting rid of the monarchy. They are dealing with far more pressing issues. They are dealing with a healthcare crisis. They are trying to reform their housing policy. They are trying to deal with an opioids crisis, a toxic drug supply. So there are far more pressing concerns, and I just don't think that with all of the things that my constituents are worried about, my fellow British Columbians are worried about, and Canadians from coast to coast to coast are worried about, that we need to put ourselves into the middle of a constitutional amendment. There are other parts of the Constitution which would be far more worthy in amending, but not, I think, our relationship with the monarchy. And, you know, I don't consider myself to be a rabid monarchist. I'm actually pretty laissez-faire about our relationship with the monarchy. It doesn't bother me in my day-to-day workings, not only as a citizen of this country, but also as a member of Parliament. I think, in my humble opinion, Mr. Speaker, that monarchs can truly be above politics. They do not have any political affiliations. And in fact, if the king, I almost said the queen, the king, were to meddle in domestic politics, that would be seen as highly inappropriate and would probably result in a constitutional crisis. And it's important to realize that our oaths to the king, to the heirs and successors of the king, are not to an individual person. They are rather to that person as like the embodiment of the crown as an institution. It is a symbol of the Canadian state, a ship which continues to sail on despite the occasional changing of its captains. I believe that the monarch's continual rule provides legislative and policy consistency over long periods of time. Governments come and go, but the crown remains. We are not alone. Canada is not alone in this. Constitutional monarchies in Western Europe include the United Kingdom, Denmark, Spain, Norway, the Netherlands, Monaco, Belgium, Luxembourg, and Sweden. I think countries we would all uphold as successful countries with strong social foundations, strong democratic participation, and indeed in many cases serving as models for what Canada can aspire to be. In Asia, Japan and Thailand are also constitutional monarchies as well. And when we are talking about the institution of Parliament, and this is where I like to talk to my students in my writing about, because we often talk about Parliament and the House of Commons interchangeably. No, Parliament means the House, the Senate, and the Crown, which of course is represented by our Governor General. All three constituent parts which are required to pass a bill into law. No bill can become a law without either or any of those bodies playing an important role. So, Mr. Speaker, I know that I'm coming down to the final couple of minutes in my speech, and so I also want to address the need for the monarchy to address past injustices. I may be here saying that the monarchy is okay to stay in Canada, but that does not mean that it cannot and must not change with the times that we find ourselves in. Many people around the world have a very troubled history and relationship with the British Crown. It has to confront and deal with legacies of colonialism, of slavery, and particularly here in Canada, the treatment of Indigenous people and residential schools. I think His Majesty King Charles III has an unparalleled opportunity to move the monarchy forward in a way that is acceptable and more relevant to today's generation. As a king, he has the opportunity to go further than his predecessors, to truly understand the 21st century that we find ourselves in. And it is my sincere hope, Mr. Speaker, that in his first visit to Canada, he takes the time to meet with Indigenous elders to truly understand the Crown's role in the residential school system and in colonialism. He owes that to Canada's Indigenous peoples. He owes that to the wider public here to fully address those past wrongs and to set a path forward. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I will announce that I will not be supporting this motion today. I will continue to stand in this House and represent my constituents and their far more pressing needs. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question Kamal Thayer, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I entirely and completely agree with the first bit of the speech from this member where he talked about much more pressing needs and that people were not coming into his office to talk about the monarch. But then he went on to talk about electoral reform and trying to convince me that people are coming into his office to talk about that. But I'll leave that aside for a second. My question for him is, let's assume that this motion was to pass and by some way we could, as of tomorrow morning, be free of the monarch. How would life change? How would life change for any average, ordinary Canadian on a day-to-day basis?
Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Well, I mean, that's the crux of the matter, Mr. Speaker. How would it change? People are far more concerned with their immediate needs right now, with how they are going to make it through the month on their paychecks, trying to balance the rent, the food, and other household expenses. And, you know, to take his question a bit further, my answer to it, I think that if you were to look at other areas, other countries which do have a politicized head of state, an elected president, such as they do in France, such as they do in the United States, that can come with its own set of problems where that office is highly politicized and in some cases even has negative consequences for the elected legislatures of those countries. So again, it's about priorities. I think there are more pressing priorities, and that's why, Mr. Speaker, I will stay focused on those for my constituents.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm very curious. The end of my colleague's speech, when he speaks about modernizing the monarchy, I admit that this is rather intriguing. The monarchy is to say that sometime in the past, God said, hey, you there, you will have powers, your descendants will have powers until the end of time. You are the one who will govern until the end of time. Now we're on a democracy today, so how can we modernize this medieval way of thinking? The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, if my honourable colleague is going to borrow from history, he needs to look only at the Magna Carta. He needs only look at the English Bill of Rights. The struggle of British history and even Canadian history has been between the executive power lodged in the form of the Crown and the will of the people, and we have evolved. It started back in the 1200s in England when the barons demanded the king share more power. That spread more so that now in England you have a fully modern democratic state where power is entirely vested in the elected government, same as it is here in Canada. I'm saying these two things can exist. We can have a modern crown that acknowledges past injustices while we continue to take steps to strengthen democratic accountability and the power of the people in electing members to this place.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire. The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to again appreciate how the member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford again mentioned electoral reform in his speech. Some have inferred that electoral reform is separate from the pressing priorities of Canadians. I'll put forward that for those who want meaningful action on climate, for example, it will be far more difficult to do so if we don't have views of all Canadians represented in this place. Could he comment on that?
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
I couldn't agree more, Mr. Speaker. The way we elect members to this House has a very real consequence for what is debated and the types of policies that are enacted. And, you know, instead of seeing, regional power blocks that all political parties have, we have to realize that every single province has a variety of views, and those are not always honored in how their provinces vote. I mean, Saskatchewan, entirely conservative based on this vote. But we know that not all people in Saskatchewan are conservative voters. New Democrats there, Liberals there, they do not have a voice in this parliament, and that's an important part of the province of Saskatchewan that is not getting a voice in this House of Commons. So I absolutely agree with him. If we were to tackle electoral reform and improve it, I think it would have much better consequences, positive consequences for how policy is enacted in this place, and would be much more representative of the true will of the Canadian people.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Manicouagon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we are talking about today refers to our principles, to our ideals, so I believe that it's not a gratuitous debate. I would like to thank all those who have participated in this debate so far today. A question of principle, I often go back to my roots. All that we are experiencing builds who we are today. Mr. Speaker, born of a working father and a nursing mother, a nurse mother, I was born a woman. I didn't have a choice, and I was born a Quebecer. Also did not have a choice in the matter. And Well, Mr. Speaker, I wouldn't, like most Quebecers and Canadians, aspire to become head of the Canadian state. Not that I would want to, but theoretically I wouldn't be able to. I haven't even pronounced 3 sentences. We are already profoundly bogged down in something that is completely illogical for someone like me who has ideals of democracy. Because what is a state that deprives its entire population of access to the office of head of state? It is certainly not a democracy. At most, Mr. Speaker, I would say that it takes on the appearance of one. It imitates its form. It's smoke and mirrors. Because let us remember, Mr. Speaker, that the word democracy, and I usually love turning to etymology to understand the meaning of words that we sometimes forget. The word democracy comes from demos, which means to distribute, share, and kratein for to command, to lead. So when you share power in amongst the people, that is what is democracy. Democracy is power to the people, and Canada, as we've seen, instead embraces constitutional monarchy. I repeat this because it's important to remember. Not only symbolically does it have tangible repercussions. This means the real head of state cannot be yourself, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be me or anyone else in this House. But it can be someone like an Elizabeth or a Charles who becomes a monarch. Someone whom the chance and the arbitrary alliances and births of the past had made heir to the crown. Monarch. Once again, from monos, alone, and archos, ruler. So, a sole ruler. Literally and absolutely antithetically, the said Canadian democracy is not in the hands of all, but in the hands of this one and unique person, this monarch. Mr. Speaker, I forgot to say that I will be sharing my time with the colleague for Longueuil Saint-Hubert. As I was saying, democracy is not in the hands of all, but in the hands of one person, this monarch. It is with all due respect, Mr. Speaker, that this is like a ceremonial democracy, a democracy in appearance only. And that is not the only reason behind the Bloc Québécois' desire to make a clean break with the British monarchy. Indeed, it is that this state of affairs goes against the very values of Quebecers. I spoke to you about the people of Quebec, and I work for the people of Quebec. Values like equality, let us think of equality. The Bloc Québécois affirms this equality in amongst all people. We promote it, we defend it. Equality in law and equality in fact. In addition to the fact that monarchy is inherently hereditary, the order of succession of monarchs implies that the male and Protestant offspring is preferred to any other child. It can therefore be inferred that the leading role in the Canadian state is best assigned, it's an arbitrary preference, is best assigned to an individual because of his gender and religious affiliation, not to mention blood ties. Democracy that has its preferences, a democracy that excludes half the human race from the very beginning, is not a democracy. It is discrimination. A monarchy discriminates both literally and figuratively and takes away the very sovereignty of a people. Because the monarch is not a Quebecer, because the monarch is not Canadian, the monarch is British. Only British. As a legislator, It is my job to enact bills as an MP, as a member of parliament elected by the people. I should accept, like the people I represent, that a monarch from overseas, whose very legitimacy is based on arbitrariness, has the power to make or break the laws upon which we vote here in the House of Commons, as in my National Assembly in Quebec. The people propose, and then Great Britain disposes. The British veto, patriarchal in nature, may I add, prevents any claim to sovereignty by the people. And the sovereignty of the people is also a value that is dear to the Bloc Québécois. Through another element which is important for the Bloc, another value that we have already debated upon, that is the freedom of religion, the freeing of religion. We're talking about an overseas country that we are subject to, but also, as I said, we also have to be in fealty to the Anglican Church. The Canadian head of state is also the head of the Church of England, and so for those of us who decades ago in Quebec decided to separate church and state, it remains a relic, to use the term, of an idea that is completely of the past when it comes to people's sovereignty and the sovereignty of ideas. Also, with regards to the sovereignty of a state, I see that I won't have time to finish everything I wanted to say, and you're making it very clear. I will perhaps very quickly talk about colonialism and women and accountability, which is very important for me. As a woman, I'm touched by this. Colonialism is a subject that other colleagues will talk about because we have a history to recount here. And the question of accountability, because we want members of parliament to make decisions. They should not believe that there is someone above them that will be able to save them or make decisions for them. We are responsible for our own decisions. I would like to say that, thinking about what I've been saying, I remember smiling to myself because my thoughts on the matter went back to my early teens, to that time when one's critical mind is forged, when one questions received ideas, when one questions forms of power. We free ourselves from strings, ties, and yokes that could not stand the test of reason. It was my own quiet revolution as a young woman. For me, as for Quebecers, this desire to break with the British monarchy is not new. It is centuries old. This pressing desire to break away is part of a desire for emancipation and collective responsibility, an affirmation of Quebec's intrinsic values of democracy, equality, and the separation of church and state. The majority of Quebecers want to free themselves from the trappings of another world and another era, far removed from what we are. And I'm one of them. As a woman, a Democrat, and free of all denominations, I refuse this unequal, arbitrary, and colonialist form of power. My faith and my loyalty are to the people of Quebec, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can't help but wonder why it is that this is the most important issue for the Bloc Québécois. I mean, there's so many other things going on right now, and I'm reminded of when they brought forward, they have very limited opposition days. I think that between now and last spring, they've had a total of 3, and they've consumed 2 of those supply motions on one, a motion that we remove the prayer from the beginning of our proceedings daily, and then second, that we somehow override the Constitution and abolish the monarchy. Is life that good in Quebec that this is the most important thing to be focused on? Can the member provide some insight into why this is deemed to be more important than some of the other pressing issues that Canadians are facing today?
L'honorable député de Manicouagan.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. J'aimerais rappeler à mon collègue qu'il n'a pas besoin de me mettre des mots dans la bouche.
Remind my colleague that he doesn't need to put words in my mouth. I can express myself quite fully. There's a form of patriarchy at play. I never said there were more or less important issues at stake. I think we should be able to deal with more than one issue at a time. And the head of state is a man. The monarchy prefers men to women, and I'm saying that that is an important issue. It's essential. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. All morning we've been listening to the Conservatives and the Liberals saying basically the same thing over and over again, like a broken record. They're saying, how is it that the Bloc is choosing such an unimportant topic? There are things more important than the monarchy. But at the same time, the monarchy is the head of state. They're at the top of the pyramid of power. How can you say that's not important? They're at the very basis of all legislation that's passed. So I wonder what my colleague thinks about what those two parties are doing. And what does this mean ultimately? Doesn't it mean that they can't really defend themselves on this issue because it's indefensible? The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to answer my colleague. I agree with him. We have an opportunity here, instead of saying ad nauseum that this is not an important topic, well, they should just stand up and address the topic. What's their position on the prayer? What's their position on breaking ties with the monarchy? Wouldn't that be just as simple? They should just say what they think of this motion, and then it would be done. I think we can talk about a number of topics at the same time, and I think the House is capable of that, and so let's get on with it. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
I have no problem telling the Bloc my position. I have no issue with the prayer. We can continue doing it because it doesn't affect anything other than use up about 15 seconds of time in this House. And then I have no problem with the current form of parliamentary system that we have that includes a monarch in it, because quite frankly, I don't see any life being different. So let me put the question, my previous question, which the member didn't answer, in another way. Can she explain to this House how, if the monarch is suddenly abolished at midnight tonight and Quebecers and Canadians wake up tomorrow morning, how will their lives suddenly be so much different than they currently are right now?
The honourable member for Manicouagan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have to say that referring to the Christian God that's not the God of everyone here in this House, nor of those with no God. And referring to a head of state who's a man, and preferably a man, I would remind my colleague that I'm a woman, not a man like him, and that's an essential issue to me. That's important to me. I'm not saying it's all going to change overnight, but I'm really talking about taking a stand. I'm taking a stand here against these vestiges of medieval times. And that's important to me as a woman who has chosen not to have any particular faith. Thank you. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have, as Quebecers and Canadians, a historic opportunity in front of us, and I'm weighing my words. With the recent death of Queen Elizabeth II, we're witnessing a transition of heads under the British Crown, and the last time was 70 years ago. That's as rare as a comet. So this is an ideal opportunity to reconsider the symbolic link we have with this foreign crown, a link that is problematic for many Quebecers, despite what my colleagues might say, including myself. The maintenance of this archaic institution. The archaic institutions of the Governor General and the Lieutenant Governor that are already costing us millions of dollars that we could use for more essential purposes. A crown for social housing, Mr. Speaker. A scepter so that we can finally send drinking water to the reserves that are still lacking drinkable water as we speak. No, in addition, don't you see that we have to devote even more resources than usual to follow this transition of the royal power? Because changing all of Canada's official letterheads and coin plates featuring our monarch to replace Elizabeth's profile with her son Charles's will cost a lot of money, if only for the extra zinc to make the ears, Mr. Speaker. There's also the fact that this transition is taking place at a time when public opinion towards these ceremonies from another era, more and more of the public is against all this, and the polls confirm it. It's especially true in Quebec, but even in Canada, a majority of people agree that we should break off all ties with the monarchy in our political institutions. During Elizabeth's reign, at the very least, it was understandable that we tolerated the status quo. People didn't want to offend this old lady. But it was like the crown now is kind of suspended, hanging between Elizabeth and Charles. This is the best time to say, that's enough, we're done with this. And we can't really be in favor of truth and reconciliation with First Nations while at the same time having every member of Parliament swear an oath to the Crown that has endorsed the worst legal violence against Indigenous peoples. We cannot claim to recognize the Quebec nation and yet keep on requiring every member of Parliament from Quebec to swear the same oath to the same Crown who hanged the Patriots and endorsed the violent repression of the villages that supported them. And that's here, but throughout history, the British Empire has been responsible for untold atrocities. It's estimated that in India alone, the British Crown is directly responsible for between 12 and 30 million deaths. And yet we continue to invoke the British Crown's name. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, rather. When the people are not being listened to, there was a time when people were called to order by saying, hey, don't offend the people. And, of course, in this context, the people are the world, the people present. We mustn't offend the people. But let's look at a common symbol of historical trauma. When you ask the members, the representatives of a secular society to swear allegiance to a king who's also the head of a church, this is how you offend the people. And to see a crown corporation spending huge amounts of money, astronomical amounts of our money, to feed us the funeral of a queen who agreed without flinching to sign a constitution that Quebec wanted no part of, that offends the people, Mr. Speaker, my people. In addition, when my hockey team, the Montreal Canadiens, the closest thing French Canadians have to a national team, has its uniform polluted by a reference to this monarchy and to a royal bank in English only to boot, I feel like they're sparing no effort to offend me. It's not the word king that bugs me. Quebecers love to talk about the king of French fries and so on. My own daughter, when she was little, loved stories about princes and princesses. She didn't grow up saying, no, I'm not interested in the monarchy. It's disgusting. But every stamp, every quarter with the effigy of the English crown on it is a reminder that I am still subject to a political regime that I never chose, and neither did any of my ancestors. For a Quebecer like me, I've got no interest in swearing an allegiance to this symbol, and that's not to mention the First Nations and the Acadians. Mr. Speaker, I do not recognize this Parliament.
Pour moi,
to me, it reminds me of a defeat, and it symbolizes 260 years of oppression and an attempt to assimilate my people. But although I don't recognize it, I do agree with what goes on here. I accept the idea that the people here represent different schools of thought, and they have the courage to put their faces on polls and to meet here in this place and spend their days together debating and trying to come up with bills that will improve the lives of their fellow citizens. That is what we call democracy, and I accept that. But I'll make a confession here. I don't understand, and I don't accept. I would even say it fills me with shame every time I think about it, is that this term of office that I'm trying to perform honorably, it all started with a lie, a terrible lie. I was asked, Mr. Speaker, this is pretty serious, and my colleagues are chit-chatting over there. They're talking about a TV show or something. I was asked, Mr. Speaker, in order to take office, to do what I do here, and I was given a mandate by the people, but there was this unavoidable requirement that I had to swear allegiance to a queen who I do not recognize or acknowledge, a power of divine right from God himself, a God I don't even believe in. Imagine what a sham this was. In my eyes. Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility, if only to prove to ourselves or the whole world that democracy can work. Things can change without violence. At times, democracy through parliamentary dialogue can produce what people want. And the people, especially in Quebec, want to get rid of the monarchy. Barbados did it. Why not us? It's not what Quebec maybe wants above all else, but it's something that they want. What is the secret of Canadian unity? Keeping everything that offends Quebecers for as long as possible? Mr. Speaker, I vote in favor of representatives of the people who can take an oath that is in line with their own true convictions. In my case, I would swear an allegiance to the people of Quebec. I'm in favor of members of Parliament who work under symbols that reflect their true values and beliefs. I'm in favor of and vote in favor of a democracy that's based on the true feelings of people's hearts and souls. I vote in favor of sincerity and truth in our political commitments. So I vote in favor of abolishing the monarchy, its oaths and symbols. And I also vote in favor of Quebec's independence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm letting out a huge sigh of relief here, Mr. Speaker, because the Bloc seems to be living in a symbolic reality. They talk about the power of the monarchy, but the monarchy actually doesn't have any real power here in Canada or even in the UK. The monarchy actually protects democracy because if the government runs roughshod over the will of the people, the monarchy can call it to order. unlike in the U.S., it's very hard to do anything about a bad president. Does the member prefer the Westminster model or the American model? The honourable member. Well, I might not like the model the member referred to, but, Mr. Speaker, I find it a bit upsetting. People aren't really interested in the debate. They're not following it. They're not participating. They're just chit-chatting. They're not taking it seriously. I'm not saying when I took an oath it was bullshit, but it's important to tell the truth. We're doing serious work here. We do our research. We do our homework. We take our positions. But when I got here, the first thing I had to do was a bunch of lies, a bunch of bullshit. It was theater, pure theater, when I took that oath. I was forced to do that. It's just theater. That's all. My colleagues are laughing at that. I can't be bothered. Just perhaps a bit of a reminder about parliamentary vocabulary. The member said something there that was rather unparliamentary, so perhaps next time he rises, he could withdraw some of the things he said. There are other words that are very similar that are parliamentary. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Provencher.
Speaker, and I did listen with great interest to the theatrics coming from my member from the bloc there, the question in my mind kept going through, well, are any of my constituents really concerned about this issue today? No. I think the issues that my constituents are concerned with today is the cost of living, the huge inflation, the tripling of the carbon tax, and those are the issues. Those tabletop issues are first and foremost in my constituents' minds, and I'm wondering if this member's constituents don't feel the same way.
The député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
Monsieur le Président, je suis mort de rire. Depuis le début.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to die laughing. All day they've been saying there's more important stuff to be talking about and dealing with, and that implies that we actually solve problems here in this place. That's a laugh. C-31, Mr. Speaker, $500 to renters, but there are 80,000 Quebecers who won't even get that benefit. So they say they're cutting checks for $500 to people. Well, but what we need is more construction. C-31 is not going to solve anything. It's a Band-Aid solution. And then climate change and so on. If only we were solving problems here, but nothing ever gets solved here. This is all a big waste of time. The Conservatives have wasted our time on the issue of who's going to take the floor next between two Conservatives. It was a colossal waste of time. We're not going to be lectured by the Conservatives here. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank the member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert for his impassioned speech and his convictions. It's nice once in a while to hear someone get up and talk and say what their convictions are and lay their cards on the table, show their true colors. Unfortunately, what we see here most of the time is people just defending the status quo and the outdated colonialism associated with the British Crown and all its symbols and history. And it's a terrible history, Mr. Speaker. We shouldn't act as if, oh no, it's all fine. It is what it is. No, we have a historic opportunity here to change things. Doesn't my colleague think that there might be something that people are unconscious of here? But one of the biggest differences between Canada and the U.S. is Canada's attachment to the monarchy. Is that maybe why they don't want to go there? They don't want to get rid of the monarchy because it's what keeps them different from the U.S.? The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, very briefly. Well, it's true that we often say in Quebec that Canada has no culture. If it weren't for Quebec, there'd be no Canadian culture because so many Canadians listen to U.S. shows and even the American news. So we have raised something fundamental here. This question of the oath, and this is something that really bothered me. I found it really hard. I really still... I'm still upset by the fact that my term of office here began with a lie, with an oath that I didn't even believe in. And I think my colleagues here would agree that it's a bad way to start with something false, and it still bothers me. I think it will always bother me till the end of my days that I had to swear this oath that I didn't believe in. Before we continue, members can sometimes become impassioned when making remarks in the chamber, but the content of their comments and speeches must always conform to the standing orders and practices of the House. Standing Order 18 states the following, and I quote, "No member shall speak disrespectfully of the sovereign, nor of the royal family, nor of the Governor-General, or the person administering the government of Canada." Unquote. House of Commons Procedure and Practice, 3rd edition, adds the following on page 621, and I quote, "Any reference to these persons which appears intended to influence the work of the House is also prohibited," unquote. While the chair can grant some latitude in this regard, I would ask all members to exercise a measure of restraint when speaking in order to comply with this important rule. And I would also ask that members avoid unparliamentary language such as the word bullshit. And I would encourage the member at some point to withdraw that remark.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health and to the Minister of Sport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And today, before I begin, it's a pleasure to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member from Winnipeg North. Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak today to respond to this motion brought by the opposition. The demise of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II has raised questions about the relevance of constitutional monarchies in the 21st century, and a number of Western democracies remain constitutional monarchies. Nevertheless, I understand why, for some, the idea of having a British monarch as head of Canadian state no longer seems relevant. I would say, Mr. Speaker, that personally I've debated this issue. I don't consider myself a monarchist. I like to keep an open mind and kind of consider why. Why do we have a head of state? And over the past couple of months, I've had the occasion to reflect on exactly why. So I'm thrilled today to deepen that degree of understanding with conversation and debate here in the House of Commons. Our system of democratic constitutional monarchy is not just about one person. The King and the Crown personify our system of government. They are stand-ins for the Canadian state and all that it represents: federalism, democracy, the rule of law, and constitutionalism. And changing the monarchy is not mere window dressing or symbolic change. Rather, it would involve fundamentally rethinking all of our institutions and how they relate to one another. It's no simple task. There are two main themes that I'd like to explore today. The first is that the Crown is ubiquitous. It's the cornerstone of the Canadian state and involved in all branches of government. And the second is that the Crown's authority, which appears broad on a reading of our constitutional instruments, is tempered by other constitutional values, though unwritten rules and norms that are equally as important. Our Constitution is comprised of legal, written rules enforceable by the courts. It's also comprised of unwritten constitutional conventions permeated by values: democracy, the separation of powers, responsible government, that all breathe life into the constitutional text. Understanding our Constitution requires understanding of both of those sources. Those are two themes that I hope to show that the legal system is significant, and abolishing the monarchy would cause quite a lot of chaos in our system of government. So I also hope to show how modern values infuse our admittedly kind of ancient constitutional institutions. La couronne, en particulier, Sa Majesté.
The Crown, in particular, His Majesty the King of Canada and his representatives, the Governor-General and Lieutenant Governors of the provinces, occupy an important space in the architecture of the Constitution. It can be easy to forget that the creation of Confederation, although authorized by the Imperial Parliament, was done so by the proclamation of Queen Victoria. And this order created a new power under the Crown of the UK and Great Britain and Ireland. the legal requirements.
State. Section 9 of the Constitution Act, 1867, formerly known under its imperial name, the British North America Act, vests in him the executive government and authority of and over Canada. The King's Privy Council for Canada was established to aid and advise the Government of Canada, and the King also has the Command-in-Chief of the Canadian Armed Forces. But the executive government of Canada was to be monarchical, and in the context of a constitution, similar in principle to that of the United Kingdom. The constitutional conventions of responsible government have meant that only those privy councillors summoned by the Governor-General serving as ministers and forming cabinet can exercise themselves or recommend the exercise of executive authority by the Governor-General or the Governor in Council. Canada, like the United Kingdom after all, is constitutional, not an absolute monarchy. So I've had the opportunity a little bit to reflect on what that value is for my constituents and for people in Canada. And I've come up with a couple of reasons why I feel like the monarchy and the Commonwealth are important to Canada and Canadians. First is our collective identity. In some countries around the world, when a government is elected, that government then is the head of state, and the Prime Minister or the President is the head of state. And oftentimes that means that the identity of the nation is kind of on the shoulders of that individual. And I think that creates turbulence. It creates change, which people aren't necessarily comfortable with. I understand why some Canadians don't want a party affiliated to represent their nation's identity. Indeed, we've seen Canadians over the last year, unfortunately, use our flag, the national symbol of Canada, in inappropriate ways during protest to indicate that they feel un-Canadian. And that's their right, I suppose. I disagree with using the flag in that manner, but I would say that the individuals in many cases that are using the flag in that way don't disagree with the country of Canada, they disagree with a political party, and I think that divide is one of some utility. Secondly, I had the opportunity to go to the Commonwealth Games this past summer. It's called the Friendly Games. I've been to lots of games. I've been to the Pan Am Games in the Winter and the Summer Olympics, and I see now why the Commonwealth Games are called the Friendly Games. It's a place to go and share some values, discuss important issues, and compete in sports that we all love and enjoy. And that opportunity to go and enjoy the Commonwealth Games in a different context now than when I was an athlete was an eye-opening one, and caused me to reflect on the value of that partnership and camaraderie. Following the Commonwealth Games, I was invited to the Victoria Forum, which is a conversation around sports' role in truth and reconciliation. It was a really good gathering in the capital of British Columbia, and it was the opportunity to discuss how our country can participate and collaborate with peer nations and countries with similar challenges and offer advice and recommendations for progress on various issues from climate change to truth and reconciliation and creating an economy that works for everyone. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Speaker, this morning I had coffee with the High Commissioners of New Zealand and Australia to talk about agriculture, rural issues, climate change, resilience and adaptation, as well as how we can work more closely together. I think there's quite a lot of value in the Commonwealth, and beyond that, there's value in having a monarch and a head of state that's not elected and continues to be, in part at least, the identity of our country. On the legislative side, His Majesty the King is one of three essential elements of the Parliament of Canada. Section 17 of the Constitution Act in 1867 states that there shall be one Parliament of Canada consisting of the Queen and Upper House styled like the Senate and the House of Commons. Royal assent signified by the Governor-General in the name of His King Majesty. His Majesty the King, you know very well, Mr. Speaker, is the spark that gives life to bills, making them legally binding and enforceable. Royal assent acts as a bridge between the sovereign expression of the will of Parliament and the execution of that will. Also, royal recommendation is required every time this House wishes to adopt a money bill. Une situation analogue prévaut dans chacune.
A similar situation exists in each province. Now, the parliaments are composed of a legislative assembly or a national assembly in Quebec and a lieutenant governor representing the king.
Here too, constitutional conventions infused in the United Kingdom do borrow from the preamble of the Constitution Act in 1867, and that permeates every aspect of constitutional parliamentary life. Royal assent is not a discretionary power exercised by a capricious sovereign whose power is absolute. It's a constitutional convention, and it's practically unthinkable for a Governor-General to reserve royal assent in modern times. Likewise, ministerial responsibility means that royal recommendation is granted by the Governor-General on the advice of Cabinet, not the discretion of the Governor-General, his or herself. Mr. Speaker, in short, I believe that the monarchy, the king, the crown is everywhere in our constitutional order. His Majesty, King Charles III, as King of Canada, personifies the Canadian state and the constitutional system of government that underlies it. And because the crown is divisible, the crown also personifies the state of the provinces. À tout événement, Monsieur le Président, puisque notre système...
Mr. Speaker, since our government comes under the monarchy, the Governor-General and the Lieutenant Governors requires the assent of this House, the Senate, and all provincial legislative assemblies. A change to this Constitution would require a major amendment to the federal compromise. There is a right of veto, and we can debate on the importance of various monarchical symbols, but we cannot make this decision alone.
Since the central premise of our system of government is that it shall be a monarchy, it's a conversation that I welcome today. I would state that I think there's other issues that our constituents would rather us be having today. But in any event, I appreciate the debate today, and I welcome some questions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député de Trois-Rivières.
Monsieur le Président. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the Parliamentary Secretary for having addressed this issue seriously, because we haven't seen that very much today in the House. I see that the Parliamentary Secretary recognizes the value of dialogue. I would like to know, in a Parliament where we try to recognize diversity, why is Quebecers' sensitivity not being recognized? Because most of them realize that, or rather think that monarchy is an affront.
Merci.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, thank you. That's a good question. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his commitment today and for the question. I think the word diversity
a different sense or a different meaning for a lot of people. I think this place contains a lot of diversity in terms of our backgrounds, our belief, and our systems. However, we are here in a country called Canada with many nations, distinct identities, and I think all of those are welcome here. And I don't see any way or reason why we can't work together despite some of those differences. I think conversations like this, civil discourse, an important subject, is an important one. One thing that I would say just earlier that I heard one member from the Bloc Québécois mention around colonialism, and I know that this is a challenge for many of us to consider how we are a nation now that was built on colonialism, but Commonwealth isn't the only nation responsible for colonialism. France also participated in acts of colonialism. My father's family came from the Netherlands. They were some of the most brutal colonialists. The Belgians, the Portuguese. Colonialism was a global phenomenon, and certainly here in Canada, because we have a British head of state in the monarchy, we refer to colonialism as a British thing, but many other countries and nations had an impact on the colonialism in Canada as well.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I had a chance to give remarks on today's motion just about an hour ago, and I remarked on the fact that, for many peoples around the world, they do have a troubled relationship with the British Crown, and my honourable friend just talked about colonialism. But before he became king, Mr. Speaker, the then Prince of Wales, Charles, on a previous visit to Canada, he made some very public remarks about the legacy of residential schools here in this country. And now that he is king, His Majesty King Charles III, I'm just wondering if my honourable friend would comment on what he would like to see King Charles do on his first visit to Canada, because the British Crown has evolved over the centuries. It used to be the divine right of kings, and now we have a constitutional monarchy. In what ways can the British Crown and the Canadian Crown evolve in the 21st century to take into account those past injustices, specifically here in Canada? Thank you.
The honourable member from Milton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. And I was just reflecting as he was speaking about the opportunities that we've had to play soccer with staffs from some of the high commissions here in Canada, and that represents the kind of fraternity that I was referring to, which I don't think is a frivolous thing. I think that partnership and fraternity, unfortunately to use a term like fraternity that is sort of steeped in sexism, but I think we agree that those occasions are good. Now, with the question of what the King could do on his first trip to Canada, I think acknowledging the wrongdoings is first and foremost the most important thing that a king needs to do as a leader and as a head of state. I think it's responsible to accept some culpability, of course. I think there's no question that the British Crown should assume more culpability for the harms that were done through the residential school systems and through colonialism. I would also say that I've admired King Charles for his forward thinking on climate change since far earlier, since before it was en vogue and a conversation that we were all having. King Charles has been, prior to his new title, a climate change activist. And so I hope when he does arrive on Canadian soil, he makes mention of wrongdoings that were done in the past, how the monarchy and how the British Crown can participate in truth and reconciliation and righting some of those wrongs. And I sincerely hope that he continues his fight against climate change, because leaders around the world are needed to stand up for positive action on that front. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And every day I get to make the same little announcement as well. Just a reminder to the folks that are participating in the debate, the shorter the questions, shorter the answers, the more people that get to participate in this great debate. So I want to thank everybody for their interventions. Continuing debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise to speak about a very interesting motion, to say something kind about it, I guess, Mr. Speaker. I'm absolutely totally amazed. When you stop and think about it, the Bloc Party will get 3 opposition days a year, typically 3 opposition days. So that means in 2022, they get 3 opposition days. Now, I want you to reflect on the issues that are facing the people of Quebec, the country, Mr. Speaker. Because, Canada is a wonderful nation made up of all sorts of regions, but I think there's some consistent threads that are going through. With 3 opposition day motions, the Bloc have decided that they want to spend a day to talk about the monarchy. Now, Mr. Speaker, for the last 30 plus years, I go on a weekly basis to the McDonald's, local McDonald's. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I cannot recall anyone coming up to me and saying, Kevin, what's happening with the monarchy? I don't hear anyone saying that, Mr. Speaker. They're talking about issues surrounding immigration. They're talking about issues surrounding the economy. They're talking about a wide variety of issues. No one's talking about constitutional change. Surely to goodness the Bloc understand that it doesn't matter what region, what province one is from. No one is talking about this issue, Mr. Speaker, except for the Bloc. I stand corrected. But you have to ask yourself the question, why is the Bloc Party collectively, just the Bloc, the people that want to see Canada fall apart, why do they want to talk about this issue, Mr. Speaker? Well, I won't speculate on that. Suffice to say, it's not because of the people of Quebec or the people of Manitoba or any other province, Mr. Speaker.
Because if it was, there would be a better reflection of the issues that we are hearing every day that's out there in our communities, from coast to coast to coast, in all regions. This motion, in essence, just shows how irrelevant the Bloc really and truly is when it comes to anything in terms of contributing in a positive way in terms of what is actually being debated and brought through the House, Mr. Speaker. Because this is their day. This is the day in which they get to pick the issue. You know, we have a good-sized number of members of Parliament here in the government benches from the Liberal caucus that are from the province of Quebec. Now, I don't necessarily need to consult with them because I follow the national news. I have a very good sense of what's happening in the province of Quebec. I understand the unique nature of Quebec. One of the reasons why I often advocate important issues like the aerospace industry, the agri industries in the province of Quebec, hydro development. These are all issues that Manitoba has in common, even on the issue of French language, Mr. Speaker, because that's such an important issue. Even in the province of Manitoba, where it is doing relatively well as it continues to grow. These are the issues that I believe people, whether they're in Manitoba or Quebec or any other province, would like to see some sort of discussion or dialogue, let alone the issues of the day. We're still not out of the pandemic, and they want to talk about royalty? Mr. Speaker, you know, talk to Canadians. They're concerned about their economic well-being, the cost of living. And they want to talk about royalty? Talk to some of the seniors in the province of Quebec. Listen to what they have to say about the cost of living, or health care, or long-term care. Talk to some of the industries that are there that we need to support, to continue to support. As I cited, the aerospace industry. Talk about missing the mark. I think that myself, if they would have given me their day, I think I could have come up with a dozen things right offhand, Mr. Speaker, that would allow us the opportunity to have a more creative, positive debate that would be not only to the benefit of people in Quebec, but people in Manitoba and, in fact, all regions. And that is something in which, as a government, we have been focused on virtually from day one, Mr. Speaker. I understand the monarchy. You know, it's interesting. They come to the chamber and say, okay, we want to talk. We want to open up the Constitution and have Canadians from coast to coast to coast to talk about, should we have a monarchy? Should we elect a head of state? Or should we appoint a head of state? Well, they're not saying what they believe. They just want to open up the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. There's no recommendation. But that's what they want us to be talking about. Well, Mr. Speaker, as I said, out of a pandemic, cost of living, we are bringing forward legislation, first-time legislation, on things such as the creation of a dental plan for the children under the age of 12. We're bringing forward legislation to assist with people that have disabilities. Both of those pieces of legislation are, in fact, historic in the sense it's the first time a national government is moving into an area because we're listening to what people in our communities are saying, Mr. Speaker, and we're bringing that to the House of Commons. Whether it's here on the floor of the House, in our respective caucus, or in our standing committees, or the many different stakeholders that we meet with, Mr. Speaker. Because as the Prime Minister constantly tells at least Liberal MPs, is to gauge what it is that's happening in your constituency and bring those ideas and thoughts here to Ottawa. Obviously, that concept or that principle is not being followed by the Bloc Party. Because if it was, they definitely would not be bringing forward a motion of this nature, Mr. Speaker. In Winnipeg North, my seniors are concerned about their future. They want to know that there's going to be quality, long-term health care. They want to know that the federal government will continue to support health care as it has been. Historic amounts of money invested by this government in health care in every region of our country. Historic amounts of money. We've achieved accords with every province, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of issues that are important to our constituents. They're concerned about the issue of cost of living. That's why we brought in legislation to enhance the GST rebate, Mr. Speaker, so that there would be more money in their pocket in dealing with the issue of inflation. That's the reason why we have the dental program for children. We want to make sure that children are in fact getting the dental care that they need, which will prevent many of those children from having to go into the hospital, Mr. Speaker. These are the types of measures that are making a difference. The Bloc earlier mocked the idea of the rental subsidy. That rental subsidy is helping people across Canada in every region. It's going a long way in supporting in a tangible way by putting, again, money in the pockets of Canadians. But if the Bloc were genuinely listening and responding by bringing those ideas and thoughts from their constituents, I think that they would have a better understanding of why it is individuals like myself and others are questioning why it is that the Bloc would bring forward such a motion, given that in 2022, where typically they'll get 3 days in any given year. And I know my member from Kingston, or the member from Kingston and Isle, will talk a little bit more about those 3 days in his speech later on this afternoon. But suffice to say, Mr. Speaker, given the environment that we are in today, I would suggest that the Bloc members need to start talking beyond their inner caucus, the Bloc caucus. Less focus on separation and more focus on the things that matter most to Canadians, no matter where they live in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. L'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Personally, I think that the Parliamentary Secretary for the Government should focus less on partisanship. Yesterday, in a debate on Uyghur genocide, for 20 minutes he attacked the Conservative Party because it wasn't time to speak about that. I would like to simply say that there is not a day where we don't talk about funding healthcare or firearms during QP, and his government does still absolutely nothing on those subjects. $67 million just thrown out of the window. If that's not important, then I wonder what is important.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member makes reference to saying less in terms of me being as partisan. You know, I will consistently advocate for national unity and the importance of Canada as a nation. There's only one political party inside this chamber that ultimately wants to see the demise of Canada as we know it today. So I would never apologize to the separatists who want to see Canada divided, because I believe that Canada is the best country in the world to live. And one of the ways in which we can contribute to ensuring that into the future, Mr. Speaker, is by ensuring that we are reflecting the true understanding and interests of Canadians here on the floor of the House. And I can assure the member opposite, the issue of the Crown, the issue of the Senate reform is not being debated in our communities in any real and tangible way in comparison to the types of issues that I've talked about.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Brandon Souris. Sorry, I'll do that again. Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague for his speech. And very seldom will I ever actually agree with the gentleman on most of his issues. But when he says Canada is the best country in the world to live in, I'm 100% behind that. And I do appreciate that. With that said, in Souris Moose Mountain, I've not had any, throughout my whole riding, anyone come to me and talk to me about the monarchy and the issue with the monarchy. And I appreciate the members' comments on that. What we've heard about is basically the economy, the inflationary rates, and the big cost it is to these individuals in a rural community. And I'm wondering, I appreciate the members' comments. I'm just wondering, he's touched on it a little bit about how he's hearing similar things. If he could expand upon that to us today.
Member Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to this issue that's being brought forward, it's very rare where I'm actually giving compliments to the Conservative Party, but I think that they've captured the essence. We might disagree in many ways, in many policies, but we understand that what we should be debating is, in fact, issues that are somewhat relevant, at the very least, to what Canadians want us to be talking about. I guess I would take the proposal a little bit differently if the Bloc were to approach it by saying that, look, we currently have the Crown monarchy system. Are they suggesting that we have an elected president into the future? Are they talking about us appointing a president? Like, there is absolutely nothing more than just being mischievous with this particular motion.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire, the honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for his eloquent speech again here in the House today. But and the whole idea of the monarchy, and I'll give an example. My mother-in-law turned 90 recently. She's lived through 3 monarchs, King George, Queen Elizabeth, now King Charles. And throughout my riding, when you're going door to door visiting people, there's people still have pictures of the Queen and her father up on the wall in their house. Their connection to the monarchy in Newfoundland and Labrador is probably stronger than any other province. And I wonder, would the member comment on the fact that Quebec is a province within Canada. It is a part of Canada, and as such, and he can heckle all he like about what he thinks he is or what he thinks he's not, but he is a Canadian citizen, even though he lives in Quebec. He's a Canadian, a Canadian, a Canadian. Would you agree to that perspective as the way Canada is right now?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary with a short answer.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm from Manitoba, yet I'm a Canadian. If people are from all sorts of provinces and territories, and you will see that there's a high sense of pride in being a Canadian. Maybe that's probably the best way. We have a system that's in place, and I'm not hearing arguments saying that we should switch this to X or Y. So at this point in the game, I don't want to have constitutional and open up the constitutional debate. I don't think Canadians want that. I think we need to get through this period of difficulty, Mr. Speaker, and hopefully, into the future, who knows what might happen. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député de...
The honourable member from Montarville. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say that I will be sharing my time with my excellent colleague for Beauport-Limoilou. I'm listening to my colleagues from federalist political parties. Well, I haven't heard much from the NDP, but everyone is apparently so proud about their Canadian identity whilst protecting a foreign institution. So what does this institution have with regards to its Canadianness? Conservatives and Liberals are saying, oh, we're proud of Canada, it's the best country in the world. And they want to protect British institutions in the same breath, British monarchy. They keep repeating that this debate isn't important, that no one in their ridings talks to them about the monarchy. Why should we spend $67 million annually on an institution that no one apparently cares about in their ridings? That is the true question. If it's not important for their constituents, then why should money be taken every single year, $67 million be taken every single year, rather than investing it in critical operations like social housing, helping the jobless? Why should this continue, these egregious expenditures, public expenditures, just for the benefit of a certain privileged class? Some Quebecers and Canadians who will never have the opportunity to go to Rideau Hall to share in hors d'oeuvres with the King or Queen. But they suffer every single day to try and make ends meet because of inflation, for example, Mr. Speaker. What we are talking about today is at the very heart of our democratic institutions that are based on equality for all, the rule of law, and not the rule based on where you were born and who your parents are, a birthright that apparently gives you the right to rule over an entire country. The monarchy, Mr. Speaker, goes against a number of principles that are at the very heart of our institutions. As I mentioned, an institution that has to do with the equality among Canadians, popular sovereignty, and democracy, and of course, the separation between church and state. We are told about what Canadians are apparently thinking. An Angus Reid poll from last April states that 71% of Quebecers are against the monarchy. They want it to disappear in Canada. 51%. Most people in all ridings want to abolish the monarchy. The poll also indicates that not a single province in Canada has a percentage of people who wish to remain with the monarchy as being higher than those who would like to get rid of it. Your constituents aren't talking about it, but ask them what they think. And most of them think that we should abolish this useless institution. Another Léger poll from June shows that 56% of Canadians are against the oath of allegiance to the Crown. Australia, that still has His Majesty the King as head of state, decided to remove this oath of allegiance. So why should not Canada do the same? Mr. Speaker, I would like to share a few words I had to share when I swore my oath in 2005 as a member of the Quebec National Assembly. My previous sermons here in the House of Commons federally also were always an intimate affair. I never invited anyone to be there, not even my closest collaborators, not even my spouse. I did that on my own. I didn't see why this should be celebrated as a ceremony. This sermon, oath ceremony, is just a formality allowing me to be an MP and acquit myself of my responsibilities. This ritual was a difficult time for me because I was fighting against myself. I thought of our Canadian ancestors who, under the English regime, had to swear oath in order to be a public servant, for example. My Acadian ancestors, depossessed and deported in miserable conditions under the fallacious pretext that they had refused to swear an unconditional oath to the British Crown because they were apparently British subjects. I felt powerless and ashamed of betraying their memory, something that had been for them such a source of pain and sadness. I hear my colleagues boast about how proud they are to be Canadian. The parliamentary secretary even stated that the Bloc Québécois wants to shatter this country through this debate. Well, Mr. Speaker, Federalists, John Manley, High Federalist who was Deputy Prime Minister, Minister for Finance under the Chrétien government, who made a number of statements, and I will share them with you.
I do believe most people think about it and realize our head of state is foreign. When she travels, she doesn't represent Canada, she represents Great Britain. I think they kind of realize this is really an institution that's a bit out of date for Canada to continue with. Prince Charles should not be allowed to become the country's king. Il poursuivait.
He went on.
The son inherit the responsibility of being head of state. That's just not something in the 21st century we ought to be entertaining. That's why it ought to be a person who is Canadian, who reflects Canadian diversity, and who is chosen by Canadians. Il poursuivait en disant, personally, I would prefer an institution after Queen Elizabeth that is just Canadian. It might be as simple as continuing with the Governor General as the head of state in Canada, but I don't think it's necessary for Canada to continue with the monarchy. Alors, Monsieur le Président.
So, Mr. Speaker, we're not talking about a nasty separatist here. We're not talking about someone who has an affinity with the Bloc. We're talking about a Liberal minister and not a junior minister. We're talking about the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance under the Jean Chrétien government. The young Liberals, who also shouldn't be suspected of having sovereignist sympathies, and this was back in 2012, and I'm not talking about 2003 like in the time of John Manley. Yeah, it was 2003. No, in 2012, the Young Liberals tabled a motion at the Liberal Convention to abolish the monarchy in Canada. So you can see, Mr. Speaker, this has absolutely nothing to do with whether you're a sovereignist or not. The majority of people from all over Canada are also opposed to the monarchy. So when you say that people in their writings are not talking about this at all, well, I actually think it's quite the opposite. They're talking out loud and clear. Especially when they hear that $70 million a year is spent on this institution instead of, for example, social housing. Imagine how much more social housing could be built if that money was spent on social housing instead of maintaining Rideau Hall and whoever lives there at our expense. Mr. Speaker, and I'm leaving out all the exorbitant expenses of the Governor General that have been reported in the media, all the expense accounts for Governors General, and Lieutenants General in the provinces, and I'm going to spare you that whole itemization, but when people say this brings stability to Canada's democracy, I would respectfully submit, Mr. Speaker, that there are a lot of democracies around the world that are not constitutional monarchies. So there's a lot of democracies that work full well without this kind of institution. Questions and comments?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member across the way for giving us some food for thought. But I'm going to suggest, as a representative of the riding that's also known as the Royal City in Canada, that Guelph has very strong ties to the royal family and has for many generations. And this house and this place that we're in also has those same ties. So I'm thinking the honourable member might be in the wrong room to think that we could change our relationship with the monarchy, and particularly with the Governor General. He made passing reference to her, but I wonder if he could maybe say the importance of the Governor General on being a Canadian representative who also represents the monarchy.
The honourable member for Montarville. I'd like my colleague from Guelph to explain to me, just for fun, how the privileged links between his riding and the monarchy. How has that changed anything for his constituents? How many times has the monarch been bothered to visit Guelph and highlight these privileged connections? It's just window dressing, Mr. Speaker. It's meaningless. And same thing with the GG. Of course, the GG is Canadian. And so we broke with the tradition of having British governors general. But if we can break with that tradition, with having British governors general, there's only one thing left to do, and that is to get rid of the whole institution once and for all. That has nothing to do with 21st century Canada. Questions and comments?
Ridge.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I find this block motion to be a distraction from what people need. And what they did yesterday, as recently as that. Yesterday, they voted in favor of a stronger federal government that will impose a carbon tax 3 times higher. And this will affect Quebecers at a time when inflation is at the highest level in 40 years. I wonder why they've come up with this motion. The cost of living is going up. Do my Bloc colleagues get it? That this really doesn't have anything to do with Quebecers' daily lives? The honourable member for Montarville. Yes, it does have to do with the daily lives of Quebecers, because it comes out of the pockets of Quebecers, the money to support this institution, my dear friends. And while the Governor General is holding receptions and taking flights with sumptuous meals, and meanwhile, there are people in your riding, my friend, who are struggling to make ends meet because life is too expensive. And meanwhile, these privileged people are living high off the hog as if it was still the 12th century. This is the 21st century. It's time they caught up with the times. And as I said, we broke with the tradition of having British governors general. I say let's follow through and get rid of the monarchy altogether.
The député de Joliette.
Questions and comments? Now, a member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, Jonquière. I've been hearing people say, we should be talking about inflation instead of this. We should be talking about the pandemic. I hear this from the Conservatives and the Liberals. But last week, we talked about C3, C5, C9, C20, and none of those bills has anything to do with inflation or the pandemic. So my question for my colleague is, are we wasting our time every day here in this place? Should we only talk about inflation and the pandemic? Can we not walk and chew gum at the same time? The honourable member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, the advantage of having been here for a long time is that I can make comparisons with other eras. And I remember in 93, the then Prime Minister, Jean Chrétien, was saying that we should be talking about what really matters, what people really care about in their daily lives. And I quickly understood. It took me a while, but once again, the advantage of being here for a while is eventually you come to realize what the government, what really matters is what the government doesn't want to talk about. All the stuff that really matters is the stuff that the government wants to avoid discussing at all costs. And so there are members here in this place whose mission it is to talk about things that the government doesn't want to talk about, and that includes the monarchy. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I was asked to make a speech on this opposition day, I obviously accepted. I was honored. I've been here for 3 years, but sometimes I wonder, I feel humbled by my role here, and I wonder, how is it that people chose me? Well, one thing I do know is that they didn't choose me to come and defend the monarchy. I'm from a mining town, and here I am here today. I'm an incredibly lucky person, incredibly fortunate, because we have a democracy. But I know that even if Quebec were to become independent tomorrow, well, if it did, I could be head of state. But if the Bloc Québécois wanted to take power, which is not the case, I can assure you, but if we wanted to take power, the leader of the Bloc would not be the head of state. And the current prime minister isn't either. Future and past prime ministers were not heads of state because the head of state is the British monarch. So it's not who the people chose. And that's the point. Our own laws that we pass together here, the legislation we work on, that we think about, that we manage, fortunately, to find consensus around, those bills, those are the voice of our constituents, the people who elected us. They speak through us. We represent them. And those bills cannot enter into force without royal assent. They cannot be enacted. And that approval has to come from an unelected person. That person has the power to withhold their assent. And that runs counter to our democratic values. And it goes even further than that. If a bill is not entirely unanimous among the people, and then there's an election, well, the royal assent can be delayed. But it got to that point, it got to that stage because the people had already spoken in favor of it. But no, the government can delay royal assent, they can hold back, they can try to make sure that the act dies on the order paper. And that is tantamount to saying that the voice of the 338 duly elected democratic representatives here, it's as if our voices were less important than the crown, less important than the voice of a single person. So I scratched my head. I asked myself, well, what does the monarchy mean to me, besides what I've already said? To me, the monarchy is an intellectual curiosity. I'm a historian. Well, I taught history, not exactly the same thing. So I was a history teacher. That's my background. And the monarchy, to me, is an oddity. It's a curiosity. I don't really know what it is. I've never experienced it. I wasn't born with a silver spoon in my mouth. My parents had to help me. The education system had to help me. I had to help myself to get to where I've gotten in life. And I actually feel sorry for princes and princesses who are born into the world and told, "Good luck. This is your fate is preordained. This is what you're destined for." I made choices in life in where I got to. So I had to wonder, why do we follow a monarch and the crown is handed down through heredity? So I had to do some consultations with libraries and librarians and say, just to figure out why we got to this point in our history. How did it come to be? And then I had to ask myself, why here and in Canada and in other places in the world, why are people so attached to the monarchy? I wanted to look at the flip side of the coin. If I was not that attached, why are some people so attached? It was a bit of a mystery to me. So I looked into our own history And I realize that many Anglophones today are descendants, whether directly or indirectly, descendants of United Empire loyalists in the U.S. who left the U.S. because the U.S. was breaking ties with, and I think the U.S. has done fairly well. They're a mature country, a bit like France. They are able to operate without a crown relatively well. Their systems work relatively well with no monarch. But these loyalists came to Canada and they brought with them their value systems when it comes to the monarchy. And I can understand that. They want to perpetuate their traditions from generation to generation. But what about the Scottish and the Irish who suffered so under the monarchy? Why are they so attached to the monarchy? I'm not really sure I have the answer to that. But my speech today, I'm trying to wear kid gloves here, not just short ones, all the way up to my shoulders, because I really don't want to offend anyone or insult anyone's values. I'm just trying to explain that 56% of Canadians and over 70% of Quebecers are against swearing an oath to the Queen or King of England. It's a king now. So those proportions keep growing. So we can't say that this is something that independentists, or what some people call us separatists, it's not something that we've come up with, because if it were so, well, are you saying that 56% of Canadians and 70% of Quebecers are separatists? That we want a new country in North America? And Canada would have a new neighbor. So this is not a separatist matter or an independentist matter. It's a matter of democracy and political maturity. We can enact our own legislation. We can decide for ourselves. We can be reasonable. And when legislation has gone through all the stages of adoption, and there are a number of steps, I think we can say, okay, we've approved this and let it enter into force. Maybe it could be a judge who could do that symbolic thing. But what we have now is an institution that costs us $67 million a year, year in, year out. And our colleagues are saying, oh, the Bloc thinks there's nothing more urgent to talk about than the monarchy. Well, of course not. Of course there are more important things, more urgent things. But the monarchy, the cost of the monarchy amounts to 3 times more than what we need for infrastructure. And I'm trying to remember the name of the program that I'm specifically referring to here. I'll find it. But anyways, there's an infrastructure program. Here it is. So in economic terms, this has a real impact, the cost of the monarchy. It's on the tip of my tongue, but anyway, the name of that program. But anyways, that amounts to 3 times more than what an infrastructure program would cost, an infrastructure program we want. So, and it represents thousands of housing units in concrete terms that we desperately need right now. So we could be helping people in a real way. Let's be mature. Let's move ahead. Let's get rid of the monarchy. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Louis Hébert.
The honourable member for Louis Hébert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her speech. That was an interesting speech. I think I share many of the sensibilities of my colleagues opposite when it comes to swearing allegiance to the British Crown. That's definitely not one of my most cherished memories, and it's something that I would have happily done without. I think my attachment to the British Crown is probably comparable to theirs on the other side. But if we decided to break ties with the Crown, I'd like to know what would replace it, given the challenge we have with the economic recession here in Canada and so on. The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. Well, first of all, I don't think I'll surprise anyone here by saying that Quebec did not sign on to the Constitution, and despite that, the monarchy said, okay, no problem, the Constitution will apply nevertheless, and we will impose it against the will of Quebec. And stop me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to make a religious reference that everyone will understand. The Constitution is not like the Ten Commandments. It's not carved in stone. We can change it. And constitutions are supposed to change because they're just a reflection of society at a point in time. But you have to be able to amend a constitution. It has to be amendable for the good of the people, because we have to do what we're sent here to do, which is represent the people. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member from Moncton. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Since this morning we've been hearing all kinds of things, and so I'd like to ask my colleague. And in fact, since I've been sitting in this House, we've heard from colleagues across the way. They've been saying that, human rights are breached and undermined. And today, either because they're being smug or because they simply don't know enough about this issue, or simply because they're cowardly, they're content with arguing for the status quo. I don't feel as if they're ashamed of what the Crown did to Acadians, for example, where it committed genocide. So how can my colleague explain why these people aren't ashamed when they pledge allegiance to the Crown with regard to Acadian descendants? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou. I'd like to thank my colleague for his very relevant question. And now, yes, it was a tragedy what happened to the Acadians, but also First Nations, the Métis of Manitoba, who were simply, their voices were silenced. I could talk about conscription also, that because Quebec soldiers were killed. I could talk about the elections in Montreal in 1832, because the army charged Francophones who were trying to defend themselves. I could give you such a long list of these Crown representatives who attacked minorities. So how can we defend minorities today, even though the government is turning a blind eye to people who have suffered for hundreds of years and has never provided an excuse for that suffering?
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to know, for example, we're having a discussion today on this issue. Why? There are so many problems right now in Canada. Runaway inflation, immigration, the war in Ukraine. So why has the Bloc chosen to debate this issue today when there are so many graver problems at issue in Canada? The Honourable Member for Beauport-Limoilou, in 30 seconds, please. Very quickly, I've already answered that question. Tangibly, well, the $67 million, that's the figure that I'd forgotten. Well, that's more than the budget for CNRC, which allows research to help all of our public. Resuming debate.
Member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will be sharing my time today with the member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill. Canada is unique in our status as a parliamentary democracy and constitutional monarchy, with His Majesty King Charles III as sovereign. As a constitutional monarch, the King is Canada's head of state, but must still abide by the decisions of the Canadian government. This element of our Constitution ensures that it is the Canadian people who determine the laws that govern us. The Canadian Crown is a reminder that the power to govern our country is shared. Our democratic system allows us to push for the change desired by our people, while the presence of the Canadian Crown offers stability and respect for due process. Over the years, the Canadian Crown has brought prestige and tradition to our celebrations. World tours have enhanced milestones in Canadian history, such as Canada's centennial anniversary, celebrated by Queen Elizabeth II, or the 75th anniversary of the Canadian Rangers, celebrated by the then Prince of Wales. Even our Canadian honours system, officially created by our last sovereign, enables us to recognize extraordinary people for their tremendous contributions to our country in a merit-based, apolitical, and accessible way. 2022 marked Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee year. As of February 6th, Canada's longest reigning sovereign was the first to celebrate this historic milestone, marking a 70th anniversary on the throne. Canadians across the nation used this momentous occasion to celebrate Canada's achievements over the past 7 decades and participate in initiatives organized by the government, a true partnership between federal departments, agencies, Crown corporations, vice-regal offices, provincial and territorial governments, as well as non-government organizations. The Department of Canadian Heritage received hundreds of applications from communities and organizations wishing to celebrate the Platinum Jubilee, and in turn provided $2.14 million in funding for 363 projects, many of which gave Canadians the opportunity to learn about the history, the role of the Crown in Canada, highlighted how Canada has evolved over the last 7 decades, and made special efforts to engage youth and Indigenous peoples. Many Canadians also took advantage of national programs offered by the Platinum Jubilee. For example, about 26,000 teachers and 4 million viewers took part in the education program developed by the Royal Canadian Geographic Society that taught students about constitutional role of the Crown with environmental and Indigenous connections. The Rideau Hall Foundation held a symposium of Queen Elizabeth scholars and high-profile Canadians, which consisted of about 2,000 speakers and participants who discussed topics of significance that shaped Canada and the Commonwealth. A Canadian Platinum Jubilees website was created with information on the historical milestone, celebratory initiatives throughout the year, and the newly developed Canadian Platinum Jubilee emblem. The website garnered well over 1 million views and social media posts in both official languages and received over 113,000 impressions on the Crown and Canadian platforms. The Royal Canadian Mint issued 4 commemorative coins for the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, all of which received tremendous response. Likewise, Canada Post issued commemorative stamps for the Queen's Platinum Jubilee, which saw very successful sales. Each country has symbols and peoples that establish its identity, culture, and represent a nation's history and priorities. The Canadian Crown, especially in the context of the Royal Tours, is a means of promoting those Canadian symbols and people, both on the national level, helping Canadians get a better understanding and a sense of attachment to their shared values, and on an international level, showing what it is that sets Canada apart from other nations. Royal visits give us the opportunity to highlight Canadian issues, people, places, and institutions of importance, and add special significance to the way we honor Canadians and their achievements. During the most recent tour, the King and Queen Consort engaged with small businesses and discussed innovative solutions and impacts of the pandemic. They met with youth groups and discussed the importance of literacy. They discussed sustainable financial measures in combating climate change and learned about the impacts that climate change has had on Northern Canada and its cultures. They met many Indigenous people of Canada, including in my riding of St. John's East, visiting the Heart Garden, participating in national traditional ceremonies, meeting with Indigenous leaders across the Northwest Territories, and learning about efforts made to preserve Indigenous languages. Through media coverage on the tour, Canadians were given the opportunity to learn about current events in their own country, as well as the nation's history. The organizations and people that the King and Queen Consort met also benefited from the publicity raising awareness of Canadians' work. Finally, upon Queen Elizabeth II's passing, a series of commemorative initiatives over a 10-day mourning period were held, ending with a national commemorative ceremony on September 19, 2022. Initiatives included a half-masting of the national flag of Canada on all federal buildings and establishments in Canada and abroad, the illumination of several key Canadian landmarks in royal blue, and the launch of a commemorative website which included resources for Canadians to learn about and celebrate the Queen's life and her years of service to Canada. Among those resources was an online book of condolences where all Canadians were invited to share their personal stories of the Queen, send messages of condolences to her family, and thank her for 7 decades of service to Canada. Almost 60,000 Canadians signed the online book of condolences, and thousands more signed physical books of condolences that were available for in-person signing at Rideau Hall in Ottawa and the Citadel of Quebec in Quebec City, and multiple community institutions across the country. This was a remarkable demonstration of collective mourning and gratitude by Canadians across the nation. The Prime Minister proclaiming a National Day of Mourning on September 19, 2022, the day the national commemorative ceremony for the Queen took place in Ottawa, which coincided with her state funeral in London. This designated holiday was an opportunity for Canadians to honor the Queen's life and service. The national ceremony took place at Christ Church Cathedral in Ottawa. It highlighted key moments of the Queen's life related to Canada and Canadians, featuring prayers and readings, an Indigenous tribute, addresses by prominent Canadians, musical interludes by a wide variety of Canadian artists, and a video montage of her 22 official tours in Canada. Attendees reflected a broad selection of Canadian society, including former Prime Ministers and Governor-General, representatives at each level of government, multi-faith representatives, and notable Canadians and individuals who hold special ties with the Queen or the Crown. The ceremony was broadcast live across the nation and garnered millions in viewership. The Canadian Crown is an institution whose grandeur and dignity clearly contribute to our collective identity and has stood the test of time, despite the challenges and changes that Canada and the world have faced in recent years. It has overseen our nation's growth and guided us through our evolution as we have learned from past mistakes and look to a brighter future. Thank you.
Before we go to questions and comments, I just wanted to remind folks that as people are starting to come in, the noise on the outside of the chamber seems to be a lot noisier than normal. I know the member, every time that door opened from the lobby there, we could hear it bleed into the microphone. So just make sure that we keep our volumes down as people are coming into the chamber to participate, of course, in question period in just a few moments. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member opposite for her tribute. I as well had a book of condolences in my office, and the response was overwhelming from the community. So the Queen certainly was very revered, and each of us here in this House were the Queen's reps, and now we are the King's reps. And I was very surprised when I called the Governor-General's office to try to get pictures of the King for the airport in my office, and was told that they're not going to do that. Would the member agree that with a new King in place, that we should be making sure that his presence is spread throughout the land?
The honourable member for St. John's East.
think it's still early days in King Charles III's reign, and so there's much work that still needs to happen. What I will say is that we are a country of diversity. We are a country that's made up of so many beautiful places with different cultures, and we are able to come together and share what it is, our shared ideals, but also to celebrate our differences. And I look forward to that continuing in the future. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Rivière.
The honourable member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the speech by my colleague, I heard words like stamps, participation, celebration. But for me, that's just smoke and mirrors. It is a voluntary blindness, and in fact, it's a denial of your reality. Look back through the history of French Canadians. Look back and see what happened over 2 and 3 centuries. It's that kind of subjugation to the monarchy and to these archaic institutions that... If that is something that is good enough for you, well, I would say that for me and for most Quebecers, we want nothing to do with this. Thank you.
The honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's very interesting. Newfoundland and Labrador, as you know, joined Canada in 1949. Prior to that, we were under British rule. And so our ability to still maintain a unique culture that's quite diverse and interesting along very different opinions and ways of being has come about because of our past. And I think we grow stronger as we move forward when we understand who we are and we take the best of who we are, move it to the future, and learn from mistakes in the past. Thank you.
Questions and comments?
Spadina for York.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree a lot with what my colleague has said. I can tell you, when I first swore an oath of allegiance to what was then Her Majesty's Royal Canadian Navy, it was such a huge part in becoming part of my identity growing up as the first in my family to grow up in this country. Was I Chinese Canadian? Was I Canadian? What was I? And I was hoping my colleague could speak a little bit about the royal family's connection to really what Canadian identity is.
John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think, each province in Canada is incredibly unique. As I said a few moments ago, we carry our own cultures forward. I think what's really interesting about our shared past with the monarchy as part of our Constitution is that we also have shared space, that we can come together, we can celebrate who we are as individual provinces, and then also lean into what it is that we have in common. And I think it's that shared value that really is what creates the strong Canada that we know and love. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Pierre-Boucher, les Patriotes Verchères.
The honourable member for Pierre-Boucher, Patriotes Verchères. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the fact that I'm a royal subject, that's not part of my pride. On the contrary, it's more of a shame for me. And unlike other people here, I didn't have a book of condolences for the Queen in my office, but although everyone else is free to do so. So I was listening to my colleagues' arguments for the monarchy, with which I disagree. But perhaps perhaps she might think about the fact that the monarchy is something that is imposed upon us, and yet we live in a democracy. We're elected by our constituents, and so we have the right. We can make the decision to rid ourselves of ties to the monarchy, and there are many people who would like us to sever those ties. So I would like to know from my colleague, who clearly wants these ties to continue, doesn't she think that she should consult that the people should consult constituents?
I can certainly say to this House that the constituents in my riding are very concerned with cost of living, with the need to expand dental care, and to work towards climate action. Thank you.
So that's all for that for now. We'll now go to statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge Park.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to congratulate His Worship John Tory, the Mayor of the City of Toronto, on his decisive re-election last night. Mayor Tory has been instrumental in bringing all the people of the City of Toronto together. He brilliantly maneuvered the COVID-19 pandemic and ensured that the most vulnerable were supported. Under Mayor Tory's leadership, the City of Toronto is building an unprecedented level of transit, including the Scarborough subway extension. He's also committed to affordable housing, and in particular, transitional housing that has proper supports for all. Our government is fortunate to work with such a dynamic and accessible mayor, and we look forward to working together to make Toronto an even better place to live, work, and raise a family. Mr. Speaker, my heartfelt congratulations to the 25 City of Toronto councillors who were elected, including my municipal counterpart, Dr. Jennifer McKelvey, on her resounding re-election. I also want to welcome Jamal Myers, the new councillor for Scarborough North. Finally, I want to thank all those who put their names forward to serve their communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. So these statements by members, of course, are always very important so that we can actually clip them and get them on Facebook and be able to hear them correctly. But with all the noise, sometimes we can't clip them and do what we need to do with them. So make sure that we keep our down as we're getting ready for question period. The honourable member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock. Nope. All right. The honourable member for London West.
Mr. Speaker, today marks 3 decades of Canadian global nutrition leadership. That's 30 years of Nutrition International being Canada's flagship nutrition organization whose work to eliminate malnutrition worldwide has saved over 7 million lives. Ensuring people have not only food but the right to nutrition to allow them to survive and then thrive is more important than ever now. In this challenging global context, nutrition must continue to be the central pillar of Canada's efforts to tackle food security crisis, especially with the combined shocks of war, supply chain disruption, and droughts that threaten our lives. Mr. Speaker, Nutrition International continues to work hand in hand with governments to support the most vulnerable of our communities, and Canadians can be proud of this work. Happy 30 years, Nutrition International.
The Honourable Member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-les-Basques. Mr. Speaker, today is the 21st Quebec Maritime Day, which highlights and celebrates the maritime industry's many contributions to our collective well-being. A true economic engine, it directly and indirectly employs nearly 25,000 workers in Quebec. People who work tirelessly from one end of the majestic St. Lawrence Seaway to the other to transport the goods consumed and used by millions of North American households. Here in the lower St. Lawrence, the maritime industry is firmly rooted in our daily lives and culture, as the river and its ships have been the backdrop to life in the lower St. Lawrence for hundreds of years. We are also home in the heart of downtown Rimouski, to the Institut Maritime du Québec, which is both the largest maritime training centre in Canada and the only French-language one. What a source of pride to cultivate tomorrow's maritime excellence in the heart of our region. Long live the maritime industry, and happy Quebec Maritime Day to all.
The honourable member for Halifax West.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the friendship between France and Canada is as strong as ever. As a member of the Canada-France Interparliamentary Association, I was privileged to help strengthen our bilateral ties at our 48th annual meeting earlier this month. I would like to thank my colleagues in the association, our counterparts, as well as the French senators, and all those who hosted us. This week of exchanges underlined our common interest in protecting the environment and promoting cultural diversity. I learned a lot about the state of the Francophonie in British Columbia and our relationships with Indigenous communities. I also participated in the unveiling of the Amitié France-Canada monument at Beechwood Cemetery in Ottawa, which commemorates the enduring historical ties, as well as shared principles between our two countries. Vive le Canada and vive la France. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydsminster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Activist policies drive the NDP Liberal agenda while economic management, transparency, and basic government services fall by the wayside. Canadians still can't get a passport. ArriveCan contracts are being fabricated, political interference is once again being covered up, and the disappointments, Mr. Speaker, they just keep coming. Mr. Speaker, Canadians are facing soaring costs, inflation at a 40-year high, and a looming recession. They are watching the cost of everything go up and seeing the value of the dollar in their pockets shrink. The cost of living is top of mind for my constituents, Mr. Speaker, and Canadians across this country. Yet this NDP Liberal coalition continues to tax, spend, and pour fuel on the affordability crisis. While the Prime Minister might go to great lengths to tell Canadians that he has their backs, the reality is, Mr. Speaker, that this NDP Liberal costing coalition costs them the shirt off their backs.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, October 24th is an important day of celebration for the Sikh, Hindu, Jain, and Buddhist communities across Canada and all around the world. These communities will gather with friends and family to celebrate Diwali and Bandi Chora Divas. The core values of Diwali celebrate the spiritual victory, knowledge, light, and good will triumph over ignorance, evil, and darkness. Throughout this month, I had the honor of celebrating Diwali and Bandi Chora Divas with a multitude of groups and constituents in my riding. These celebrations remind us that diversity is our strength, and it recognizes the significant contributions that the Hindu, Sikh, Buddhist, and Jain faiths make in Canada. I would like to wish everyone that is celebrating a happy Diwali and Bandi Chora Divas. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Canada Carleton.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was an exciting day here in Ottawa, Municipal Election Day. And today we wake up with a new mayor-elect and new city council, including 11 new councillors. I'm incredibly proud of my friend Mark Sutcliffe, who is our new mayor for Ottawa, with his vision, his campaign, and his dedication to making our city the best possible place. The energy of countless volunteers that rallied around Mark and his vision was contagious. Our city came out in large numbers, showing their confidence in his leadership and his vision. To the 3 West Ottawa City Councillors that serve in my riding of Canada Carleton, Kathy, Allen, and Clark, I look forward to working alongside you in our amazing community. To all the candidates who stepped up, who had the courage to put their name on the ballot, our city is better because of you. And lastly, a special thank you to outgoing Mayor Jim Watson for his steadfast leadership over the years. You have served us incredibly well, and I hope you get a much-deserved vacation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes, Brock.
Speaker, each year 2 students from each of my riding's 7 secondary schools are selected to participate in a program called the Capital Experience. During their 3-day trip to Ottawa, they will learn about various career opportunities that await them following their graduation from post-secondary education. I would like to introduce this year's participants, Brody Bolger and Veronica Bainan from Haliburton Highland Secondary, Ella Volitis and Jacob Partridge from Crestwood, Logan McGuinness and Sophie Calduas from Fenland Falls, Olivia Rod and Kayla Ryan from LCVI, Olivia Kilo and Jocelyn Kennedy from IU Weldon, Brody Gorel and Zoe Hanna from Brock Township Secondary School, and of course Megan Rod and Sarah Hawkins from St. Thomas Aquinas. This trip is only possible because of the generosity and kindness of local sponsors such as Lions and Rotary Clubs, Royal Canadian Legions, and small business. It's my hope that these students will be inspired as they consider future opportunities, and I'd like to invite my colleagues to welcome these students to Ottawa.
The Honourable Member for Brantford Brant.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can't afford the costly coalition between the Liberals and the NDP. While this government acknowledges that there's a housing affordability crisis, they've done nothing to address it. Instead, their massive, chaotic spending drives ownership costs to record high levels. Since the beginning of this year, the Bank of Canada's rate hikes have added hundreds of dollars to mortgage payments every single month. This is in addition to record high taxes, grocery prices, and just inflation. RBC's national aggregate housing affordability measures surpassed the previous worst ever point in 1990. This is the verdict on this Prime Minister, who prioritizes his own political interests over the well-being of millions of Canadians and the future of our next generations. In contrast, Mr. Speaker, our new Conservative leader has a plan to restore the hope of home ownership in Canada. A Conservative government will stop this never-ending random spending by the NDP Liberal
member for Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Canadians and in particular Indo-Canadians, I wish to congratulate Rishi Sunak on becoming the first person of color and the first Hindu to become the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom. His achievement is a proud moment for over 1.2 billion people of Indian heritage all across the world, including in Canada. It is a Diwali gift to about 700,000 Hindu Canadians. For me, another matter of interest is his wife Akshata Murthy comes from Bangalore, the same place I came from, and speaks the same language, Kannada. I hope Rishi Sunak will be an inspiration for the next generation Hindu Canadians and will motivate them to step forward for a more active role in public service. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to share with you my pessimism about the economic future of our country. The people of Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier, like all Canadians, are worried about inflation on a daily basis, which tells us that we are heading into a full-blown recession. Everything costs more. At the grocery store, the cost of food is going up every week. Everyone's bills jump. The cost of transportation is holding us hostage as it impacts all consumer goods. With winter coming, workers and their families will have to choose between eating or turning up the heat, both of which are vital. Meanwhile, the Liberals and their NDP accomplices want to raise taxes. In pre-recession times, this is not the time to raise taxes. The other countries have understood this. Why is this Liberal NDP coalition so out of touch? It's common sense. Will this government listen to reason and cancel all tax increases to give honest working Canadians some breathing room and hope?
The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Canadians have had enough of this government's reckless and punitive tax scheme. Farmers across Saskatchewan and the country feel ignored and mistreated by this government. And it just keeps getting worse. As we learned recently, that the government will be tripling, yes, I said tripling, their carbon tax. The Ottawa Knows Best approach from the Liberals keeps hamstringing our farmers as they try to dry their grain, heat their barns, and export their first-class agriculture products around the world to help feed the world. A government led by our leader will respect farmers, listen to their concerns, and work together to remove the gatekeepers in our country. Most importantly, we will scrap the carbon tax and finally give respect to the Canadian farmers that they've been missing for the past 7 years. Canadians and our farmers can't afford the costly coalition between the NDP and the Liberals. A Canadian government should value and promote our agriculture sector, not try and tax it out of existence.
The Honourable Member for Longueuil, Charles Lemoine. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to highlight the achievements of 4 Longueuil residents, members of the Warriors, who stood on the podium at the World Obstacle Course Championship held in Vermont last September. The team, which represented Canada at the competition, won 3 medals, including a gold medal. Léa Latour won the silver medal in the women's 13 to 19 category over the 15-kilometre distance. Chantal Castonguay, Émilie Chagnon and Léa Latour finished third with a bronze medal in the women's team race. Sean Michel won the gold medal in the men's 20 to 29-kilometre race. In all, 29 Warriors athletes participated in this event. The Warriors train every weekend at the Gérard Filion School in Longueuil, located in my riding. Congratulations to all participants and to the winners. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. The Honourable Member for Timmins James Bay.
Winter is coming and Canadians are feeling the pressure of rising heating bills, and New Democrats are calling on this government to take the GST off home heating in order to give people some relief. Now, taking the GST off heating has been a long-standing policy of New Democrats because it makes it easier for seniors and working-class families who are feeling the pressure of rising costs. Now, we attempted to work with the Conservatives on taking the GST off heating, but they refused, and that's not surprising because this Conservative Party is about the politics of division while we're here about getting things done. I mean, look at how they rail on about inflation while putting nothing on the table that's credible. Yep. We negotiated a doubling of the GST tax credit. We pushed for the investigation into the gouging by the grocery giants, and we are pushing forward with a national dental care strategy while the Conservatives stand on the sidelines and howl in outrage. And when it comes to getting relief off heating bills, New Democrats will continue to put forward the solutions that help the working class and seniors. Here, here.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Mr. Speaker, every day dozens of constituents in my riding are developing the transportation solutions of tomorrow with players such as Lyon Électrique, the Institut du Véhicule Innovant and the Centre de Développement des Composites du Québec. Rivière-du-Nord is on the road to the future, an innovative, clean and profitable path. And that's possible because our entire community, led by Marc Boursier, the Mayor of Saint-Jérôme, is fully committed to it. Together, we will continue to position Rivière-du-Nord as the hub for innovation in transportation and electrification. Today, Mr. Speaker, the Institut du Véhicule Innovant is holding a major event in Mirabel dedicated to the electrification of heavy vehicles, which are responsible for 37% of Quebec's greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector. I commend the people at the IVI for their work and assure them of my full support and that of the Québécois. The electrification of transportation is good for Rivière-du-Nord, good for Quebec, and it's good for the planet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
Mr. Speaker, we recently learned that this Liberal government spent $54 million on the ArriveCan app, an application that experts say could have been created for $200,000. In a document signed off by the government, we were given a list of companies that were contracted to do the work. Last week, one of those companies came forward saying they don't do this kind of work and didn't receive a penny, proving these Liberals gave false information to Canadians. With two more companies coming forward, we now know that millions of dollars are missing. Let's think about that. Millions of dollars over budget and millions of dollars unaccounted for. Canadians know this scandal-ridden Liberal government can't be trusted. They also know Liberal insiders are the ones who benefit. While transparency and accountability aren't this government's strong suit, Canadians have a right to know how their tax dollars are being spent and who got rich.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I join my Ottawa caucus colleagues to congratulate Mark Sutcliffe, the new mayor of our nation's capital. Speaker, Mark is a community leader. He's got an incredible capacity to bring people together and to listen and be a mayor for all of Ottawa. I also want to thank Catherine McKenney for running a strong campaign and really giving a positive vision for our community. We thank Catherine for their public service. Speaker, I also want to congratulate all councillors and school board trustees who have been elected to represent our community. And lastly, a big thank you to Jim Watson, the outgoing mayor of Ottawa, for his decades of public service. Our city is better because of members of our community getting out there and for voting and making sure that Ottawa is one of the best cities to live in our country. Thank you very much.
Oral questions, question orale, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
after the Prime Minister caused the highest inflation rates in 40 years with its inflationary deficits of $500 billion, the Prime Minister's tried to blame everyone else. But the future Liberal leader, Mark Carney, says currently inflation is mainly a domestic issue. Most of the inflation we're experiencing now is domestic in origin. So who should Liberals believe, their current leader or their future leader? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. There are global pressures causing inflation, whether it's disrupted supply chains or the cost of oil, or the increase in food prices caused by Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. And that's why we took concrete steps to help Canadians with GST refunds, with dental care for young children, and rental assistance for low-income renters. We don't understand why the Conservatives keep opposing steps that will help Canadian households. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Against Ukraine, but we get less than 0.3% of our trade with those countries. In fact, the things they make are things we already have here, energy and food, if the Prime Minister would get out of the way and let Canadians produce it. And maybe that's why Mark Carney disagrees with him. He says it's quite of inflation. It's quite broad, so it's not all imported inflation. In fact, most of it is now domestically generated inflation. And this Prime Minister is responsible for that inflation. Why won't he take responsibility?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we know Canadians are struggling with the ability to pay their bills, with their abilities to support their families, with their concerns for the months ahead. That's why we've stepped up in terms of helping them. We're delivering help as a doubling of the GST rebate over 6 months with a check that should arrive in the coming weeks in Canadians' bank accounts. At the same time as we're moving forward with support for low-income renters and help for kids under 12 to send them to the dentists. Unfortunately, despite the Conservative leader's rhetoric, he is not supporting support for renters and dental. Why isn't he supporting?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Well, it's $500 billion of inflationary deficits that have bid up the cost of the goods we buy and the interest that we pay. Inflationary taxes are making it worse, including a tripling of the carbon tax, which will raise home heating prices. Maybe that's why Mark Carney, the future leader of the Liberal Party, is saying, and I quote, "But really now inflation is principally a domestic story." So he disagrees that it can all be blamed on the rest of the world. So who should Liberals believe? Their current leader or their future one?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we listen to Canadians who are talking about the fact that they're having trouble paying for groceries, having trouble paying their bills, worried about what the winter's going to look like, which is why we've stepped up as a government to deliver checks to support them in the coming weeks with a GST rebate that is going to help 11 million households, and measures to help low-income families pay the rent as well as send their kids to the dentist. Why isn't the Conservative Party that says it cares about affordability stepping up to support on rental and dental? Why won't they support Canadians?
Before we go to the Leader of the Opposition, I just want to remind the honourable members to pay attention to their whips. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
This Prime Minister has built a house of debt. He doubled Canada's debt, added more debt than all Canadian Prime Ministers combined. He flooded our financial and mortgage system with easy cash, which bid up house prices, forcing Canadians to pay over $1 million for the average home in Toronto or Vancouver. And now the bill is coming due. Tomorrow, interest rates are expected to go up 0.5 to 0.75 of a point. And those same Canadians that this Prime Minister forced to over-leverage themselves will be hit with an uppercut of surprise higher interest rates his government said would never happen. How could he have been so irresponsible?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I know the Leader of the Opposition disagreed with us, but we chose to have Canadians' backs through the worst economic crisis of the pandemic in generations. We were there with supports for workers, for small businesses. We were there for supports for seniors and young people. We were there to support Canadians, not just because it was the right thing to do, but because it was also the smart thing to do to ensure that our economy would come back faster, and it has faster than many of our peer countries. This is why we know that supporting Canadians is the best way to build a strong future. Why aren't they supporting dental and rental for Canadians who need it?
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
He didn't have Canadians' backs. He went behind their backs so that he could give $54 million to the disastrous ArriveCan app that we didn't need, didn't work, and that developers could design in a single weekend. He went behind Canadians' back to give out $500 million to the We Charity organization. He went behind Canadians' back to give out CERB checks to prisoners and public servants who were actually on the payroll at the time. You know, these monstrous deficits wouldn't be quite so bad if he hadn't wasted so much money. Why did he waste so much and leave Canadians with so little?
Right Honourable Prime Minister.
The lesson for most Canadians from this pandemic we all have been going through is that Canadians are there for each other. We support each other through times of difficulty, and when we do that, we actually do better than if we had all tried to go our own way. The reality is, being there for each other is what has got us to where we are today with a strong economy and given us the ability to step up and support directly those who need it with GST rebates, with dental and rental supports. Again, dental and rental supports that Conservatives are opposed to.
The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. For the Prime Minister, submitting to the monarchy is unimportant. But the Prime Minister is an intelligent man. He can think about more than one thing at a time. But he's acting as if he can't. And it's too bad. He's going to have to vote tomorrow. Does he support our attachment to the British Crown? Because as far as we're concerned, an insincere oath doesn't count. So when the Prime Minister swears an oath to the Crown, is he being sincere? Was the translation working?
It was working? No? Okay, everybody got it? Okay, just make excuse.
Okay, sorry. One member didn't hear it, but we'll go to the Prime Minister.
Check your...
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Bloc Québécois has a full day to talk about Quebecers' concerns and Canadians' priorities. They could have talked about the cost of living, about inflation, about the work that we can do together here in the House for the benefit of Canadians. But no, the Bloc Québécois, surprise, surprise, wants to open up the Constitution. That's not what Quebecers and Canadians are concerned about these days. We are going to remain focused on their realities, what they need, and we will continue to be there for all Canadians. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. We'll assume that he was being sincere when he swore an oath to the Queen. Because who would want an insincere Prime Minister? What good would that be? So, Mr. Speaker, we understand that he and all Conservatives and Liberals, everybody's sincere when they swear an oath to the British Crown. Mr. Speaker, when you're caught between the Crown and the people, when your allegiance is to the Crown or to a democracy, are they going to serve a foreign king? The Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, no one here is going to question the sincerity of the Bloc leader when he swore an allegiance to the British Crown. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are concerned about other issues, whether it's climate change, global instability, the cost of living, what have you. But those are the things we want to talk about. They want to reopen the Constitution. We're going to remain focused on the real concerns of Canadians because we are here to serve Canadians in one of the most stable democracies in the world, and that is good for Canadians. The Honourable Member for Burnaby South. In Quebec and elsewhere, There is no end of emergencies. Someone died in the hospital because they had to wait for so long in an ER waiting room. Health workers are tired. They need help. When is this Prime Minister going to come out of hiding and protect our healthcare system? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, over the past 2 years of this pandemic, we invested $72 billion more in healthcare, over and above the $40 billion we transfer to the provinces annually. $72 billion more to help with healthcare all across the country. And we, as we promised, we are negotiating with the provinces and territories. We're discussing increases to health transfers. And we know that all Canadians want concrete solutions. That's what we all want.
Big oil and gas are profiteering from the inflation. They're making record profits, all the while Canadians are faced with energy prices which will increase on average between 50 and 100%. Home heating in Canada is essential. If the Prime Minister wanted to, he could today make a difference in the lives of Canadians for this upcoming winter. Will he remove GST from home heating and provide support to Canadians, yes or no?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we're directly helping Canadians with 11 million households with a doubling of the GST rebate that is going to help them with hundreds of dollars as they approach this winter to be able to cover the costs of various bills. We're also stepping up with support for Canadians who need dental care for their kids under 12. We're stepping up with support for low-income renters. We're going to continue to be there for Canadians, including with a price on pollution that puts more money back in Canadians' pockets in the provinces where it's being imposed. This is how we stick up for Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister would have people believe she had a financial epiphany recently. We're not sure the Prime Minister has started thinking about monetary policy just yet, but this is a start. She finally admits the fiscal disaster her government created isn't working, and the only way to fix this liberal inflation is to rein in spending. Canadians are skeptical, though, given Liberals are the ones who caused this inflation in the first place. Did the Finance Minister really wake up to reality, or was this peer pressure?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Sorry, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has the lowest net debt to GDP ratio among G7 countries, and Canada has the lowest deficit among G7 countries. Mr. Speaker, our deficit is hovering around 1%. That is nearly deficit zero. We have been fiscally responsible well before the new Conservative leader was elected, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we have been fiscally responsible in order to ensure that Canada would weather this inflationary storm better than most other countries. Mr. Speaker, the inflation numbers that we are seeing among our peers are much higher than we're seeing here in Canada, and in Canada we have an affordability plan that will help Canadians.
Here. The Honourable Member for Calgary, Forest Lawn.
Canadians are paying the price for her government's fiscal mismanagement and liberal inflation. $110 billion spent before COVID, $500 billion spent over the last few years, and $200 billion of which wasn't even COVID-related. Canadians' kitchen cabinets are bare while the Liberal cabinet keeps spending more money and filling their Liberal friends' cabinets up. But now, all of a sudden, this finance minister is telling her government to finally think about their inflationary spending habits. How can Canadians trust the arsonist to put out the fire they started in the first place?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, many of our allies are seeing inflation at above 10%. We here in Canada are faring relatively better, but still seeing prices rise, which is why we put forward a comprehensive affordability plan. But I'd like to get back to something that the Conservative leader said in this House. He said, quote, "It is true that dumb governments all have inflation problems." Mr. Speaker, that statement is dangerous for many reasons. You see, Canada is a trading nation. We export more than we import. To say that our closest trading partners are led by dumb governments is to risk harm to the economy and to millions upon millions of Canadian jobs. These are serious times, Mr. Speaker. Serious times deserve...
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the
NDP Liberal costly coalition voted against removing their carbon tax from home heating. The carbon tax costs Albertans over $1,500 this year, and they don't get anywhere near that back. The fact is, these Liberals are punishing Canadians for the basic need of heating their homes, and they're going to triple their take. Canadians are already choosing between heating and eating, forced to wear winter coats inside just to afford groceries. Why won't the Liberals cancel their triple tax hikes on home heating?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now in British Columbia, parts of the province have been without water for more than 100 days. In Port aux Basques, more than 100 families won't be able to go back to their home, and that's just a beginning, Mr. Speaker. In fact, some people are saying, I don't want to go back there. It's become too dangerous. What does the Conservative Party have to say about what they would do to fight climate change and protect Canadians? Nothing. In fact, they want to make pollution free again in Canada, Mr. Speaker. That's unacceptable. We have to work to protect Canadians from the impacts of climate change.
The Honourable Member for Lakeland.
But Canadians have to heat their homes. It's not a choice. Liberals are calling them polluters, while Conservatives are the only ones fighting to make life more affordable. And Mr. Speaker, they say bad news comes in three. Well, there is more. Next year, the Liberals will hit everyone with a new carbon tax, the Liberal fuel standard. The carbon tax already costs Canadians up to $2,300 more than they get back. The new one will be another $1,300. Struggling Canadians just can't afford almost $4,000 in new taxes a year. So why won't the Liberals stop their plan to triple taxes on gas, groceries, and home heating?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, in the lead up to the last election campaign, every single member opposite were in favor. Well, you said so to Canadians. They said to Canadians that they were going to put a price on carbon, Mr. Speaker. Were they lying to Canadians then, or are they lying now? That's the question I have for them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I just want to remind the honourable members, I know it gets passionate sometimes, but please place the questions through the Speaker. I want to assure the Minister that I didn't do a thing. I didn't say a thing.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, it's no secret that the bickering within the Liberal cabinet is still going on. The first public sign of friction came in 2020 when former Finance Minister Bill Morneau walked out because he objected to his Prime Minister's spending record. And last week, that friction reached a breaking point when the Finance Minister publicly contradicted her leader by saying that his government would have to tighten its belt. What's clear to us is that this government must stop fueling inflation immediately. Will the Prime Minister commit to cancelling his plan to triple the carbon tax? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, it was the right thing to do to be there for Canadians during the pandemic, and it's thanks to our support for Canadians that the economy bounced back as quickly as it did. And as we go through global economic insecurity, instability right now, Canada is posting the best growth record among the G7 and with the lowest deficit. We were fiscally responsible all throughout, and responsible for all of us were. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, it's clear the Finance Minister left because things weren't working, and the current one is contradicting the Prime Minister. No one in Cabinet agrees on anything. That's a problem. Meanwhile, we want people to understand that it's dysfunctional right now, that government. When will they show some compassion, cancel the carbon tax, and undertake not to increase any other taxes on Canadians and Quebecers? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to remind my colleague that in Quebec, there's a carbon exchange. It's different from the federal system. And in the spirit of cooperation with the provinces, we allowed those that had their own system to keep it. So in Quebec, the federal carbon tax does not apply. I'd be pleased to explain the difference to my colleague. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to make it clear. My oath to the British Crown was not sincere. It was under compulsion. It was a forced oath. Order.
À l'ordre.
Order.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly from the start, please. Inaudible for the interpreter. So it was a compelled oath. My heart wasn't in it. It meant nothing. My only allegiance, excluding the foreign king, my only allegiance is to the people of Quebec and the Quebec nation. Mr. Speaker, you can tell the Prime Minister, and you can tell it to the King.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if his oath was insincere, how many other times he's been insincere in this place. But I'd like to congratulate the Bloc leader for his almost unconditional love for the Canadian Constitution and his desire to improve it. But it might hurt him to know this. It's not Quebecers' top priority. Their top priority is the cost of living, access to housing, our young people and our seniors. Those are the priorities of Quebecers, as much as it pains me to let the Bloc leader know. The honourable member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary budget officer has confirmed that the Liberal NDP dental benefit discriminates against Quebecers. Parents of kids 12 and under in Quebec will get half as much as parents in Canada. 50% of Quebec kids will qualify, but 100% of Quebec taxpayers will have to chip in. That's discrimination, courtesy of the NDP and the Liberal Party, Mr. Speaker. Discrimination can be fixed, though. What's the government going to do to stop this? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very thankful to have this question, which gives me the opportunity to talk about dental care for children. 500,000 Canadian kids will now have access to free dental care. And for Quebec, there will be additional support for preventative dental care. And we know how important prevention is when it comes to dental health. This will help families and kids all across Canada, including in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, let me give you another explanation of how this dental benefit discriminates against Quebecers. It's because more of us have group insurance that covers dental care. In Quebec, both workers and employers agree to contribute to provide care for our kids. Today, the federal government is taxing those workers who make an effort to cut checks for others who aren't making the same effort. Do the Liberals and the NDP realize that they are discriminating against thousands of Quebec workers, most of whom are unionized? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member is right. Many of us in Canada and Quebec realize that dental care is important, including Canadian companies who do provide dental benefits in their collective agreements. And they're 40% of care, unfortunately, has to be paid for by individuals who don't have dental coverage. And that's why we wanted to ensure that all Canadians, including Quebecers, could have access to this dental care program.
Mr. Speaker, new evidence has surfaced with respect to the political interference in the investigation of the mass shooting in Nova Scotia in 2020. Sadly, Mr. Speaker, 22 people and an unborn child died in this incredibly tragic event. It is exceedingly clear that the Minister of Public Safety politically interfered in the investigation of Canada's worst mass shooting. Nova Scotians want answers, not cover-ups. Such interference may be expected in a banana republic, but not in Canada. Will the minister resign?
The Honourable Minister to the Queen's Privy Council.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as we have said a number of times in this House, the independence of police operations underpins the rule of law. This is a principle that I have not only always respected, but one which I have defended vigorously for decades. And Mr. Speaker, to be clear and explicit to everyone in this House, as I have been many times, I did not direct the Commissioner of the RCMP in any operational matter, including in the release of information pertaining to the firearms used in this tragedy. And further, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner herself has testified a number of times that there was no interference.
The honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the former Minister of Public Safety said yesterday that his testimony in committee was entirely accurate, but the Commissioner of the RCMP not only directly contradicted his remarks in committee, but also in the newly released audio recording of the Commissioner during the infamous April 28, 2020 meeting where she reprimanded her deputies. So it stands to reason then that the Minister is implying that the Commissioner lied, that she lied to her deputies on the April 28th meeting and that she lied to parliamentarians in committee. So if that's the case, Mr. Speaker, she should resign. Did she lie, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite is free to engage in any speculation and even fabrication that she wishes, although I would suggest that she might be somewhat more circumspect when she steps out of this House and makes such spurious allegations. But, Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. I did not direct the Commissioner of the RCMP in any operational matter. The Commissioner has confirmed that in her testimony before committee and under oath before the Mass Casualty Commission. Mr. Speaker, the matter is settled.
Honourable member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister is expecting us to believe that the Commissioner acted solely on her own, that she politicized the tragic deaths of 22 Canadians, that she reprimanded her deputies for failing to share the models of the firearms used in those deaths, that she directly tied this to the Liberals' gun control policy, and then told her deputies that it was the Minister's office who asked her to do this. We're supposed to believe that she did this all on her own, Mr. Speaker. It's ridiculous, Mr. Speaker. If that was true, she would be fired, at least by a government with any common decency or integrity. So someone is lying, Mr. Speaker. Who is it?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I have been clear, explicit, and unequivocal that at no time did I give direction to the RCMP to interfere with operations. And I will simply quote the Commissioner's testimony before committee and the Mass Casualty Commission, in which he said, "I did not receive direction, and I was not influenced by government officials regarding the public release of information or on the direction of the investigation." That is the Commissioner's testimony, and it coincides precisely with my statement that no direction was given.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, let's look at the facts as they stand. When the Commissioner had a conversation with her colleagues, and she said, I quote, "It was a request that I got from the Minister's office, and I told the Minister the information would be released, and then it wasn't." Mr. Speaker, it couldn't be any clearer. The RCMP Commissioner is implicating the Minister. Can the Minister act in...
Again, what is very clear is that the RCMP Commissioner, in her testimony before Executive Committee and in front of the Mass Casualty Commission under oath, was very clear that there was no interference, that I did not give her direction, and at no time, and in fact she did clarify for the committee that I have always been meticulously careful in not providing her with direction. That's her testimony, Mr. Speaker, and my statement to this House and my testimony previously is that I did not give her any direction on any operational matter.
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Inuit elders have endured many atrocities in their lifetime and deserve to age with dignity. These atrocities include residential schools, forced religious conversion, and the slaughter of sled dogs. Due to failures from this government, Inuit are exiled down south in long-term care facilities. It is unacceptable that elders in Nunavut fear dying alone away from home. When will this government start properly funding home care so elders can remain home with their loved ones?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member from Nunavut for a very important question. And
This is one of many priorities that we are working on in partnership with the government of Nunavut, with Inuit rights holders in Inuit Nunangat. We've adopted an Inuit Nunangat policy. And just this morning, I had a very good discussion with the Minister of Health of Nunavut to talk precisely about these very issues. So we will make progress in partnership with the government of Nunavut.
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Mr. Speaker, emergency rooms across Canada are closing because there isn't enough staff to keep them open, and Canadians are dying waiting for care. Just this week, a man passed away in Quebec after waiting 16 hours in the ER. This situation is occurring in every corner of our country, an outrageous situation for a G7 nation. Mr. Speaker, we need national leadership. When will this Prime Minister sit down with the premiers to negotiate stable, sufficient, and long-term federal health care funding and save Canadians' lives?
Hear, hear, hear.
L'Honorable, the Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we're all grateful for the member's question. We all feel and fear the consequences of the crisis that healthcare workers are going through throughout the country. That's true everywhere in Canada. Through a difficulty, as we heard, of accessing appropriate emergency care, but more than that, difficulty in having access to a family health team, having access to a safe and quality long-term care home, having access to home care, having access to palliative care, having access to dental care, indeed, Mr. Speaker. And that's why we're investing many, many billions of dollars, and we're going to continue doing that because we promised we would do so.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
This year marks the 30th anniversary of Women's History Month. With the theme, She Did, So Now I Can, we recognize the actions of strong women who have had a positive impact on our lives, who have been pushing boundaries so others can have more opportunities today. With misogyny on the rise, including in this House, Speaker, our government recognizes the importance of uplifting and celebrating women's voices. Can the Minister of Women and Gender Equality and Youth speak about Women's History Month and share what we can do to support women now and in the future?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Honourable Member for her empathetic leadership. And as we close out Women's History Month, some thoughts on how women hold up their communities, make them stronger. To the women working on the front lines selflessly, simply because they want to serve, Mr. Speaker. To women carving out careers and simultaneously caring for kids and senior parents. To women marching on the streets for the right to choose, Mr. Speaker. You are not invisible. We hear you. We stand with you.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
$54 million wasted on the Arrive scam with millions of dollars missing. $680 million on vaccines that were thrown in the garbage after a reckless procurement process. And now $400,000 spent on luxuries and hotel rooms for a weekend in London. This Liberal government has no problem wasting the hard-earned tax dollars that they take from everyday Canadians. When will these Liberals cap spending, cut taxes, and give Canadians a break?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, one of the measures in our affordability plan is to provide a direct payment to low-income Canadians who are having trouble paying the rent. What was the response of the new Conservative leader, Mr. Speaker? It was to say, no way. No. Let us not give anything to low-income Canadians, certainly not those peanuts. And Mr. Speaker, while that might be fine for the Conservative leader who doesn't have rent to pay, who in fact lives in a big mansion paid for by the Canadian taxpayer, for low-income Canadians, $500 will help them get to Christmas. For low-income Canadians, that is real money, Mr. Speaker, and we are there to support those Canadians.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
What this side of the House and the Conservative leader said was to not give $500 million to the Kielburgers. This side of the House has said not to do insider deals with people like Frank Baylis or their buddies at SNC Lavalin. We're hearing the same old tired talking points from these Liberals while they're wasting hundreds of millions of dollars of Canadians' hard-earned money when they can barely afford to heat their homes. Liberals are out of touch and Canadians are out of money. When will they just give Canadians a break?
Yeah. The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservative, Mr. Speaker. And Canadians who are watching at home, remember the last advice they give to Canadians was about crypto, Mr. Speaker. We will continue to invest in skills and people, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to invest in our ecosystem, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to invest in our critical minerals, Mr. Speaker. We'll continue to build an economy that works for everyone and for every Canadian watching at home.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister is acting like a child who has an unlimited credit card and who can just make minimum payments, and he knows that his children will pay it down. So we've got $400,000 for hotels in London and cronies. Why pay $250,000 when they can pay $50 million more for Arrive Can? What about $680 million for vaccines that got thrown out? Mr. Speaker, is there an adult among the Liberals? And should we take the Prime Minister's credit card away? The Honourable Minister of Families. The Conservatives forget what happened during the pandemic. It is this government who is there for Canadians. 9 million Canadians were supported through government payments, Canadians who lost their jobs. We were there, Mr. Speaker, during the pandemic. We're here now with the Canada Child Benefit and care for early childhood, and as well for people who have lost their jobs. Mr. Speaker, we are supporting Canadians, and we're not going to stop doing so. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Maybe that's a lapse, Mr. Speaker, but we're not going to forgive them for having paid $500 billion, adding $500 billion to the debt, and nothing was done for COVID. That's the reality. What about Arrive Scam? $55 million for an app that should have cost $250,000. $8 million for updates? That never worked, Mr. Speaker. The government even says that it paid millions of dollars to businesses that said they never got a cent, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality. Mr. Speaker, this costly coalition is too expensive for the Canadians. Who is the winner of the Liberal lottery? The Honourable Minister of Health. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sure that there are many people who are wondering about the previous question when he criticized the vaccine supply for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, you know that these figures that came out of this said that we had an exceptional supply of vaccines, and that's what likely saved about 100,000 lives in Canada. So, or rather 400,000 lives. So these people were saved. And in addition to people who might have lost loved ones because of the quality of the work done by this government to secure these vaccines. The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, winter is coming, and it's going to be tough for seasonal workers in regions. They've been left to fend for themselves by EI since the qualifying threshold went to 700 hours. We're not even talking about a black hole anymore, Mr. Speaker. It's a void. That's why Interprovincial Alliance is in Ottawa today. This is a group of 20 unions and advocacy groups from Eastern Quebec and the Maritimes. They're here to tell the government that the EI reform that has promised can no longer wait. When will the government finally get this reform done? We want a date, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we know Canada needs an EI system for the 21st century. That's why we have been consulting widely with Canadians to build a system that works for everyone, including seasonal workers. Although our temporary COVID support measures are winding down, regular EI benefits will continue to be available for workers, just as they were before the pandemic. And with Budget 2022, we are investing $110 million to extend the seasonal pilot until October 2023. Mr. Speaker, we know there is more work to do, and that's why we are committed to fully modernizing Canada's EI system. We look forward to launching our long-term plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Thérèse de Blainville. Mr. Speaker, that answer doesn't work anymore. The government had already promised a reform in the summer, and we're still waiting. In fact, it's been promising this reform since 2015. It's been making promises for 7 years and telling us, yes, it's coming. Now, workers are fed up. They can't be patient anymore. They're sick of being left to fend for themselves. They are here today on the Hill because they are not eligible anymore for employment insurance. They have been left in limbo. Will the minister's office at least agree to meet with them? The Honourable Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for her question, for her work. I know that she has been working tirelessly for these people, and I know that we are working hard on the EI reform. We know on this side of the House that it is important. We need to get it done. I know the government is working on consultations to ensure that employers and employees have access to a quality EI system for Canadians today and in the future. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, for 7 years, this government's mantra has been spend, spend, spend. They added $100 billion in debt before COVID and $500 billion of debt during COVID. Wow. They told us not to worry. The Deputy Prime Minister said just over 1 year ago, in today's low interest rate environment, not only can we afford these investments, it would be short-sighted not to make them. But now, in a leadership launch speech, the Deputy Prime Minister is distancing herself even from her own record, saying now is the time for restraint. How can Canadians trust the arsonist to put out the fire?
Great question.
Great.
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, what the member opposite is talking about is CERB, Canada Emergency Response Benefit, that supported 9 million Canadians in one of the most difficult periods of time that our country has faced. What he's talking about is the Canada Emergency Wage Support that supported millions of Canadians and prevented organizations and businesses from closing their doors. And you know what those supports did, Mr. Speaker? It ensured that when the economy was ready to open up, when we were able to do that because public health measures worked and because Canadians did what they needed to do to get this pandemic under control, it meant that people could go back to work, businesses could reopen, and our economy could come back just as strong as before.
Honourable Member for Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, even the Parliamentary Budget Officer said half of the COVID spending wasn't even spent on COVID. Wow. This government said interest rates would remain low. They said there would be no inflation. Then they said inflation would be temporary. And now inflation's out of control, and this government is going to spend more on interest on the debt than we do on national defense. Wow. The government's plan hasn't worked. How can Canadians afford any more of this government?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, let me simply correct the record by saying, as I said before, that we actually have the lowest deficit among G7 countries. It's hovering around 1%, almost zero deficit, Mr. Speaker. But let me also come back to the importance of the measures that we did put in place and the importance of supporting Canadians when they needed it most. It not only ensured that Canadians continue to take home a paycheck, Canadians continue to be able to pay their rent and their mortgage, but our economy has come roaring back even stronger than it did prior to the pandemic, thanks to the smart investments that we made and the fiscal responsibility that we still maintain today.
The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Well, that member is in deficit fantasy land. Mr. Speaker, our leader and our party have been calling for weeks for these Liberals to cancel taxes on Canadians. And yet, the Liberals are still planning to triple the carbon tax. I'm going to ask again today, will they stop their punishing plans to increase the carbon tax and drive up the cost of gas, groceries, and home heating? Yes or no?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to quote the member for Durham, who said, "We recognize that the most efficient way to reduce our emission is to use pricing mechanisms." We agree, Mr. Speaker. And may I also quote the member for New Brunswick Southwest, who said the backstop will kick in, the feds will take it over, and checks will begin to roll out to New Brunswick. That's exactly what we're doing, Mr. Speaker. We're fighting climate change and supporting Canadians. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Sport recently announced the renewal of funding of $25.3 million over 3 years for fairness for gender fairness in sport. This investment will help recruit and retain women and girls and will bolster ongoing efforts to achieve fairness between sexes at all levels by 2035. Can the Minister explain to us how this new contribution will help women in the world of sport? The Honourable Minister of Sport. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Châteauguay-Lacolle for her excellent work. We want to see more women and children participating in sports, but we also want to see more female coaches, officials, and women in senior management positions. This investment seeks to make all levels of sport in Canada more inclusive and accessible. We know this will make a major difference in the Canadian sports system, and we've seen recently that the place of women in sports is still undermined, but we are here to change things and to support their efforts. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Lafitte. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals have mismanaged the national debt. They counted on low interest rates in order to spend, but now they have to tax so they can spend. In the energy sector, the government was not able to prepare for the economic shock that was felt across the world. People don't have enough money and have no leeway. Will the Liberals pledge to be compassionate and to cancel the carbon tax? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have a very short memory. When we talk about COVID programs, it took a unanimous support here in the House. We didn't have time to debate it in the House. Every party had to approve it right away. And every time we tried, they approved every single one of the programs we presented, unless they weren't sincere that time either.
Member for Banff Airdrie.
Mr. Speaker, people in my part of Alberta were just hit with 5 inches of snow, and more is on the way. Winter is coming, and Canadians will need to heat their homes to keep out of the cold. So why is this Prime Minister taxing home heating fuel like it's some kind of luxury? Has he forgotten that we live in Canada? So when will he do the right thing and cancel his plan to triple the taxes on gas, groceries, and home heating?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the only way to eliminate energy poverty is to reduce household costs in energy and by fighting climate change. With the volatility of oil prices and record profit of oil companies, Conservatives are proposing Canadians be chained to the oil and gas markets and completely vulnerable to foreign wars and cartels. Our plan is to give Canadians autonomy and sovereignty on their energy needs and their finances.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Battleford Lloydminster.
Honestly, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals need to start listening to Canadians. They can't afford to put food on their table or gas in their tanks or heat their homes. The Prime Minister insists on punishing Canadians for the crime of just heating their homes or putting food on their table. They think it's a crime. It's just ludicrous. Well, the Prime Minister can afford to jet set around the world on the taxpayer's dime. Canadians are just trying to afford basic necessities. Mr. Speaker, will the NDP Liberal government have some decency and cancel their plans to triple the carbon tax?
The Honourable Minister for Families.
On this side of the House, we are listening to Canadians, and in fact, we have measures on the floor of this House right now that would support low-income Canadians, like rental supports for low-income Canadians, like dental supports for low-income children. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives continue to have an opportunity to support those. They didn't. I don't know why they didn't, but if they did care about Canadians' household income, if they did care about making sure that Canadians had those dollars in their pockets, they would have supported rental and dental supports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista Buren Trinity.
Mr. Speaker, a month ago, one of the strongest storms hit this country and destroyed homes and forever altered the lives of thousands of people in Atlantic Canada. In the first days after the storm, we saw neighbours go above and beyond to help their neighbours. Local charities, non-profits, and even the Canadian Armed Forces stepped up to help our communities. I offer them my deepest thanks. But while the immediate danger is past, there are many people who still need help. Can the Minister of Emergency Preparedness tell this House how the federal government will continue to support my constituents and the people of Atlantic Canada in the months ahead?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And let me first say that I believe that is in the thoughts of every member of this House. And we remain in our hearts, the members' constituents, and all those who were impacted by Hurricane Fiona. I'd like to take this opportunity, Mr. Speaker, to extend my thanks to the many people and organizations who stepped up when the storm struck and were there to help when people needed it most. In true Canadian spirit, people from coast to coast have chipped in to support ongoing relief efforts. Over $22 million has been fundraised so far for the Red Cross's work, and our government is matching every dollar raised. In recognition of Canadians' generous spirits, we recently extended this donation matching program to October 31st, and I want to assure my colleagues we'll be there for the people throughout this recovery.
The Honourable Member for Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are experiencing the devastation of the climate emergency. Natural disasters like Hurricane Fiona are leaving entire communities reeling. Local governments want leadership from the Liberals on climate-resilient infrastructure. It is past due for infrastructure funding to live up to the times. This government would rather give billions in subsidies to big oil and gas instead of helping people fight the climate crisis. When are the Liberals going to stop dragging their feet and fund the resilient infrastructure communities need?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for her question. In fact, according to independent international report, we're investing in Canada now twice as more in clean technologies and renewable energy than we are in fossil fuels. But that's just the beginning, Mr. Speaker. We've already invested $4 billion in adaptation measures, and we will be announcing in the coming months our national adaptation strategy to work with provinces, territories, Indigenous leadership, and municipalities to better prepare Canadians for climate change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, over 600 students, including 80 Ukrainian refugees at the University of Alberta, weren't able to go to school this September because they couldn't get a study permit. Because of IRCC delays and backlogs, students are choosing to study elsewhere, and it is costing Canadian universities millions of dollars. The minister needs to be held accountable for ruining the lives of students who just want to study in Canada. When will this government fix the shameful problems at IRCC for students and for all those wanting to come to Canada?
The Honourable Minister of Immigration.
Mr. Speaker, with enormous respect to my colleague who posed the question, I'd point out that we have actually processed the largest number of study permits this year compared to any year on record. We have had a 30% this year over last year, which represented a 30% increase over the record-setting year prior. In addition, Mr. Speaker, we know we need to do more to continue to support international students, and I'm pleased to remind this House that we recently made a change to lift the cap on the number of hours that international students can work and have adopted new measures to make it more flexible so students could continue to pursue their studies online before they arrived in Canada. We will look under every stone that we will turn them over to find solutions to support international students because it's good for Canada.
Bravo, good point. I'm afraid that's all the time we have for question period today. Before we leave or before anybody says anything, I wish to draw the attention of members to the presence in the gallery of the 2022 Gerhard Hertzberg Canada Gold Medal for Science and Engineering Prize winner, Lenore Farrig. Here, here. Also with her are with us are the winners of the Natural Sciences and Engineering Research Council's John C. Poliani Award Brockhouse Canada Prize for Interdisciplinary Research in Science and Engineering Synergy Award for Innovation and the Arthur B. MacDonald Fellowship. I would also like to draw attention of the members to the presence in the gallery of Louise Bernice Haff, Sky Dancer, the 9th Parliamentary Poet Laureate. I believe the honourable member for Winnipeg North, or the parliamentary secretary to the government House Leader, is rising on a point of order.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, on a very serious matter. The member for Belleuil-Chamblay today made a very disturbing statement when he clearly stated that his oath of allegiance to the Crown was not sincere. If it was not sincere, it is as if he never took it. As such, I believe that the Speaker should look into the appropriateness of this member continuing to sit in this place. We all know that the Constitution states that each member must take an oath or make a solemn affirmation, and that breaching this would be a very serious offense. I would ask, Mr. Speaker, to reflect on this and come back to the House with a ruling.
If I can have your attention, it is a very serious item, and each and every member does take an oath. But we do have a precedent set here on page 209, chapter 4 of the third edition of Bosch and Gagnon. And let me quote: "The Speaker was asked in 1990 to rule on the sincerity of a member's solemn affirmation. Speaker Fraser ruled that the chair was not empowered to make a judgment on the circumstances or the sincerity with which the duly elected member takes the oath of allegiance. The significance of the oath to each member is a matter of conscience, so it must remain." The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands is rising on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Given what was raised by the parliamentary secretary, plus your contribution to that, I would strongly encourage you to go back and review this, given that you are not being asked to interpret his intention. He made his intention very clear. You should go back and interpret that and come back to the House at a later time, perhaps, with a ruling on that.
I'm not going to stand here and argue back and forth. What I will do is I will look at it deeper and look at different options and come back to the House should I see it fit. Thank you. Any other points of order for now? Very good. It being 3:16, pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23rd, 2022, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the motion to concur in the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
La question est la suivante.
The question is the following one.
Pearson moved that the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration presented on Friday, April 29, 2022, be concurred in. La période de 10 minutes pour les députés votent.
The 10-minute period for members voting electronically has started, and the House will now proceed to the vote for members participating in person.
Those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Chager.
Ms. Chager.
Mr. McKay.
Mr. McKay.
Ms. Scrow.
Ms. Scrow.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. McGuinty.
Mr. Serret.
Mr. Serret.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Housefather.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Mr. Dhaliwal.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Ms. Vandenbeld.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Fillmore.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mrs. Romanato.
Mrs. Romanato.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Varani.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Fergus.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Ananda Sangri.
Mr. Dogood.
Mr. Dogood.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. DeBrusen.
Ms. Dillon.
Ms. Dillon.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Hardy.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Yacono.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Vancouverden.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Badaway.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Mr. Fragiscatos.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Madame Martinez Ferrada.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Monsieur Rabiat.
Mr. Robillard.
Mr. Sarai.
Mr. Sarai.
Madame Shanahan.
Madame Shanahan.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Ms. Sidhu Brampton South.
Mr. Sarbera.
Mr. Sarbara.
Mrs. Zaid.
Mr. Zaid.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Baker.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Lewis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Turnbull.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Weiler.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Zuberi.
Mr. Ali.
Ali.
Ms. Bradford.
Ms. Bradford.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Chahal.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Gahir.
Mr. Hanley.
Mr. Hanley.
Ms. Hefner.
Hefner.
Ms. Kayabaga.
Kayabaga.
Ms. Taylor Roy.
Taylor Roy.
Ms. Thompson.
Thompson.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mrs. Valdez.
Mr. Shearer.
Mr. Shearer.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mrs. Thomas.
Mr. Deltel.
Mr. Deltel.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Paulus.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Ms. Lanceman.
Lanceman.
Mr. Halan.
Mr. Halan.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Lewis Haldeman Norfolk.
Ms. Dancho.
Ms. Dancho.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Moore.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Baldinelli.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Major.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Berthold.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas South Glengarry.
Mr. Workington.
Mr. Workington.
Ms. Finley.
Finley.
Mr. Abultaif.
Mr. Abutayef.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Barrett.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Schmale.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Vidal.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Davidson.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Viss.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lloyd.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Lawrence.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Martel.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Roberts.
Mrs. Goodridge.
Mrs. Goodrich.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Ms. Ferrari.
Ferrari.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mrs. Vecchio.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Chambers.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Malillo.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Williams.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. McLean.
Mr. McLean.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Waugh.
Mr. Steinley.
Mr. Steinley.
Monsieur Lehoux.
Mr. Lehoux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mr. Généreux.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mrs. Falk, Battleford Lloydminster.
Mr. Van Popta.
Van Popta.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Caputo.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. Brassard.
Mr. McGuire.
McGuire.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Ms. Rumpel Garner.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Cram.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Couric.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Nader.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Tolmie.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Holback.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Brock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Redicott.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Morantz.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. McCulley, Edmonton West.
Mr. McCauley, Edmonton West.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. Falk, Provencher.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. D'Entremont.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Benson.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Bragdon.
Bragdon.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Motts.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mrs. Wagenthal.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Vierson.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Ruff.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Leipert.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Morrison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Monsieur Terrien.
Monsieur Terrien.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Chabot.
Madame Normandin.
Madame Normandin.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Bergeron.
Monsieur Garon.
Monsieur Garon.
Madame Gill.
Madame Gill.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Brunel-Duceppe.
Monsieur Thériault.
Monsieur Thériault.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Godreau.
Madame Larouche.
Madame Larouche.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Barcelou-Duval.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Savard-Tremblay.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Champoux.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Beaulieu.
Monsieur Lemire.
Monsieur Lemire.
Madame Sinclair-Degagné.
Madame Sinclair-Degagné.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Desbiens.
Madame Desbiens.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Monsieur Blanchette-Jonca.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Monsieur Désilet.
Monsieur Désilet.
Mr. Singh.
Mr. Singh.
Ms. Kwan.
Ms. Kwan.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Ms. Blaney.
Blaney.
Ms. Edlout.
Ms. Edlout.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. Johns.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Gazan.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Monsieur Bouleris.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Davies.
Ms. Matheson.
Matheson.
Mr. Desjarlais.
Monsieur Desjarlais.
Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à la motion veuillent bien.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming proceedings. wish to inform the House that the electronic voting period has ended. Si des députés n'ont pas pu voter en raison de problèmes.
If members were unable to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function and the chair will recognize them.
On a technical matter, the honourable member for Wellington, Perth.
Perth, Wellington. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On a technical matter, though, I noticed that there were no votes from anyone in the Liberal cabinet. So I'm just wondering if the app isn't working and it's an active abstention.
Let the honourable member argue that later when it's debate time. The table will now compile the results of the vote.
Yeas pour 258, 258. Nays, contre, 0, aucun.
I declare the motion carried. Did you want to? It's all yours.
Order. Je désire informer la Chambre.
I wish to inform the House that due to the deferred recorded division, government orders will be extended by 11 minutes.
Supply. Reprise du débat sur une motion.
Resuming debate on an opposition motion on the ties between Canada, the Canadian state and the monarchy, brought by Mr. Blanchet.
Honorable député de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to inform you right off the bat that I will be sharing my allocated time with my exceptional colleague, the member for Shefford. Here we are today, Madam Speaker, talking again about the British monarchy, or rather the Canadian monarchy, because that's what we're interested in today. Allow me to rephrase. That is what worries us, not what interests us. And today we've heard from Conservatives and from Liberals.
Go discuss in the lobbies, please. On a intérêt à entendre le débat, s'il vous plaît.
We would like to hear debate, please. The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. What I was saying is that today we have heard from Conservative and Liberal colleagues, as well as some New Democratic colleagues, who've told us that we should be focusing on other priorities rather than bringing a motion about monarchy today. That's true. We do have priorities. There will always be other priorities. There always have been. But I have two responses to that argument. First of all, if a governing party or a party which aspires to government can't handle more than one issue at a time, different issues at the same time, different issues with different levels of importance, well, if a party can't do that, then they should not form government, because what that signifies is incompetence. It's simple. And we've experienced some of that, and we're tired of it. Madam Speaker, we in this House address issues of different levels of importance. For example, the housing crisis, inflation, how seniors are treated, the fact that they are treated unfairly depending on their age. Those who are 65 to 74 seem to be ignored by this government. We also need to address issues which are of concern to Canadians and Quebecers. If you look at some recent surveys led by major survey companies, you'll see that Canadians do care about this issue. For example, if we look at the media today, all of the media outlets are talking about the Bloc Québécois motion. Interesting that they all seem interested in the Bloc Québécois motion. Some say that this motion doesn't matter to Canadians, but that's false, manifestly false. We can address many issues at this House. For example, those who have a serious illness still brush their teeth. Once in a while, we can talk about other issues that we don't debate every day in this House, and issues which do matter to Canadians. My second response to the argument that we should talk about other issues is that if we really want to help Canadians get through the tough economic times we're living through, for example, increased costs of living and inflation on the rise, what can we do? What would you do, Madam Speaker, if you were trying to address the situation? You would do exactly what the government should do, that is, review your spending and cut out spending that you can no longer afford. Countless Canadian and Quebecois families over the past years have watched their purchasing power drop because of the pandemic, because of other circumstances, such as inflation. Canadian families have made difficult choices. They have cut out spending on things that they can no longer afford. When it comes to government spending, though, spending on the monarchy, to me, seems indefensible. That's an indefensible spending item. It costs Canada between $60 and $70 million a year, depending on different estimates. Conservatives tell us over and over and over that they'd like Canadians to have more money in their pockets. Well, if that's the case, then can the Conservatives explain to us today how the $70 million a year we spend on the monarchy is an appropriate type of spending? What do we even gain from it? Other than maintaining a tradition that fewer and fewer Canadians hold dear. According to an Angus Reid survey, a recent one, 71% of Quebecers would like us to get rid of the monarchy. Also, 56% of Canadians are against the oath to the crown. $67 million, that's the average spending on the monarchy. With $67 million a year, we could build 670 new housing units. We could use that money for cancer research. We could put it in our EI coffers. Or we could use the money to, in fact, lighten the financial load and stress of those who are the least well off. So there you go. I wanted to point out some inconsistencies in my colleagues' arguments made by colleagues who defend the monarchy. Now, I know that we all, elected MPs in this place, we're all ardent supporters of democracy. What is the origin of the word democracy? It comes from the ancient Greek word. We all know that. It comes from the ancient Greek word demokratia, which has two parts, demos, which means people, and kratein, which means to command. Democracy is thus a term which designates a political system in which all citizens participate in public decision-making and in political life. It seems like our system, though, is more bureaucratic rather than democratic. What is the origin of the word bureaucratic? Bureau, office, and cratic. Our system isn't working so well. But let's focus on the etymology of the word democracy. When we analyze the word and its meaning, we realize very quickly that the antonym of democracy is monarchy. That is one of the antonyms. It is a completely contrasting system. They cannot coexist. One system gives the power to one person, and if we don't support that person, then we wait for that person to die so that their firstborn can take the power. In a democracy, though, in that system, if we don't like our leader, we have elections. I mentioned that there were inconsistencies in my colleagues' arguments. One of these inconsistencies is the values which are enthusiastically defended by this government, such as multiculturalism, social justice. I don't want to go too far because I don't want what I'm saying to be perceived as an insult, so I won't talk about woke culture in the government, but either way, the government tries to prioritize inclusion. The government bends over backwards to prioritize inclusion in federal institutions. So we would like to teach the government a little bit about monarchy. First, let's not forget the role that the British Crown played in the slave trade in the 17th, 18th, and 19th centuries. In fact, it is estimated that the British Crown oversaw the trade of 6 million slaves, 6 million humans in the Americas. And I'd be remiss, Madam Speaker, if I didn't remind this House of the events of 1755, when the English deported 12,500 of our Acadian brothers and sisters who refused to support the Crown. It's estimated that 2/3 of them died after this deportation. The British Crown has never apologized to the Acadians. Today, we're debating the monarchy. Tomorrow, we will vote on the block motion. I have trouble understanding how members who represent Acadian ridings will oppose our motion. How will they oppose our motion? How will they vote to keep the monarchy? For example, the members for Madawaska, Restigouche, Acadie Bathurst, Beauséjour, Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe. If it's their intention to vote against the block motion, then how can they do that? How are they going to vote against it and then say to their Acadian constituents that they voted to keep the monarchy?
Regardez l'œil ouvert, Madame la Présidente. Il y a plusieurs pays.
There are a number of countries that have called into question their ties with the British monarchy. Barbados recently, for example. Charles, who was prince and is now king, was present, and he even seemed to support Barbados's effort. And so why would it be any different with an effort by Canada? I don't have great hope on the outcome of our motion, Madam Speaker. But I would still ask colleagues to show openness after this day of discussion to beginning a public debate in all honesty and all openness, to talk to Quebecers and Canadians about this topic, to ask them, to listen to them, say, what do you think of this? I have the intention of doing that, and so do my colleagues. Let's begin a discussion and see how this archaic symbol, well, Quebecers and Canadians aren't as attached to it as some might claim. And perhaps we can talk about this topic with more openness in the near future. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments.
The
Honourable Member for Mont-Royal. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. He's a good friend, and I find he has relevant things to say, and I totally agree. We shouldn't say that this motion isn't important. We can think about many things at once. I totally agree with that. In my opinion, it's a constitutional matter. It's very complicated. Even though I think we should question the monarchy, we should have a national debate on this matter. But the constitutional process is very difficult. So to tell the government, like the motion says, to begin a process, what does the member think of this process? Would it be a constitutional process with the federal government and all of the provinces? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. I'd like to thank my colleague from Mont-Royal for the question. My real question, which opens to discussion and dialogue, it's very important. Of course, it's wishful thinking to think that the House will massively support this motion from the bloc and sever ties with the British Crown. But I have to say candidly, it's in discussing with my colleague from Mount Royal that I added to my speech today the possibility of talking to our constituents to begin that dialogue. I don't think we'll settle this in the House, but we're starting something. We're initiating a discussion that could take up more space in the public square. So I totally agree. And we can talk about this in a near future. And we'll have consulted constituents, provinces, and everyone who's concerned. And perhaps we can have a debate that leads to something. Thank you. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his speech. Listen, when you're on the left, when you're a socialist, and you fight against inequality and privilege, there's no system where there's more privilege given to a family than the monarchy, which is absurd, archaic, anti-democratic. We agree on that. But when there are debates in this House, we have to use time wisely, and we need to set priorities. The Bloc decided to talk about this topic that doesn't affect everyday people too much. Today, we talked to people who are unemployed, the lifting of temporary EI measures. Well, people will be hard-pressed in January. No checks. They'll fall into poverty. I would have preferred a topic like that one rather than a topic that, even though it's important, it's symbolic, but it's pretty removed from people's immediate concerns. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The colleague from Rosemont-La Petite Patrie has enough weight in his caucus to perhaps contribute to the choice of the topic for their next opposition day. In the meantime, the Bloc saw that there was a debate on this in Quebec, and I'm sure that my colleague is aware of it. He would have seen it in the media. There's been a lot of discussion around this in the National Assembly, and the weight of the monarchy in our system in general. So I think this is a topic that is of interest to Quebecers, and we can absolutely talk about other things that are more urgent. We ask questions about that. We ask questions in question period, so that's my response to that, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his speech. There's Barbados, Bahamas, Belize, St. Christopher, and Nevis, who are also taking measures to distance themselves from the monarchy. So the question I'd like to ask my colleague is, New Zealand and Australia have set aside the monarchy through a referendum. Is that not the path that the Government of Canada should undertake? Thank you. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague from Rivière-des-Mille for his question. I think Australia has initiated a debate. Voices are being heard, voices talking about First Nations, notably, in this discussion. And I totally agree. We need to listen to what's begun to be done elsewhere, and we need to follow that lead. That being said, as my colleague from Rivière-des-Mille has said, there's the option of referendums. There's also votes in the House of Commons. And the Bloc Québécois passed a unanimous motion in the House to make EI last 52 weeks. There was a consensus in the House. Nothing was done afterwards. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So I take the floor with a great deal of humility today on this opposition day of the Bloc Québécois. And I think we'll have to repeat that, given that Canada is a democratic state, that this House believes in the principle of equality for all. The House expressed its desire to sever ties between the Canadian state and the British monarchy and call on the government to take the actions necessary to do so. I may not be a constitutionalist, Madam Speaker, but I am a Democrat. All over the world, people are denouncing the fact that democracy is sick. I have just returned from a week in Kigali where the Interparliamentary Union expressed concern about the rise of authoritarianism and the loss of interest in democracy. If we want more representative parliaments, we must certainly avoid having heads of state who are disconnected from the population. I will therefore approach my speech from three angles: the cost of governors general, the wastefulness of lieutenant governors, and the symbolism of the British monarchy. Current events are bringing this issue home with Charles III. Our Opposition Day is therefore part of our desire to modernize and democratize our institutions. First of all, what does that $70 million represent? It may not change the world, but it costs money to remain British subjects, an average of just over $67 million a year for honorific activities, pageantry, and travel. That's not far off the cost of some of the measures in the last federal budget. For example, the budget provides $75 million in 2022-23 and $75 million in 2023-2024 to support affordable housing and related infrastructure in the north, and more might be needed for those things. This is more than the $26 million per year for 7 years that will be provided to the National Research Council of Canada starting in 2022-2023 to conduct research and development on innovative building materials such as wood, and to revitalize national building standards to encourage low-carbon building solutions. It's also more than the amount set out, $20.7 million per year for 3 years, starting in 2024-25 for Infrastructure Canada to develop a new program to address homelessness among veterans. By comparison, we could build 670 new housing units per year with $67 million. While we have been told since this morning that we are in left field with our motion, these figures bring us back to the daily difficulties of people. Not to mention that the new Liberal Conservative Deputy Prime Minister recently announced difficult months ahead with austerity, but not for the monarchy. So it's a double standard, while people will be asked by the government to tighten their belts. And who pays for this? Well, I'm not telling you anything new, Madam Speaker, by reminding you that the bulk of the bill is paid by the federal government and therefore by us for the costs associated with the office of Governor General, as well as those attributable to the visits of members of the royal family. Secondly, it should be noted that Governors General have a very comfortable pension for life when they leave office. It's enshrined in the Governor General's Act, nearly $150,000 a year, an amount indexed to the cost of living. For example, Michael Jean, who was Governor General from 2005 to 2010, has already accumulated $1.5 million. And what about Julie Payette, who left her job of her own free will and will still be able to pocket the $150,000 salary for life as the Queen's former representative in Canada? Former GGs are also entitled to reimbursement of expenses related to their former position up to a maximum of $206,000 per year. However, the federal government does not disclose exactly how much they spend, a glaring lack of transparency. And it doesn't stop there. The provinces in Quebec must take on the expenses related to the 10 lieutenant governors. In 2020, the total compensation amounted to $1.48 million. In 2019-2020, the government of Quebec paid $770,000 for the expenses of the office of the lieutenant governor. On the basis that governors general never really retire, they receive lifetime government funding for office and travel expenses in addition to their pension through a program that has existed since 1979. Third, there is a symbolism behind the monarchy. Recall that the fortunes of the British Crown are based on centuries of plunder and slavery. Recall that the Crown's involvement dates back to Elizabeth I's support of the navigator John Hawkins, who in 1560 led 3 expeditions that would set the table for the triangular trade. She had offered him an impressed ship as a reward for the 300 slaves he had brought back on his first voyage. The participation of the Crown increased during the reign of Charles II from 1660 to 1685. The Crown, as well as members of the royal family, greatly participated in the trade of people in Africa with the explicit purpose of enriching and consolidating the power of the royal family. In short, it's impossible to estimate how much of the monarchy's fortune was made through the slave trade, but the fact remains that it was the plundering of gold, ivory, skins, and slaves on the African coast that was the source of the British Crown's fortune. For the Bloc Québécois, it is contrary to our values that a handful of individuals continue to live off these past crimes and other historical points. In bursts now. The Crown was responsible for the deportation of over 12,500 Acadians, nearly 80% of the population, in 1755. Between 7,500 and 9,000 Acadians died as a result of this genocide. Even today, the Crown refuses to apologize. Bloody repression of the Patriots' resistance of 1837-38, hanging many leaders of the movement. They annexed Métis territories and hanged Louis Riel to ensure that the West would be English-speaking, united Lower Canada to Upper Canada in 1840 to allow accelerated development of Upper Canada with Lower Canada's resources, and to outvote Francophones for assimilation. It prohibited the public teaching of French in all provinces with an English-speaking majority for more than 100 years. It was not until 1968 that French public high schools were opened in Ontario. Oversaw the repatriation of the Canadian Constitution in 1982 despite Quebec's dissatisfaction, with a knife in the back. Had its back to the wall when the federal government largely defrauded the 1995 referendum process. Watched wordlessly as the federal government set about destroying our Bill 101 by funding with millions of dollars the Quebec Community Group Network, which has helped to gut our founding law more than 200 times since 1977. No official apology has been given by the royal family for any of these events. The British monarchy in America is 260 years of anti-French hostility. The values of secularism and neutrality of Quebecers are in direct conflict with those of the monarchy, since the King of England is also the head of the Church of England. In Quebec, we advocate a separation between church and state, in other words, the neutrality of the Quebec state, and the continuation of this monarchical system here in the country is in complete contradiction with this foundation. At the Bloc Québécois, we support the necessity of separating religion and government. That is why we recently proposed to remove the prayer and replace it with a moment of personal reflection. Quebecers do not identify with Canada as a monarchy. It simply has no place in a democratic institution that must be exemplary in its respect for the principle of separation of state and religion. In terms of openness and secularism, the federal government would be well advised to take its cue from Quebec, which is well ahead of the curve. In conclusion, we are not the only ones to have this reflection. In the past, the Republic of South Africa was founded in May 1961. Then there was Barbados, which is no longer under the monarchy. Other countries are reflecting, such as Australia. And then the abolition of ties with the monarchy is justified not only by its sheer uselessness, but above all by the real importance of the monarchy in our institutions. Not a single law of the National Assembly or the House of Commons is valid without royal approval. Through his representatives, King Charles III thus participates in the exercise of legislative power. Monarchy runs counter to many of the principles at the heart of our institutions, such as the equality of citizens, sovereignty of the people, democracy, and separation of state and church. Indeed, no Canadian or Quebecer, regardless of merit, can aspire to become head of state. The holder of power is not a matter of democracy, but of hereditary affiliation. The polls are also clear on the willingness of Quebecers and Canadians to get rid of the monarchy that costs us millions of dollars per year. The Bloc Québécois believes that this is a great opportunity to stop wasting public money on a completely archaic institution. The Bloc stands in solidarity with Quebecers who have long been concerned about the cost of living. You can see it in our platform. In closing, what I find disconnected is to see the leader of the Conservatives begin his victory speech for the leadership race by praising the Queen, as if outside the monarchy there is no salvation. If we were so disconnected from the will of Quebecers, why do I hear about it on the ground from people? We need, in the context of this disinterest by Canadians and Quebecers, we need to talk about this issue. And finally, waiting for today's exchanges, is it not a confirmation that we are a nation that aspires to what is most natural for a people, that is to say freedom and independence?
Questions and comments, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I do believe that members of the Bloc are completely out of touch with the communities in which they represent. When I look in terms of what's being talked about, whether it's in Winnipeg North or arguably throughout Canada and all of our regions, it seems to me it's about things like the cost of living. It's about health care. It's about long-term care. There's a wide variety of issues that people are wanting to talk about. Then the Bloc bring forward a motion which doesn't talk about what they would replace it with. All they say is, we don't want the Crown. The Bloc, and this is the question for the member, would she, or can the member indicate to the House, what would she replace the monarchy with? Would she say that the Prime Minister should become more powerful? Would she say that we should be having another election for a president? Is she saying that we should appoint?
No, they didn't think that
what
through.
would they actually do?
No, they didn't think that part through.
Honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Madam Speaker, I won't give a course on democracy to my colleague from Winnipeg North. There are other Republican systems. We can study them. But those systems would cost less than what's in place now. People wouldn't be paying for $1,000 lemons. But I don't know about the people of Winnipeg North, but back home, a municipal official told me that this is an important issue because it costs a lot of money. Back home, we're sick of seeing that half of seniors are ignored by the Liberal government because it's too expensive. That's a political choice. There's the matter of health transfers, mental health, women who are beaten, because there isn't the health transfer. It's a political choice. We need to make choices. There needs to be investments on the ground.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her speech and for her passion. When it comes to the monarchy, I will quote Indiana Jones, who said it belongs in a museum. But when it comes to economics, $67 million is a lot of money. It could go to social housing, to community group. Savings are savings when it comes to helping people. But there was a group for responsible taxation in Canada that was telling us that $30 billion were lost through irresponsible taxation. And I was wondering what the Bloc would tell us about that. Let's talk about tax evasion, perhaps.
L'honorable député de Shefford.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. And thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie, who now, with this question, allows me to talk about other sources of revenue. Why aren't we talking about that? Because my colleague for Joliette is waging a war against tax evasion, but the Liberals are saying that it's not as serious a problem as my colleague does say. So I was wondering, I think that it would be a very good idea to get money back, but it's too easy to evade taxes. And across the way, we're getting nothing when it comes to fighting tax evasion. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank my colleague for her speech. The modern avant-garde beliefs of Quebec may not be everyone's cup of tea. But I respect them, and I'd like to get my colleagues' opinion. How can they say that the questions that we raise are not relevant? I really don't understand why they're saying that we are not being relevant here in the House of Commons. It's judgment, and it's a concern for us. We need to be able to express what matters to Quebecers without having to face this wave of judgment. The member for Shefford. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for Rivière-des-Mille for his question. I would further say that there are a number of issues that the Bloc Québécois raises. The Bloc Québécois has been championing employment insurance reform. It's taking too long, and we know that seasonal workers are suffering. We talked about that today. We're not only talking about the monarchy. Today is an opposition day, and we are talking about this topic, which is an important one. But we are capable of chewing gum and walking at the same time. I mean, we are talking about how much the monarchy is costing us, and that's something we don't talk about. Resuming debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, Senate.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Today I'll be sharing my time with the member from Hochelaga. And Madam Speaker, I just want to start off today's discussion by, reflecting on exactly what it is we're doing here today. I think for those that are watching, perhaps those that don't tune in regularly, that may have just happened across the channel today displaying the parliamentary proceedings, they might wonder what's going on. And here's the situation, Madam Speaker. In a calendar year based on the composition of the House of Commons, in one calendar year, the Bloc Québécois gets 3 days, 3 sitting days of this House to bring forward issues that are important to the individuals and the communities that they represent. And today is one of those days. And today's not unique, unfortunately, because this is not the first time that the Bloc Québécois has done something like this. Today, they've decided to bring forward this motion that we somehow start this constitutional process of removing the monarch from the framework that sets up our parliamentary and democratic system. But they did something very similar in terms of being completely from out in left field just last spring, when they brought forward a motion to remove the 15-second prayer from the beginning of the proceedings of every day in this House of Commons. And I mention this, Madam Speaker, not because I don't think that these two issues might be important to Bloc members, but I bring these up because how is it when the Bloc Québécois gets 3 days in a calendar year, 3 days to bring issues forward, they use 2 of those days to talk about the 15-second prayer that we have at the beginning of the day and this motion about the monarchy and the current framework that our parliamentary system is set up in. I believe that this is important to Bloc members, but I cannot believe for 1 second that this is the most important thing that their constituents care about. I can tell you from my riding in Kingston and the Islands, I've been the Member of Parliament for 7 years, and I have never once had somebody come up to me and say, MP Gerritsen, you need to do something about the state of our democratic institution and remove the head of state. It's just never happened. But maybe it's a Quebec thing. Okay, fine. My wife and I and our kids spend a lot of time an hour north of here in Lac Ste. Marie, Quebec. I got to know a lot of the locals around there after a little bit of time of interacting with them, and some of them find out that I'm a Member of Parliament. Quite often they bring up issues with me, Madam Speaker. And to be fair, they're not always complimentary of the government. They bring up issues, things that the government is up to and want to ask me questions about it. But I'll tell you, Madam Speaker, never once have they brought up this issue of the head of state. And so I ask myself, why is it? The Bloc Québécois will come in here and, trumpet on about how it's important that they're able to represent their constituents and whatnot. They're not representing their constituents. This is a personal and political agenda of the Bloc Québécois. That's why we're doing this today. We're not doing it because they want to represent their constituents and they feel it is very important for their constituents. They're doing it because they feel it's important for their political agenda. And for that, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. They've wasted 2 supply days allotted to them in any given year to talk about absolutely irrelevant issues as it relates to what is on the minds of Canadians and Quebecers. I'm not saying that people don't have opinions on the head of state and how our parliamentary system and our government should function. I'm not saying that. All I'm saying is that there is no way that they can tell me that this is even amongst the top 20 issues. We just came out of a global pandemic. I criticize the Bloc quite a bit for the issue around healthcare transfers, how they always bring it up. But at least that's an issue that I can buy and I can believe that actually has substance to it in terms of something that the Quebec provincial government would like to see. So I just cannot accept this idea that somehow this is one of the priorities of the constituencies that are represented by Bloc members. But let's just say, for argument's sake, Madam Speaker, that it was. And let's just say that they are fully doing their responsibility to represent those people. I can't help but ask myself, okay, so let's say the Bloc was successful in this, and let's say we could instantaneously, without all the constitutional nightmare around it, be rid of the monarchy. How would this change the lives of Canadians tomorrow morning, how would their lives be any different than they are right now today? Our head of state doesn't have supreme power. Our head of state, by and large, is a symbolic figure that is there to help guide the manner in which our parliamentary democracy and democracy, generally speaking, works in our country. The lives of Canadians and Quebecers, for that matter, would not be different tomorrow morning if suddenly the head of state was not there. So I'm asking myself, why? And I can't help but just continue to go back to the same thing. This isn't about constituencies that the Bloc represent. This is about a political wedge issue for them. So they are using one of their 3 supply days as an opportunity to drive a political wedge in constituencies in Quebec. And they should be ashamed of themselves because they have an opportunity to actually come here and bring forward ideas, hold government to account, and set up and initiate policy that can genuinely improve the lives of Canadians. We heard something quite astounding earlier today, Madam Speaker, in question period. It actually happened twice today. The time that is really resonating with people was when the member from the leader of the Bloc Québécois rose in this House and said that he didn't mean it. He was, I guess, crossing his fingers. His fingers were crossed behind his back when he swore allegiance to Her Majesty when he was elected. He admitted, can you imagine if this had been a court of law? He would literally have been committing perjury. He would have perjured himself. But it happened earlier too. It was the member from I put that note away, but another member from Longueuil-Saint-Hubert, there you go, who said it earlier. He said the exact same thing. And actually, if you go back and look, Madam Speaker, his words were even more egregious. So listen, if the Bloc Québécois has now finally come to the position where they're willing to admit that they didn't mean it, why don't the rest of the members stand up and say the same thing? Did they mean it, Madam Speaker? When they swore that allegiance, were they just pretending to? I'd love to hear some of the other members when they get up to ask me a question to let me know if they meant it or if they were crossing their fingers too. Yeah. What a system we live in, Madam Speaker, where it's so expedient for the member, for the leader to just get up and say that, as though he suddenly can now wipe his hands clean of the responsibilities that he swore allegiance to not even 1 year ago. So, Madam Speaker, it goes without saying that I certainly will not be voting in favor of this. I think that the Bloc Québécois has done an extreme disservice to the constituents they represent in order to try to politicize an issue which might play well in Quebec. I know it doesn't anywhere else. I realize that they're only focused on Quebec. I get it. Might play well there. But I think that the fact should not be lost on anybody, Madam Speaker, that the Bloc Québécois has 3 days in a year to bring forward very important issues. And rather than bring forward an important issue, they use this as an opportunity for political advantage for their own party. And that should signal to the constituencies that they represent how they actually feel about representing them.
Good point. Questions and comments, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member for Kingston and the Islands just showed us that he is unable to debate on a question that he seems to be passionate about. He seems to be an ardent defender of the monarchy. I would have liked to hear his arguments in favor of the monarchy rather than hearing his arguments about the relevance of the debate in this House. He stated his opinion clearly, but I would like to hear from members from New Brunswick, from Acadia. Did he ask those members in his party what they felt about what happened to the Acadians who were deported by the British Crown? Did he ask how they felt about the monarchy? Madam Speaker, I would like to hear the member for Kingston and the Islands to say something other than the fact that we are engaging in politics here. Well, that's what we do in this House. So, in fact, Madam Speaker, what I would like to know and hear from the member is what the advantage of paying $70 million a year are to support a symbol.
Member, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
No. I didn't bring it up with any of my colleagues, and nor have in 7 years any of them brought it up with me, because every time we get together to talk about issues, there are many issues that are so much more important than this. Yes. There are issues that are so much more important than this that we get together to talk about. So forgive my colleagues and forgive me for not having stood up and asked them. By the way, I know we're dealing with all this other stuff and there's a global pandemic and everything else that's going on. It's a big deal and, we got inflation and all that stuff. But by the way, how do you happen to feel about the monarchy? Is that something you're still good with? No, I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. I haven't brought that question to their attention.
The Honourable Member for Churchill-Coatineau-Kaski.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'll first start off by just saying I'm a bit taken aback by the tone of the member. First of all, as parliamentarians, I think we all should respect important debates, whether we agree with them or not. But second of all, there are many people, including many Indigenous communities, that have been clear that reconciliation involves decolonization, and we should be looking at severing ties with the monarchy. So I'd encourage the member to actually talk with some folks, perhaps outside of his riding, who have some direct and very horrific experiences with the impacts of colonialism. But finally, maybe my question is, the Liberals are the ones that promised electoral reform. They've promised strengthening our democracy, and yet we've seen them renege on all of these promises. Isn't this an opportunity to stand up and say, you know what, let's take a look at our democracy and all the ways we can strengthen it, including severing our ties with the monarchy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So the NDP are now using the politicization of this issue to politicize their own issue about electoral reform. Well, the irony in that, Madam Speaker, and just for the record, Madam Speaker, I'm not saying that there aren't good arguments. I'm pretty much indifferent to the position of the monarchy and how that continues on. But what I do know, Madam Speaker, is it's not going to be resolved with a supply day motion that's presented to this House. The supply day motion that's presented to this House is only coming from a place of politics. So I apologize to the member if my tone doesn't seem to be in line with what she thinks is respectful, but I do admit that I am extremely frustrated by the fact that the Bloc Québécois, although this might be a very important political issue for them, are using this opportunity just to try and create division and create wedge issues within the province that their own members are from. It's a reality of the situation, but I certainly agree with her that there are a lot of problems associated with colonization and what that led to. Let's have real, honest discussions about that. And if that means moving away from the monarch, let's talk about that in a productive and constructive way, not in a supply day motion like this, because we all know it's not going to produce the result that they're looking for.
Questions and comments? The member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague from Kingston and the Islands. What is more important, what is more of a priority than not being subject to another nation?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Making sure that we can properly take care of Canadians in their time of need, making sure that when we have inflation at the rates that we do now, we can do everything to support those that are struggling the most. The impacts of inflation right now, the impacts of the pandemic generally speaking, certainly drove the division between the haves and the have-nots even greater.
We have to resume debate.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Housing, Diversity and Inclusion. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak to the motion that was tabled by the Bloc Québécois today. Last week, I found it somewhat funny because when we found out that it was going to be an opposition day for the Bloc, I said, I am sure that they're going to talk about the monarchy. Well, why did I think that? Because the leader of the Parti Québécois had made an issue of it with regard to his own election, and we know what the ties between the PQ and the Bloc Québécois are, and it was clear that the Bloc was going to talk about the monarchy here. So, yes, it was abundantly clear. But, Madam Speaker, a member of the opposition last week or the week before that was saying that the parliamentary secretary isn't defending the rights of people who need housing in Quebec. But in fact, I went around the province of Quebec to talk about housing, and I went to the ridings where Bloc Québécois members have been elected, and the people in their own ridings were not aware of the housing programs that the federal government was putting forth. So where are the elected members of parliament? Why aren't they talking to their people in their ridings about the housing benefits that they might be able to access? But here we are on an opposition day talking about the monarchy. Yes, there are many people in Quebec who wonder about the monarchy because symbols can be expensive. But at the moment, symbols are providing stability, and that is something that the world needs. The world needs stability after a pandemic and when there is war. Can we perhaps talk about the 15,000 people who are on waiting lists in Quebec alone to get mental health support? Can we perhaps talk about health transfers? Yes, we can talk about that. And the objectives, our joint objective to improve the quality of life of Quebecers. I am the member for HoC. I have been for 3 years. And the Bloc knows it because I beat their candidate twice. I knocked on 15,000 doors in my riding, and there is not one person who answered their door who talked to me about the monarchy. So is it important? Well, what they told me was important was food safety, finding a job, finding a better job. And they talked about immigrants who are who don't have their skills recognized in Quebec. So maybe we should talk about things that are part of people's everyday lives, Madam Speaker. And the problem with the Bloc's motion is that it already supposes that there will be a solution, which is to get rid of the monarchy. Well, then what happens, though? I'm asking. Because now it's a big deal because it costs $67 million. But I would really like to know how much money has been sent to the Quebec government, and the Quebec government hasn't done what it should do. So here, there's a constitutional monarchy, and there is an oath of allegiance, but nobody in my riding wants to reopen the Constitution. So perhaps, is it possible to debate issues that are cultural issues? Social housing, the investment required for social housing. The Bloc's opposition day was so foreseeable, Madam Speaker. It's almost disappointing. It's just grandstanding once again for the media. And we can even wonder whether the Bloc leader's statement today in the House was another media stunt to once again add on a bit more. But, I mean, there are so many issues that we could be talking about, but it was very foreseeable that we'd be talking about that, and it's disappointing, in fact. There are a number of relevant issues that could be discussed in this House and that the Bloc could propose, because the Bloc is there to keep the government in line. They're across the aisle. That's what their job is. But now they're saying that they're speaking on behalf of all Quebecers. Well, go into the streets in Quebec and ask what Quebecers care about. I was in my riding on the weekend. Not a single person talked to me about the monarchy. I heard about fruits and vegetables, though, because they are very expensive, and the people who go to the Maisonneuve market to buy their fruits and vegetables talk to me about the price of those. and they'd like some support. Madam Speaker, there are so many issues that the Bloc could have raised today. I find it disappointing, and I prefer being in a party and to say that I am a Francophone Canadian, I'm descended from immigrants, and I am proud. I'm a proud Quebecer, and I think that it is better to talk about the issues that truly concern the people in my riding rather than talking about the monarchy. We need to talk about putting food on the table, about having a roof over their heads, and about Francophone rights. That's what I want to talk about. I want to talk about the real needs of real people. They don't want to know about the monarchy. So old historical debates, well, you have to move on at some point and talk about today and what's happening today. So really, it was so foreseeable. Thank you. Questions and
comments. The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague had a lot of repetition in her speech. That's fine. She had a point and she wanted to emphasize it. This is our opposition day. On opposition day, we choose our own topic. We don't judge the government for the topics that they decide to bring forward, yet we're being judged for it. Now, if you don't like this topic, that's fine, but we like it. We care. It matters. The Honourable Member must speak through the chair, please. My apologies, Madam Speaker. This relates to our very identity as Quebecers. We don't want anything to do with the monarchy. Now, the member said that the monarchy stands for stability. Well, what disaster will occur the day we do away with the monarchy, because we will eventually do away with it? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Quebecers, and that includes me, we feel that this isn't the right time to debate the monarchy. This is not the right time. Now, do some Quebecers care about this? Yes, of course. We can see that with what's going on at the National Assembly right now. But this isn't the right time. This isn't the right way. This is just a political stunt. This could have been brought before a committee. A committee could have been perhaps struck to discuss the matter. I don't really believe in this or the intentions. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for Hochelaga for her speech. As a proud Democrat and proud socialist, I don't mind talking about the monarchy because we can talk about it very quickly and then we can move on to another topic. Now, speaking of other topics, Madam Speaker, our healthcare system is very bottlenecked. There are huge wait times in our emergency rooms. People are really struggling post-pandemic, yet federal health transfers are at a historic low, 22 or 23%. All provincial and territorial premiers have asked the federal government to do more, to do better, to permanently increase federal health transfers to provinces. Does the member not agree that this might have been a great topic to debate today? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. In fact, that's exactly my point. There are 15,000 Quebecers on wait lists in Quebec to see a psychologist. 15,000 people who are waiting. In a post-pandemic world, it would have been interesting to talk about, for instance, the mental health of Quebecers. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Drummond. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I congratulate my colleague for the member for Hochelaga on her speech, which was heartfelt but lacking in substance about our actual motion. There were reasons invoked for why we shouldn't talk about the monarchy, but the colleague didn't actually talk about the value of the monarchy. We should really debate this. For real. I feel that some don't really have the guts to defend this $70 million of spending on the monarchy. We should get rid of this because we would have $70 million more for social housing, which I know the member cares about. The Bloc Québécois often raises housing problems, immigration issues, health transfers. We often mention issues like that during question period and in this House. All we ever get are the same talking points, though, so I wish the member had given us a speech with a bit more substance to it. Can the member tell me one advantage, just one advantage of the monarchy? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have democracy in Canada, and our democracy is strong. The member across the way and I were elected by our constituents, by people in our ridings. We were elected to represent them here, especially when it comes to matters of importance. I never promised my constituents that if they voted for me, I would get rid of the monarchy. What they want is more housing, more affordability. I think there are more important issues to debate than just the monarchy, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it's always surprising to hear government MPs who are elected to govern the country. It's always surprising that they tell us what to do, but we know what they should do. They need more transfers for seniors. If they don't know what they need to do, then we have a real problem on our hands. That said, Madam Speaker, I'd like to begin by admitting something. I am a romantic. I spent my childhood dreaming of princes, knights, kings, and other champions who flew to the rescue of princesses held prisoner by evil people, keeping princesses in a high tower, inaccessible, in a castle. Beautiful castles. I have traveled a bit, and I felt wonderment when I've visited beautiful, majestic castles. For example, I was very pleased to visit the castle of Schönbrunn in Vienna, where the famous Princess Sissi stayed in the summer. I was also very touched to see a Christmas concert at the Orangerie. I would have liked to be Emperor of Austria myself. Like I said, I'm a romantic. I also dreamed of valiant knights right here who defended a great and glorious nation to ensure the survival of their nation, the thriving of their nation. I dreamed of epic battles where the greatest orators would convince their political adversaries to never give up when a challenge seemed too great, too insurmountable. Many before us have already taken on these challenges and succeeded. In this world, we have seen many colonies free themselves from the monarchy. I forgot to tell you, Madam Speaker, that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. But we're not there yet, Madam Speaker. So today, the Bloc Québécois is proposing that we do away with this archaic British institution that we submit to day after day. We should trade in our dependence on the monarch for a simple but noble dependence on democracy, the will of the people. Far be it from me to go after or attack the current King of England, Charles III, or his predecessor, Queen Elizabeth II. What I am proposing is that we commit fully, unambiguously, and without hesitation to our people. What do you say to that? Don't we all believe in the importance of equality among all citizens of a nation? Don't we all believe in the sovereignty of a people, of a people's absolute right to determine its future, its institutions, its laws, its government? Do we not all believe in the inalienable sovereignty of a nation, of a people? Don't we believe in the separation of state and religion? Oh no, that's right. This Parliament decided to continue reciting a Christian prayer before the opening of each sitting of Parliament. Then the same governments stated and pled before this place for the equality of all religions and faiths. And also this government has made formal apologies for having ostracized and persecuted some groups in the past. But fine, moving on. Of course, we need to solve problems like housing problems. We need to consider budget balance, border control, weapons trafficking. We also need to solve some immigration issues because we really need immigration, in fact. We also need sufficient funding for all of our seniors so that they can have a decent life. We should also really deal with the government's alarming reluctance to transfer necessary funds to Quebec and provinces so that they can fund their healthcare systems, all while healthcare costs are rising. The federal seems to be twiddling its thumbs meanwhile. Shouldn't we care about our government's actions and our institutions? Are we really unable to manage the state and democracy simultaneously? We must successfully address all the challenges before us. We should be in control of our own institutions. So how can we ignore this immense blight to our democracy and then pretend to be democratic, claim we're democratic? Couldn't we just for once be more dignified and take action in a way that brings honor to us and that would make Canadians and Quebecers proud? You know, Madam Speaker, when you ask Canadians whether they want to get rid of this subordination to the British monarchy, a majority say yes. 71% of Quebecers and 51% of Canadians, in fact, want to do away with the monarchy. 56% of Canadians and 75% of Quebecers want their elected officials to stop taking an oath to the British sovereigns, their oath of allegiance. Even some members of the royal family sometimes dare to question their belonging to this very outdated system, which is sometimes too constricting and limiting. Isn't it time for this Parliament to join the 21st century, the third millennium? It's outrageous that dozens of millions of dollars are spent each year to maintain this unnecessary and outdated tradition. Couldn't we spend that money better? Are we so wealthy, swimming in money so much that we don't even have to care about how we're spending? And I'll spare you the most outrageous details, but you know, Madam Speaker, the Office of the Governor General alone spends over $555 million a year. We asked a question just now to the member across the way. We asked what the advantage is of our belonging to the monarchy. The member was unable to name even one single advantage. The monarchy has committed atrocities. For example, there was the bloody war and rebellion against our ancestors, the Patriots. There was also the deportation of 80% of Acadians. There was the forced annexation of Métis territory and the hanging of their leader, their chief, Louis Riel. And what of the ban on speaking French in majority English-speaking provinces for over 100 years, or the ratification of the deal to repatriate the Canadian Constitution, which was done quietly in the hotel when Quebec's premier was not even there? For a century now, many states have decided to separate from the British monarchy. Wouldn't it be time for Canada to follow in their footsteps? Quebec can always dream of having its own independence so that it is not shackled to Canada. There could be a referendum, a solemn declaration, or some other way for Quebec's sovereignty to deal with this. We need to dream up a better, more effective, less embarrassing federation. All of us in this House had to swear an oath of service to the British Crown before we were able to sit in this House to do what we were elected to do. The occupants of the British throne are not the true beneficiaries of this oath that we must take, which is mostly for the institutions that govern us. But truly, Madam Speaker, shouldn't we really pledge allegiance in accordance with our true allegiances? Does anyone here really prioritize the interests and values of the King or Queen of England? Does anyone care about that more than they care about the values and interests of their constituents? Not me. The Bloc Québécois is thus today proposing that we scrap the monarchy and that we also, at the same time, get rid of this unacceptable oath. We should boldly, as dignified elected officials, as representatives of the people who are counting on us, we should be faithful to our ideals, we should be bold, and we should have the right loyalty and allegiances. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, a few years back, the Bloc, the NDP, and the Liberals boldly went to the Governor General. Reflecting the will of their constituents collectively, the Bloc supported going to the Governor General in order to replace the Stephen Harper government. So at that time, Madam Speaker, the Bloc recognized the value of the monarchy. Madam Speaker, does the member see any irony that is there? It seems to me when the Bloc feel it's to their advantage, the monarchy or the Governor General is a good thing. But now when they seem to feel that it's not, they're against the monarchy. What would they replace it with, or would they give more power to the Prime Minister? Would they elect the President? Would they appoint a head of state? What's the alternative? And I would really appreciate an answer to that, Madam Speaker. What is the alternative to the monarchy? Will the member answer that simple question?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank my colleague for his question. We are here in this place to play a game, but it's not really a game. But either way, we have to follow the rules. All Bloc MPs follow the rules. And we always have. Since the beginning of our party, we have always gone to the Office of the Governor General. We did so to ask to replace the Harper government. Those are the rules of the game. I took the oath of allegiance here. I follow the rules, and I will continue to follow the rules, Madam Speaker. But when I'm asked, would you rather that we have a monarch or an elected leader? I don't hesitate to answer, let's have an elected leader. That's my answer, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments, the Honourable Member.
Chatham-Kent Leamington, yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's not often I agree with my colleagues across the way, but on this issue, I do. So I would ask, the question was asked to the honourable member who gave the intervention, what would he replace our constitutional monarchy with? The U.S. News, and last time I checked, the U.S. was a republic, combined with a report with a UN World Report, surveyed countries with 76 attributes and determined that 7 out of the 10 top-lived countries in the world had constitutional monarchies. So if the 7 of the top 10, if a constitutional monarchy is good for the 7 of the top 10, why would my honourable colleague from the Bloc want to go away from that system that seems to work not only in Canada, but in other places?
The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to my colleague for his question. Listen, there are 7 out of 10 countries that are managed by a constitutional monarchy. Well, okay. But the number isn't important in my opinion. The question I ask is not, are those 7 other countries out of 10 correct or incorrect? The question I ask is, we are here. We represent people, nations, working within a federation which is subject to a foreign monarch. I find that shocking. And the Bloc is asking to abolish that. Regardless of what happens elsewhere, we are able to govern ourselves. I'm confident that all Canadians can do it, and I can guarantee that Quebecers are also able to do so. We can talk about how to manage different issues, but we certainly don't need foreign monarchs to come seal our laws to confirm that what we're doing is correct. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've been listening to my colleagues from the Bloc's speeches since the beginning of the day, and I'm stunned by a lack of argument that would be a strong one. Because if, as MPs, parliamentarians, we have to swear an oath, and it's pretty uncomfortable, I'll agree with that. People who are born in Quebec and Canada don't have to swear that oath. Those who have to do it, who are outside this house, we're talking a lot about ourselves, by ourselves, for ourselves. But think of immigrants. The Bloc never talks about them. Think of an American, an Indian, a person from France or Germany who wants to come live here, who has to swear that oath to the King or Queen of England. That would be even more uncomfortable than it is for us. The Honourable Member for Rivière-du-Nord. Well, on that issue, I agree with my colleague from the NDP, Madam Speaker. We believe that not only MPs, but all newcomers, well, if you're in England, you can swear an oath to England, but in Canada, it should be to the people of Quebec or the people of Canada, not a foreign monarch. My colleague is correct, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. The great Quebec journalist and pamphleteer Arthur Buise declared it in a striking manner in 1869. The Republic is the government of men, the monarchy is the government of children. A government of children, in fact, or a system of governments that recognize it has never reached democratic maturity. A system of governance that asserts loudly and officially that it is not based on the ballot box, but on a power of divine right, a power that has no legitimacy beyond the transmission of privileges from generation to generation, a system openly opposed to popular sovereignty in favor of royal, hereditary, and religious sovereignty alone. Many people are unaware that this House, supposedly the seat of Canadian democracy, begins its daily proceedings with a prayer in honor of the monarch of the moment, who is also, let's not forget, the head of the Anglican Church. Many people are unaware that even today, in 2022, an elected official must swear an oath not to those who have done him or her the honor of representing them in Parliament, but to His Majesty, to whom he or she must swear loyalty. Many people are unaware that the British monarch is also the head of state of Canada, and that the approval of the laws we pass here falls under the responsibility of the Governor-General, the representative of the monarchy. It is the Governor-General who sets out future policy directions in the speech from the throne, and who must be consulted before the Prime Minister can call an election. And many are unaware that newcomers have to swear an oath as well to the King now. The high-profile behavior of many of those who've held the position of Governor-General is a reminder of the hubris of the royal lifestyle. This is reminiscent of the words of the Marquis de Sade. The end of this reign, so sublime in fact, is perhaps one of the periods of the empire when one lives the most of these obscure fortunes which only burst forth in luxury and debauchery, as muted as they are. Monarchism is an anti-democratic regime which systematically separates the state from the community, which strips the people of their decision-making levers and removes their collective rights. It also establishes opacity as a policy. It's a regime built on centuries of plunder and slavery. The British monarchy is the support of Elizabeth I to the navigator John Hawkins, who in 1560 led 3 expeditions that would set the table for the triangular trade. The British monarchy intensified the human trade in Africa in the name of the power and wealth of the royal family under Charles II, through the Royal Adventurers into Africa Company, which was granted a 1,000-year monopoly. In 1663, this monopoly was extended to the trade of slaves captured in Africa. The British monarchy was the Royal African Company of England, which between 1672 and 1731 transported more than 187,000 slaves, all this for gold, ivory, and skins. The Prime Minister, a champion of tearful public apologies, doesn't talk about this very often. Worse, he tells us it's not a real issue. The British monarchy has never been anything more than a vampiric system where a clique of rich and greedy privileged people have been able to fuel many disasters for the sole purpose of enjoying even more benefits and privileges. In Canada, the monarchy is the deportation of 12,500 Acadians, nearly 80% of the population in 1755, without the slightest apology from the Crown even today. The monarchy in Canada is the repression of the Patriots' Rebellion, many of whom were hanged. The monarchy in Canada was the hanging of Louis Riel following the annexation of Métis territories. The monarchy in Canada is the annexation by force of Lower Canada with the explicit goal of assimilating French-speaking people and developing Upper Canada at the expense of Lower Canada. The monarchy in Canada was the abolition of French language instruction in all provinces for over 100 years. Monarchy in Canada is a set of astronomical coasts that loyal subjects have no way of refusing. $67 million a year on average for purely ceremonial activities, ceremonies, and travel. $67 million is about the same amount as was allocated in the last federal budget to affordable housing. $67 million is more than twice as much as is given over 7 years to the National Research Council of Canada. The monarchy is an unfair, archaic, and expensive system. It is also a system that is foreign to the values and political culture of Quebec, the Quebec Nation. The Quebec Nation believes in a political system where the head of state does not owe his or her power to heredity and shares it with other authorities within a balanced and transparent system where the people have a say and where religious authorities are relegated to private life. The Republic is the equality of citizens, recognized as such with their rights and duties before secular institutions, the antithesis of Canada, in short. The Quebec Nation, on the other hand, has a republican tradition that is well rooted in its history. The Bloc Québécois is pleased to honor it today. In a dazzling 2012 book, political scientist Marc Chevrier thought he detected in New France a fascinating beginning of a modern republic. It's fascinating. I recommend this book. In the 19th century, our republican heritage is that of the pamphleteer Louis-Honoré Fréchette, that of the patriots, first and foremost Louis-Joseph Papineau and Robert Nelson, who courageously fought against the British Crown. It is that of the author Clément Duménil and his fight for the abolition of seigneurial and feudal rights. It is that of the mayor of Montreal, Honoré Beaugrand. It's that of the great Prime Minister, Honoré Mercier, who was also a member of Parliament for Saint-Hyacinthe. It is that of Louis-Antoine Dessaulles of Saint-Hyacinthe and his fight against the excesses of clericalism. It is that of Maurice Laframboise, who was mayor of Saint-Hyacinthe and member of Parliament for Bagot. I'm very proud of this reminder that the Republican struggle is largely based in my area. So, during the debates leading up to the poorly named Confederation, well, there were the so-called Red members of Parliament who warned of the fundamentally reactionary nature of the future regime. These words of the Red Member of Parliament, Jean-Baptiste Éric Dorion, in 1866 are certainly worth remembering. They want to create a monarchy, nobility, a viceroy, and glitz. I am alarmed at the position they want to put us in, because they want to go from extravagance to madness with all of these ridiculous and absurd projects. This is a reminder, Madam Speaker, of how the Liberal Party of Canada has totally forgotten its origins, betrayed them, if it knows them. In the 20th century, our Republican heritage is that of journalists and writers, such as Godefroy Langlois, F. Circe-Côté, Olivier Asselin, Jules Fournier, André Laurendeau, and more. It is the torch of this Republican struggle that we must pick up today. Let us choose popular sovereignty over royal sovereignty. Let us abolish the monarchy. Long live the Republic. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So we heard in the question and answer period that occurred before this from a Bloc member that the preferred model in Canada would.
Can we ensure that the interpretation is working? Is it working now? Is it working now? Yeah. Okay, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
So, Madam Speaker, we heard in the preceding session of questions and answers that the preferred model for the Bloc appears to be not to have a monarch, but instead to have another elected head of state. So, in essence, the member before this member was suggesting that we should be electing a president. So we would have a prime minister and a president. Can this Bloc member confirm that that is indeed the position of the Bloc Party and the Bloc Québécois? And can he explain why they didn't include that in the motion today?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, because that's not what the motion says. The motion wants the House to call on the government to take the actions necessary. And then the form, well, the idea of a republic, I know it's a little foreign for a Canadian government that's proud of its monarchy. I know it's foreign, it's a hard to understand concept, but the idea is to consult the people. The idea of popular sovereignty is that people will write their own constitution, make their own choices, decide on the institutions they want. But with British colonialism, I don't think they understand.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the conversation today. I may not agree with it, but or having it at this time. I think that this isn't necessarily the time. But one of the things that I keep questioning myself on as we move in this conversation and we have this debate and we'll have to vote on it at some point is what a lot of the people in my riding will think about this. And I think about the veterans that I talked to on numerous occasions. I think about how in the next few weeks we're going to be specifically commemorating and remembering what they have provided to this country in terms of fighting for that freedom. And I think about how incredibly proud they are as part of our democracy and fighting for that within the institutions, whether you agree with them or not, and how they link that to the monarchy. So how would he have me try to explain that to those veterans who put so much emphasis and so much pride into fighting for what Canada represents, including that monarchy?
The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. It's very simple. I honestly believe that most veterans didn't say they wanted to go die for royalty. I don't think that was their main motivation. That being said, I personally know veterans who are proud of what they did, but they don't believe that it's an institution that still has a place in 2022. I'm not telling them that they have to renege on what they've said or done, but as of today, it's no longer what we need.
For Senex Gold Finance.
Merci, Madame la Présidente. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to participate in this debate. My question for my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte is almost the same as the parliamentary secretaries, because very early this morning, I asked the same question to the leader of the Bloc Québécois. What is the Bloc's alternative? And he had no answer. I imagined that the Bloc hadn't thought of alternatives when they wrote this motion that we have today. I'm stunned, but it's important that the member from Rivière-du-Nord made an effort to answer that the Bloc Québécois prefers a president. I'll ask my colleague, is that true? Is that the position of the Bloc now, but not earlier this morning? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I think what the member for Rivière-du-Nord stated, and I think all members of the Bloc Québécois will say that a president is better, an elected president is better than a king. That's it. That's clear. Everyone agrees on that. There are just Canadian MPs who say that's not the case. That being said, as my colleague was saying, she took up the question of the government's parliamentary secretary, but I'll offer the same answer. Popular sovereignty is there for us to define this.
Avant de reprendre.
Before resuming debate, it is my duty, pursuant to Standing Order 38, I must inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Saskatchewan, Public Safety, the Honourable Member for Rentry, Nipissing, Pembroke, Taxation, and the Honourable Member for Nunavut, Indigenous Affairs. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it's a great pleasure to rise today in this House to debate this Opposition Day motion. And as luck would have it, when it's a Bloc Québécois or an NDP Opposition Day motion, the Conservative Party gets remarkably few speaking slots. So this is only our second speaking slot today on this motion, and as luck would have it, I get a full 20 minutes. And Madam Speaker, I have a lot to say, and I think colleagues may regret allowing me to have the floor for the full 20 minutes, but I do in fact have a lot to say on this motion at hand. Now, I think it's a happy coincidence, a happy convergence, that today's debate is what we call an Opposition Day or a Supply Day debate. Often, if you look at the chyron under the screen, it says business of supply. It says it right now on the chyron below. Business of supply, which is somewhat an antiquated way of speaking, and I believe most Canadians probably don't understand what supply may mean in the context of Parliament. But supply means money. Supply means granting the government the ability to spend money. And in our Canadian context, in our Canadian parliamentary context, each opposition party has the opportunity to raise debates during business of supply, during Opposition Day motions, before we in December grant the government the cold hard cash. Before December 10th, we have the opportunity to debate things. It's like the airing of grievances. We as opposition parties get the chance to air our grievances in this House. Now, Madam Speaker, why I say this is a happy convergence and a happy coincidence, because the ancient roots of the business of supply rest with a monarchy. And so here today we have a fun coincidence where we can talk both about the cold hard cash, about the business of supply, and also about the monarchical roots of this process. I would like to draw the House's attention to the concept of grievance before supply and its ancient roots. And I want to quote from the eminent scholar C.E.S. Franks, Ned Franks, formerly late of the Queen's University in Kingston. Franks writes, "Parliament demanded and obtained the right to set its own agenda, and it placed the expressions of grievance before the King's business. Only in this way could the Commons be assured of a sympathetic and attentive ear. Grievance before supply became one of the key principles of parliamentary government. The Commons also insisted that it could discuss the King's business as long as and in such a matter as it wished. From this comes the principle that the House is alone responsible for its own proceedings and its own rules and procedures. These are not the King's business, but the Commons'." And so, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to the question of supply, the questions of what we ought to speak of, here we are debating the monarchy. Now, Madam Speaker, I'm very proud to be part of an opposition party with a leader who believes in putting the people first. Their families, their homes, their paychecks, their country. Yes. And so then when it comes to a motion before us, and I want to read at least the preamble to this motion. Part 1, Canada is a democratic state. Correct. This House believes in the principle of equality for all. Again, agreed, Madam Speaker. But let's talk about economic equality and where we are right now in this country, where families are struggling to make ends meet, where families are having a challenge to put food on the table. I have an email that I received from a senior citizen from near Arthur, Ontario. Arthur, of course, being Canada's most patriotic village. But she wrote this, quote, "Balancing a budget was incredibly difficult before COVID, but now it is beyond me. Speaking for myself, basic essential groceries absorb at least half of my income." But here we are debating the monarchy. We're debating something that the Bloc knows full well will not change, is unable to change based on our constitutional system, but that's the issue that seems fit. Not the families in Perth, Wellington, not the families who are struggling right now across the country, not the families who each and every day are sitting down at the kitchen table, often late at night or early in the morning, going through their numbers and wondering how they're going to make the ends meet, how they're going to make sure that the end of the month doesn't come before they have enough pay to make those final bills. And Madam Speaker, I want to talk very briefly about Perth, Wellington. Perth, Wellington is one of the great agricultural places in the country. We are very proud of our agricultural heritage. And one of the things that we could be talking about right now is the impact that this Liberal government is having on Canadian farm families, having on the challenges that are facing them, whether it be the carbon tax that is driving up the costs on Canadian farmers. This is a business of supply. This is an Opposition Day motion that is just ripe for the taking, Madam Speaker. We could be talking about how farm families in Perth, Wellington, or in any of the Quebec ridings are being impacted by the government's mishandling, or the government's mishandling of the tariff issue on fertilizer. Now, Madam Speaker, no one in this House will disagree that we need to take strong action against Vladimir Putin and his thugs. No one is disagreeing with that. But when the government slapped a tariff on fertilizer, for fertilizer that was purchased pre-March 2nd, it impacted no one except Canadian farmers. An individual came into my Harrison office recently and gave me a copy of his bill from one of the local farm supply stores. And the impact alone on fertilizer purchase March 2nd, prior to March 2nd, for a relatively small amount was $1,376.20. $1,300 that's been taken out of our rural economy for no good purpose. No benefit whatsoever, no impact on the Russian regime, but yet taken out of the local economy. And I think if we're looking at what could be discussed in an Opposition Day motion when we're talking about the business of supply, I think colleagues in our party and most parties would see the impact of the housing crisis. The housing crisis that's preventing young families from moving into their first home, young university graduates from moving out of their parents' basement, or families looking for a place to rent. The rental housing crisis is a challenge because they can no longer afford to actually buy a house. And I have an email from a local councillor in the town of St. Mary's, and she wrote this: "There are little to no options. In our small town, I know of families with 4 kids that are in jeopardy of being homeless. Also a single dad with children, young adults that cannot move away from their parents' home because there is simply nothing available to rent. Some families are being displaced because the owners of the homes they now rent want to sell them for profit in a hot market." These are the issues that are impacting Canadians. These are the issues that are impacting us every single day, the issues that we hear in our ridings across the country. But yet we're debating this. We're debating this issue for political means, for political and partisan means, rather than focusing on a number of the issues that are matter. Issues like the cost of internet and the availability of rural broadband. I see my friend from Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa in the House today, and one of his challenges now as our shadow minister for rural economic development and connectivity is the fact that here across Canada, there are massive amounts of our country that are in dead zones, that do not have access to reliable, high-speed internet. Even in my area of rural southern Ontario, we're not that far in the great scheme of things from places like London, Kitchener, Guelph. We have massive areas of our community that cannot access rural high-speed internet, and those that can are paying through the nose. I've heard stories of families and farm businesses having to pay tens of thousands of dollars to get fiber down a quarter-mile stretch of concession road. These are the types of issues that resonate with Canadians. These are the types of issues that each and every day we as Canadians are hearing about, that we want to focus on, that we were sent to this place to focus on. But again, Madam Speaker, here we are discussing this issue. One final point that I want to raise that two final points of issues I've been brought to my attention by my constituents that we should merit discussion is food insecurity. I have the great benefit to benefit from some amazing organizations in my riding that go above and beyond the call of duty in ensuring that families, the community members, the persons living with disabilities have food on their table each and every day. I think of the Stratford House of Blessing. I think of the local community food center. I think of the Salvation Army, all which go above and beyond the call of duty. When I get emails like this, one critical challenge is food insecurity. The shocking reality is in Canada, one of the richest countries in the world, over 4.4 million people can't afford the food they need. In communities across Canada, 1 in 8 households and 1 in 6 children are affected by food insecurity. And Madam Speaker, the fact of the matter is, with the rising cost of groceries, with the impact that inflation is having on groceries, these numbers are going to rise. These numbers are going to rise and have that impact on families, have that impact on folks in my riding and across the country that simply can no longer afford to put food on the table, which leads me to my next and final email that I'm going to cite, and that's about the family doctor shortage. We all know that when people are food insecure, it causes other challenges in the healthcare system. And the fact of the matter is there are far too many Canadians living in Canada without access to a family doctor. And so I've received a number of emails bringing to my attention and urging me to act on the healthcare workforce issue, specifically on the inability for families to have that primary care physician, the individual that can help care for one's family and ensure that there are preventable measures in place to prevent urgent care in an emergency department or other matters that prevent it from ever happening. And we all know, going back to food insecurity, that when someone is food insecure, it has an impact on their overall their overall livelihood, their overall health. So, Madam Speaker, I raise these issues because that's where we are today. We are in this debate, we are in this House discussing the business of supply. And no debate is ever wasted when we can raise the issues that affect our constituents. But it is unfortunate that in this specific example, we're not specifically debating and eventually voting on food insecurity, on rural broadband, on support for families, on support for cutting the cost of living, on support for ensuring that every Canadian has a family doctor. So, to the issue at hand in this debate, and I promise I won't go on at too much length, but I do have some thoughts on this particular motion. Not the least of which is the error in the motion itself. The motion refers to the British monarchy. But as members will know, we pledge allegiance to the Crown in Canada. And if we reflect on what is said in the Green Book, what we refer to as the Green Book, Bosque and Gagnon, it says this about the oath of allegiance. And I might add, Madam Speaker, let's be clear where this motion is coming from. This motion is coming from the Parti Québécois in Quebec. This motion is coming from the PQ cousins of the Bloc Québécois. And I should point out, Madam Speaker, that despite the efforts of the 32 Bloc Québécois MPs, they only helped to elect 3 PQ MNAs in Quebec. So I do question, frankly, the motivation of that. But when we take our seats, and this is all driven by the oath of allegiance that we all take when we are sworn in as parliamentarians. And this is what it says in Bosque and Gagnon. When members swear or solemnly affirm allegiance to the sovereign, they are also swearing or solemnly affirming allegiance to the institutions the sovereign represents, including the concept of democracy. Thus, members are making a pledge to conduct themselves in the best interests of the country. The oath or solemn affirmation reminds members of the serious obligations and responsibilities that they are assuming. Madam Speaker, that's what we are talking about. That's what we need to be focusing on, our duties as parliamentarians and our devotion to our country, our commitment to our country. That's what the oath of allegiance is talking about. That's what the oath of allegiance is focusing on. It's not focusing on the British monarchy. It's focusing on our duties as parliamentarians. And frankly, I find it somewhat troubling when parliamentarians from a certain party keep referring to the British monarchy. In fact, if we go back as far back to 1947 in the classic Corey and Hodgett's text. Corey and Hodgetts write this: "The British government and Parliament no longer have any control over its members. The Dominions are autonomous and independent. They are bound to Britain and to one another only by the invisible ties of a common tradition." We do have a common tradition with our British counterparts, but we also have a common tradition with the first French monarch from 1534, when Canada, what is now considered Canada, was in fact a French royal province. And so we do have a history that is reflected in this place and in this concept. And I want to focus again, once again, on the concept of the Crown and right of Canada, a distinct and separate entity from the British monarchy. And I would quote from Philippe Lagacé and James Bowden, who talk about the Canadian Crown as a corporate soul. And I'll quote, "However antiquated or abstract it may appear, it remains that the Crown is the concept of the state in Canada, and that the state is a legal person known as Her Majesty in right of Canada by virtue of the Crown's status as a non-statutory corporation sole. Claims that the laws governing this Canadian corporation fall under the authority of the British Parliament, or that the legal personality of the Canadian state is still the same as the legal personality of the British state, undermines the independence and sovereignty that Canada began to enjoy after 1926 and could fully claim after 1982. There we have it, Madam Speaker. The Canadian Crown, His Majesty in the right of Canada, is a separate and distinct legal entity from that of the British monarchy. In fact, Madam Speaker, if we want to have a more lengthy conversation of where we go as a parliament and where other Commonwealth countries may go, they'll actually find that it is indeed possible that other countries, including the United Kingdom itself, could do away with their monarchy, but Canada itself, as its distinct corporation soul, the monarchy of Canada, the Crown of Canada as a corporation soul, is a separate and independent institution beyond that of the British monarchy. Now, my friend from Chatham-Kent-Leamington earlier referenced some of the benefits and some of the added specificity of the Canadian Commonwealth tradition, the parliamentary democracy that we have here in Canada. And one of the great scholars, Walter Bagehot, talked about the beauty of a constitutional monarchy, talked about how it worked and how it has benefited not only the United Kingdom, but in our case, our tradition. And Bagehot talks about both the efficient and the dignified parts. The dignified parts are the monarchy, the crown, the august nature of that part. The efficient part is that of the cabinet. And I see my time is down to 2 minutes, Madam Speaker. Thank you for that. The efficient part is that of the cabinet. Now, we may from time to time debate how efficient a particular cabinet or a particular government may be, but the important part is recognizing the distinction between the two. The benefit of a constitutional monarchy is that the embodiment of the crown, the embodiment of the head of state, does not rest with the partisan deliberations of the day-to-day political struggles of the House of Commons or of other legislatures. That's the benefit, dividing the efficient and the dignified parts that allow us to have a head of state represented in Canada by Her Excellency the Governor-General, but having a separate and distinct political part, a separate and distinct efficient part that focuses on the day-to-day running. I know for a fact, Madam Speaker, that other countries where those two are merged, where the head of state and the head of government are one and of the same, is not ones that we would like to emulate. And Madam Speaker, in my time that's running out, I want to point out one final point, that Parliament consists of three parts. We often think of Parliament as two houses, which is correct, but it is three parts. It is the House of Commons, it is the Senate, and it is the Crown. Those are the three parts of Parliament, and those are the three processes through which bills become law, through first reading, second reading, third reading in both houses, and finally royal assent. And those three elements were combined once together at the speech from the throne in 1957 when Her late Majesty the Queen delivered the speech from the throne from the Senate chamber during her visit to Canada in 1957. So, Madam Speaker, I know my time is out, but I thank you for your indulgence.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Baguette. Madam Speaker, there's something that I would like to understand. In our colleague's speech, well, we've been hearing the same message since this morning. He said that there are so many more important things to talk about, etc., etc. So I understood that criticism this morning, but in fact, at the end of the day, people aren't really putting forth arguments of substance against our position. But I also remember when the Conservative government was proud of putting the Queen's face everywhere. So why is it that this is happening now? Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to thank the member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Baguette for his question. I think I did talk about the monarchy in Canada, and I talked about the two parts in Canada, the cabinet and the monarchy. And I am very proud to be a Conservative and who sees the importance of our traditions like the monarchy and the Queen Elizabeth and now King Charles. I think that in this House we have heard negative things about the monarchy and past kings. And I think it's important because we have Indigenous peoples and there's the importance of reconciliation with those First Nations, with Indigenous peoples.
Much, Madam Speaker. Wow, it's always nice to hear people and see people come in here carrying the receipts. For the member from the Bloc Québécois who just made the comment that this member wasn't actually addressing the motion, he should really review the Hansard and the second half of his speech. He literally shut down every argument for this motion. It's incredible, Madam Speaker. Sometimes the stars align perfectly, and I am in perfect sync with Conservative members and their position on things, and this certainly is one of those times. I'm wondering if the member can reflect on why he thinks it is, and I know he hinted at it earlier in his speech with the motive of this being to be in line with the provincial party, but why would the Bloc Québécois waste an entire supply day when they only get 3 a year? Why would they waste it on this? You know, what's their motive behind this, in his opinion?
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And it is an odd day where I agree entirely with the member from Kingston and the Islands, but he's absolutely right. When there are so few opportunities to air grievances in this place, when we have so many issues affecting our constituents, our ridings, the people across the country, to see this debate going on this angle rather than on the cost of living, it's truly unfortunate. But I think we do know the impetus, we do know the motivation, and it's unfortunately trying to bring a provincial legislative debate into this House of Commons. I think if we were to survey Canadians from coast to coast to coast, I think their number one issue would be the cost of living, probably followed closely by the cost of housing. And those are the issues I think we as Canadians need to be focusing on. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Member for Nunavut.
I agree very much with both the Conservatives and the Liberals that the arguments have been made not to have this motion go forward. I also really appreciated the Member of Parliament for Perth Wellington for indicating all the social indicators that we could have discussed and tried to address in this motion. I wonder if the member agrees that maybe the party could have done better to advocate for its Indigenous communities. For example, we don't hear very much about the 14 Inuit communities in Nunavik, and maybe the party could have done better to make sure that the Northern Quebec Inuit could have been better represented by this party.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I thank the member from Nunavut for her question. And it's an exceptionally important question. There are so many things that we could be focusing on. And she mentioned the 14 Indigenous communities in northern Quebec. And I'm sure there are issues that are affecting her communities in Nunavut as well. I mean, frankly, Madam Speaker, if we want to talk across the country, the fact that there are still Indigenous communities across this country without clean drinking water is a crying shame. And we as Canadians should be incredibly disappointed in ourselves, in the government, in all sides of things, that that's still happening. In a country as rich as Canada, in a country as bountiful as Canada, the fact that communities do not have clean drinking water is a crying shame and is completely unacceptable.
Member for Calgary Rocky Ridge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I thank the member for his speech, and it's a shame that it would seem to be required that he would need to deliver such an eloquent education on some of the basics of the Constitution of Canada, including the Canadian monarchy. And I'm glad that he did so and that he had a chance to wax Walter Bagehot. And I think that I felt that he didn't quite get to the end of where he wanted to go with that part of his speech, and so I give him a few moments to expand on any point that might have been lacking or for lack of time.
Bert Wellington.
Well, Madam Speaker, always off the phrase, be careful what you wish for, because it might actually happen. And so the member from Calgary Rocky Ridge does raise Walter Bagehot, and I think that all Canadians would be well served to read about the traditions of our parliamentary system. I think that too often this House, is often seen as a museum. But this is an active place of discussion. This is an active place of debate. And I think if we look at our traditions, our Canadian traditions and where they came from, we should never see this place as a museum to democracy. That this place ought to be an active debating chamber, an active place to debate the issues of the day. And when we talk about defining and differentiating those two parts, as Bagehot talks about, that's one of the points I want to focus on and make sure we raise all the time, that this place will never be a museum to democracy.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And it really is a pleasure to put a question to the Honourable Member for Perth Wellington, who is, as ever, knowledgeable and thoughtful in putting forward his views. I am very grateful to him for stressing that when we take our oath as members of Parliament to His Majesty, we are taking an oath to Canada, not to any one person, and not to, as in the past, I took my oath to Her Majesty the Queen. I wasn't making an oath to one individual, but to Canada, and that oath is important. I also think it was very helpful to canvass what it would mean if we changed our system of government, which is what this proposes. Briefly, I'll say I grew up in the United States, and I watched what I think is human nature to elevate even elected people to sort of royal status, to venerate not just the elected president, but his, and it has always been to this point a pronoun, his wife as a first lady, even to the whole family, even to their royal dogs. I would like to ask the honourable member if he wouldn't agree that human nature is better served by having a monarchy which is ceremonial than venerating average human beings who are elected.
Honourable Member for Perth Wellington in 20 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And in 20 seconds, there is that ceremonial element of the monarchy which allows it to be separate and apart from the political day-to-day hustlings that we see within this place and across the country. I think it's important that we have that distinction between the head of state and the head of government that allows the political actors to do their job while remaining a dignified part in the monarchy represented here in Canada by the Governor-General. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Comme il est 17h26,
It being 5:26, it is my duty to interrupt deliberations and put forward all questions necessary for the business of supply. The question is as follows. Mr. Blanchet, seconded by Mr. Trudel, moves that, given that Canada is a democratic state, this House believes in the principle of equality for all, the House express its desire to sever ties between the Canadian state and the British monarchy and call on the government to take the actions necessary to do so. If a member of a recognized party present would like the motion to be adopted or wishes to request a recorded division, I would invite them to rise and indicate it to the chair. The Honourable Member, Madam Speaker, we request a recorded division.
Conformément à l'ordre adopté le jeudi 23 juin 2022,
Pursuant to order made on Thursday, June 23, 2022, the division stands deferred until the 26th of October at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions.
the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Madam Speaker, I'll be responding to 2 points of order, one a little bit longer than the other. I am rising on a point of order in response to your statement on September the 26th, 2022, respecting the need for a royal recommendation for Bill C-290, an act to amend the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, standing in the name of the member from Mirabel. I will not comment on the substance of the proposal, but I would like to put forward a submission that the bill would seek to authorize spending for the purpose that is being significantly altered. In 2005, when the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act was promulgated, it was accompanied by a royal recommendation. The royal recommendation was required because it set a mandate, purpose, objects, and qualifications for procedure for the disclosure of wrongdoing in the public sector. In 2006, Parliament adopted a bill which amended the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act to strengthen protection for whistleblowers, including through the creation of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Tribunal. The creation of the tribunal and its mandate was seen as a new and distinct charge upon the Consolidated Revenue Fund and was accompanied by a royal recommendation. Bill C-290 seeks to significantly alter the mandate of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Regime. The first change relates to whom the regime applies. Section 2 of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act defines public servant as, and I quote, public servant means every person employed in public sector, every member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and every chief executive, end of quote. Bill C-290 would add an entire new class of persons who would be subject to the regime. Clause 3, bracket 3 of the bill states, and again I would quote, Madam Speaker, public servant means every person employed in the public sector, every person retained under the contract to perform services for the public sector, every member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, and the chief executive. Madam Speaker, even the factual summary of the bill acknowledges that this proposed change represents an expansion of the mandate. The summary states, and I would quote, this enactment amends the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act to, among other things, expand the application of the Act to additional categories of public servants, end of quote. Allow me, Madam Speaker, to highlight other changes proposed in Bill C-290 that would alter the mandate of the regime, the duties and functions of the Commissioner and the Tribunal. Clause 6 would extend the protections provided under the regime to former public servants, which is not contemplated in the Act. Clause 4 of the bill seeks to expand the types of wrongdoings to include new elements, namely the abuse of authority, political interference, and removes requirements such as the individual applying in good faith. Clause 30 would remove the definition of investigation, which is set out in Section 34 of the Act, which states, and I would quote, if the Commissioner is of the opinion that a matter under investigation would involve obtaining information that is outside the public sector, he or she must cease that part of the investigation, and he or she may refer the matter to any authority that he or she considers competent to deal with it, end of quote. By proposing to remove Section 34 of the Act, the bill seeks to expand the mandate of the Commissioner to obtain information that is outside the public sector, which is under the Act is clearly outside the scope of the Commissioner's duties and functions. Bill C-290 also seeks to amend Section 19.3 bracket 1 of the Act to remove the ability of the Commissioner to refuse to deal with a complaint if the complaint has been adequately dealt with or could be more appropriately dealt with according to the procedure provided for under an Act of Parliament other than this Act, or collective agreement, or if was not made in good faith. Clause 24 would add a new responsibility for the Commissioner to assess internal disclosure procedures in organizations and to review disclosure procedures upon request or on his or her own initiative. Clause 19 of the bill would also add a new function for the tribunal by removing a power conferred upon the Commissioner in the Act. Clause 19 states, and again I would quote, Madam Speaker, a complainant whose complaint is dismissed by the Commissioner under Section 20.5 may apply to the tribunal for a determination of whether or not the reprisal was taken against him or her, and if the tribunal determines that the reprisal was taken, the complainant may apply for an order respecting a remedy in his or her favor and an order respecting disciplinary action against any person or persons who took the reprisal, end of quote. As you can see, Madam Speaker, Bill C-290 seeks to significantly alter the mandate of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Scheme, the duties and functions of not only the Commissioner but also the Tribunal, in a manner not authorized under the Act or any other Act of Parliament. Pages 834 of the House of Commons Procedures and Practices state, and I would quote, Madam Speaker, a royal recommendation not only fixes the allowable charge, but also its objective, purposes, conditions, and qualifications. For this reason, a royal recommendation is required not only in the case where money is being appropriated, but also in the case where the authorization to spend for a specific purpose is being significantly altered. Without a royal recommendation, a bill that either increases the amount of an appropriation or extends its objects, purposes, conditions, and qualifications is inadmissible on the grounds that it infringes on the Crown's financial initiative. End of quote. Madam Speaker, I believe this is the case with Bill 290. The amendments proposed would significantly alter the objects and purposes of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Regime in a way that exceeds the royal recommendation originally obtained when the statute was enacted and the royal recommendation attached to amending legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker. That's the first of the two. The next one's somewhat shorter. Madam Speaker, I would raise the issue in response to the question of privilege raised on Friday, October the 21st, by the member for Regina Coppell respecting comments made by RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki. There is a long and important tradition of this House to take members at their word. The Minister of Public Safety has consistently stated that neither he nor his staff ever directed RCMP Commissioner Brenda Lucki to ensure the release of the models of firearms that were used in the mass casualty which took place in Nova Scotia. The weight of the member's opposite's argument on fact that the RCMP Commissioner had noted that she had text message from the Minister of Public Safety that he would like to speak with her. She stated that she knew exactly what the Minister wanted to discuss with her. This is simply conjecture. The RCMP Commissioner is a highly qualified individual, but she is not a mind reader. This clearly demonstrates the weakness of the argument put forward by the member for Regina Coppell. The Minister of Public Safety has confirmed in this House that neither he nor his staff directed the RCMP Commissioner to do anything. The RCMP Commissioner has testified that she was never directed to do anything by the Minister or his staff. What the member has brought to this House is nothing more than conjecture and innuendo. There are no facts that contradict statements made by the Minister or by the RCMP Commissioner. As a result, I submit that the conjecture should never be sufficient grounds to find a prima facie question of privilege. I believe that this is the case in this situation. I therefore submit that this matter is a question of debate, not supported by facts, and that it does not reach the high bar required to find a question of privilege. Madam Speaker, I appreciate your time, and that's it in regards to these. The only thing I would add, Madam Speaker, I suspect that you might find the will of the House to call it, I believe, 5:41, in order that we can begin private members' hour, if that's the will of the House.
First of all, I do want to thank the honourable member for the information he has provided, and we'll certainly take that into consideration. Does the honourable member have unanimous consent to see the clock at, what was it, 5:41? Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. It's 5:41. It being 5:41, sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable minister.
Madam Speaker, during the vote to concur in the 6th report of the Standing Committee on Citizenship and Immigration, I inadvertently voted in favour. I had intended to abstain. I wanted to inform the House of this information, and I would ask for unanimous consent to change my vote to an abstention. Thank you.
Having heard the honourable minister, all those opposed to the honourable minister moving the motion will please say nay. Nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay.
No, there's no consent.
Oh, no, sorry. Oh, no, no consent. Sorry, there is no consent. It being 5:41, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day, private members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-283, an act to amend the Criminal Code and Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Addiction Treatment in Penitentiaries, in the name of Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray, seconded by Mr. Morrison, moves that Bill C-283, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Addiction Treatment in Penitentiaries, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country. Debate. The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as this is my first time making a speech in this House since a tragic incident in British Columbia, I'd like to first take a moment to pay tribute to the RCMP constable whose life was sadly taken while serving in Burnaby in the line of duty. The late constable was a member of the detachment's mental health and homeless outreach team and served in the role for 3 years. I have no doubt of the immense impact she had in her community. So, Madam Speaker, I'm here today to rise and speak on my first private member's bill, Bill C-283, the End the Revolving Door Act. This legislation proposes to amend the Criminal Code of Canada and the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to expand the sentencing options available in our justice system and to assist those whose lives have been ravaged by addiction. When I was first elected, I knew I wanted to do something for those suffering from mental health challenges and/or addiction. My team and I researched this topic looking for what possibilities there are to make a difference within federal jurisdiction. Thanks to the member for Kootenay, Columbia, I was able to pick up work and research where he left off at the end of the previous Parliament. I thank him for his prior work on this legislation and for speaking on it today as well. The effects of the revolving door in our justice system for those with mental health and addiction issues are felt in communities across Canada. There is surely not one member in this House who would not consider this an issue in their community. In Kelowna Lake Country, desperate people suffering from severe addictions and mental health challenges are entering and exiting our justice system without the proper curative treatment they need to heal. As a result, they return to my community, and this plays out in others across the country, only to repeat the same cycle of behavior that for many will see them re-entering the justice system and those same penitentiaries again and again and again. The effects of this have been widespread. Residents have valid safety concerns, and businesses deal with crime and safety issues, and first responders' resources are strained. Crime numbers show law enforcement spends a lot of time focusing resources on those with mental health and addiction. Courts are backlogged with reoffender cases. Small businesses have to foot the bill for damage. People are injured or worse. Families are torn apart. We don't know if my private member's bill, Bill C-283, would have made a difference in each situation, but we need to do something. And if we get the actions proposed in this legislation implemented, and there are differences being made in people's lives and in communities, surely this can be expanded in other ways. The need for legislative action is imperative. A 2015 study by Correctional Service Canada showed at admission to federal custody, 70% of men and 77% of women offenders had a substance use issue. Similarly, a review by the National Parole Board files revealed that about 73% of offenders who were returned to custody had abused substances while on release, and that substance use had contributed to the termination of their release. Municipal leaders are calling for action, including the BC Urban Mayors Caucus, where they state their city's businesses are, quote, facing break-ins and other challenges as a result of increasing social disorder and challenging behavior from people in crisis. We need to do something, and we need to take action. This need for legislative action on mental health and addiction for those in the justice system is clear. Parliament has already taken action to focus on recidivism, in other words, a revolving door. The House of Commons came together to unanimously pass legislation from my colleague, the member for Tobique-Mactaquac, to establish a framework to reduce recidivism in Canada. Bill C-283 seeks to continue this work by assisting addiction treatment in federal penitentiaries where people in need can receive the curative treatment they desperately need. We know that the heroic work of addiction professionals already within penitentiaries operating under existing programs is vital. But the results show more focus and additional action is needed to heal those suffering from mental health and addiction problems. The ability to sentence offenders into a dedicated addiction treatment facility operating inside an existing Correction Services of Canada facility would help support their work. No one piece of legislation can serve as the panacea for those with addiction who enter the criminal justice system. I believe this legislation can offer an important tool to help reduce recidivism, address our mental health and addiction crisis, and improve the public safety in our communities. In that effort, my bill would first empower the Commissioner of the Correctional Service of Canada to be able to designate all or part of a facility as an addiction treatment facility. Such a facility would need to come together with the government support and with the input from experts in addiction and recovery. I don't seek to prescribe the shape of how this facility should operate, as this would be up to the experts who work in this field. Second, this legislation amends the Criminal Code of Canada to support a two-stream sentencing process. While both would have the same sentence time, certain convicted individuals who demonstrate a pattern of problematic substance use and meet certain parameters at the time of sentencing could have the judge offer the choice to be sentenced to participate in a mental health assessment and in addictions treatment inside a federal penitentiary while they serve their sentence. Through the sentencing process, offenders would still receive meaningful consequences for their actions, will also receive curative treatment, leading to a path of reducing the risk of reoffending, in other words, to end the revolving door. This year, I've had the pleasure of speaking with many stakeholders who work in addiction treatment and the criminal justice reform. I want to take a moment here to thank them for those eye-opening meetings and for the important work they undertake every day. Some work directly with addicts on the streets, some work inside the prisons, some are affected by the actions of those being incarcerated, and some are trying to help others simply because of their own lived experience. There is a lot of support to move this End the Revolving Door Act forward to be studied at the Standing Committee on Public Safety. I want to share just a few comments. Marlene Orr, the Chief Executive Officer of Native Consulting Services of Alberta, whose organization works to heal the disappropriate number of Indigenous Canadians in our justice system, states, quote, "The introduction of Bill C-283 is important, as it is a firm step forward addressing the issue of addictions and its relationship to crime and recidivism. Equipping Correctional Service Canada with the legislative authority to address the drug crisis in an institutional setting provides the service with meaningful tools to help Canadians address addictions and its relationship to crime." Anita Desai, President of the National Associations Active in Criminal Justice, an alliance of Canadian groups dedicated to the work of criminal justice reform, says, quote, "The relationship between substance misuse, dependence, and criminal justice are quite linked. And Canada is in serious need of more tools in the toolbox. I believe Bill C-283, the End the Revolving Door Act, has the potential to create some of those tools." Terry Smith, President of the Business Improvements Areas of BC, says, quote, "As the organization that represents more than 70 downtown and Main Street districts across BC, which collectively comprises hundreds of thousands of businesses and tens of thousands of employees, we are supportive of Bill C-283 that is being advanced by Tracy Gray, Member of Parliament for Kelowna Lake Country. This private member's bill serves to address one component of the broader issue of safety, crime, and vandalism by supporting critical addiction treatment supports and services for those individuals in need within federal correctional institutions," unquote. These are businesses from members of Parliament's ridings from all over British Columbia, including from downtown Vancouver and on Vancouver Island, who have federal elected representatives across political party lines in this House. Let's all work together to address the complex mental health and addiction crisis here in Canada in reforming sentencing, improving addiction treatment in penitentiaries, and offering a message of hope to communities, families, and to those suffering. I ask for support from all members of Parliament for my private member's bill C-283, the End the Revolving Door Act. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for her speech and for her work on this issue. I know she's coming at this from a genuine place of concern for those with addictions and substance abuse issues. I'm wondering if she could explain to this House why she chose to exclude certain individuals from being included in what she sees as treatment options when they enter prison.
Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm not sure specifically what the member is referring to. Maybe we can talk at a later date. But basically, the way that this legislation works is that it would be up to the judge at the time of sentencing to determine, based on someone's past track record, if they would be applicable for this type of option at the time of sentencing. And it would. I also just want to point out that it would also be up to that individual that's being sentenced in order to approve of that. So this is something that person would have to agree to in order to go down that path. And the feedback that I've had from many people that work in the criminal justice system is they say quite often there are a lot of individuals that want to go down this path, but as of right now, there's just not an opportunity. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Courtney Albertine.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And first, I want to thank my colleague for trying to bring forward solutions to the crisis that we're facing, the mental health care and substance use crisis that this country is facing. And we know that the United Nations, Nelson Mandela rules provide the quality of health care provided to incarcerated persons must be equivalent to that available to the general population. That's not happening right now, Madam Speaker, that's clear. But I am also concerned, as my Liberal colleague shared, about the fact that this bill might prevent people who want help from accessing. In its current form right now, Madam Speaker, the bill proposes to exclude individuals convicted of certain offences, including drug trafficking offences, from its scope. And this ignores individuals that have substance use disorders that become involved in substance trafficking. So maybe through you, Madam Speaker, my colleague can explain why they're excluded in this current form of this bill, because it excludes a lot of people that need help.
The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his question and also for his concern as well on this important issue. I think that comment is really important for committee. So this is why it's really important to get this this legislation to committee, and that's something that certainly can be looked at in more detail as to what the what we've got in here so far, and perhaps what other opportunities there are. So I look forward to those further conversations. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And comments, the Honourable Member Kootenay, Columbia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wonder if, and thank you for the great speech. Awesome bill. Thank you. Just wondering about small businesses and if you did some outreach on the effect this would have on small businesses and what they're encountering today with the challenges that we're having with the opioid crisis and damage and things like that. Thank you.
I just want to remind him he's to address the questions and comments through the chair, not directly to the member. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question. Absolutely, and that was sort of part of the premise when this came up. Is we have a lot of issues that are in our communities that are more prevalent than they were even 5 years ago, and so it's it's looking at we have these situations that are playing out in our communities, and let's take a step back. And let's look at potentially why, and let's look at what we can do to make a difference. And as I said, we've done a fair amount of research at the federal level. There's only certain areas that we can go down, and so this is one area that is very concrete and is within federal jurisdiction, and hopefully can make a difference to those individuals and then also the communities that they go back into. Because as I mentioned with some of the statistics in my intervention, that there is really a revolving door, and that's also why we chose to call it this. There is a lot of recidivism, and if we can help those people, it also helps the communities that they go back into.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a privilege to join the second reading debate of Bill C-283 regarding addiction treatment in our prison system. And let me begin by thanking the Honourable Member for bringing this legislation forward and for recognizing the role that addictions play in crime. I want to start by letting her know that the government will not be supporting her legislation, but I will go into details of that now. I know, having met with the Honourable Member, I know that she is extremely well-intentioned in bringing this legislation forward, and I do give her my personal commitment that I will work with her to move forward to ensure that the ideas that she wants to bring forward are looked at. Substance use must absolutely be treated as a health and social issue. Any Canadian who uses substances should be able to access the services and supports that they need. And anyone incarcerated in Canada's federal institutions should have access to quality, safe, person-centered and holistic care regardless of institutional placement or type of offense. Indeed, these programs exist and they are comprehensive and available to all offenders. They exist as part of the Government of Canada's broad and concrete approach to strengthen public health support for all Canadians. Included in the 2021 speech from the throne was, I quote, "To build a healthy future, we must also strengthen our healthcare system and public health support for all Canadians, especially seniors, veterans, persons with disabilities, vulnerable members of our communities, and those who have faced discrimination by the very system that it is meant to heal," end quote. Madam Speaker, this is a key part of the mandate letters of the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions and Associate Minister of Health, the Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada, and the Minister of Public Safety. The December 2021 mandate letter asked the Minister of Health and Addictions to, quote, "advance a comprehensive strategy to address problematic substance use in Canada, supporting efforts to improve public education to reduce stigma, and supporting provinces and territories and working with Indigenous communities to provide access to a full range of evidence-based treatment and harm reduction, as well as to create standards for substance use treatment programs." The mandate letter asked the Minister of Justice, and again I quote, "to secure support for the swift passage of Bill C-5 to reduce reliance on mandatory minimum penalties and promote non-criminal approaches to drug possession." And the mandate letter to the Minister of Public Safety requires the Minister to, quote, develop a federal framework to reduce recidivism in consultations with provinces, territories, Indigenous communities, Black communities, and other stakeholders. Further, it states that as part of this work, the government consider how to ensure that federal corrections institutions are safe and humane environments, free from violence and sexual harassment, and promote rehabilitation and public safety. As mentioned, Madam Speaker, in keeping with its public health-centered approach to addiction and the opioid epidemic that has affected families and communities across the country, the government introduced Bill C-5, an act to amend the Criminal Code and the CDSA in December of 2021. The bill proposes specific amendments that would repeal all mandatory minimum penalties in the CDSA and require police and prosecutors to consider alternatives, including diverting individuals to treatment programs instead of laying charges or prosecuting individuals for simple drug possession. It would also require that all past and future convictions for the simple possession of controlled drugs be kept separate and apart 2 years after the bill receives royal assent. Madam Speaker, our efforts have also been focused on addressing the opioid crisis. Budget 2022 proposed to provide $100 million over 3 years, starting in 2022-23, to Health Canada for the Substance Use and Addictions Program. The program supports harm reduction, treatment, and prevention at the community level, and it builds on the $116 million provided in Budget 2021 and an additional $66 million in the 2020 Fall Economic Statement for the program. I'd also like to highlight, Madam Speaker, that in June 2022, the government published its federal framework to reduce recidivism. The framework outlines the strategy that Canada will take working to address the barriers identified under each of the thematic priorities of housing, education, employment, health, and positive support networks. The framework identifies harms related to substance use among offenders as an urgent issue and states that more programming inside and outside of the institution to aid offenders in managing addiction would be beneficial. It highlights that the gains made during in-prison treatment programs can only be maintained if an offender is provided with sufficient after-care supports and community treatment upon release. Now, given all these actions, Madam Speaker, let's look at what the bill proposes. It proposes to isolate substance use treatments from existing integrated services and to enact them on their own as designated treatment facilities. It proposes an amendment to the Criminal Code to provide that a court or on request by a person sentenced to imprisonment in a penitentiary may make a recommendation that they serve part or all of their sentence in a penitentiary or any area in a penitentiary that has been designated as an addiction treatment facility. That's provided that they meet certain conditions, more specifically, where there's evidence of a pattern of repetitive behavior indicating substance use has contributed to the offender's involvement in the criminal justice system, that the offender consents to treatment, the court is satisfied that such an order would be consistent with the fundamental purpose and principles of sentencing, that the offense was not prosecuted by indictment for which the maximum penalty is 14 years imprisonment or life, and finally that the offense was not prosecuted by indictment for which the maximum penalty is 10 years imprisonment and the offense resulted in bodily harm or involved the use of a weapon or involved the import, export, trafficking, or production of drugs. The Correctional Services of Canada would be required to fulfill such recommendations and adjust their rehabilitation model, which currently provides addiction treatment to all offenders who demonstrate substance use and addiction treatment needs. Additionally, Madam Speaker, the bill proposes that the Corrections and Conditional Release Act be amended to provide authority for the Commissioner of the Correctional Service of Canada to designate a penitentiary or area of the penitentiary to be an addiction treatment facility. And the bill would also amend the definition of health care in the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to include care that is provided as part of an addiction treatment program in a designated facility. It would authorize the Minister of Public Safety to enter into an agreement with the province for the provision of addiction treatment programs to offenders in a designated facility and for payment by the Minister or a person authorized by the Minister in respect of the provision of those programs. Under this bill, offenders that serve part or all of their sentences in a designated addiction treatment facility would still serve their required penalty of imprisonment. And I would point out, Madam Speaker, that currently these facilities do not exist. The court-ordered penalty would still be served, but with a focus on addiction treatment within a designated treatment facility. Madam Speaker, at this point, I'd outline our objections to the bill. First, isolating those treatment services could create negative outcomes for offenders. People living with substance use disorders are not necessarily ready for active treatment. A spectrum of supports which is not limited to active addiction treatment must be explored and available to offenders living with substance use disorders. And Madam Speaker, the government also opposes the proposed bill because it would introduce amendments that could have a number of unintended negative consequences, including for overrepresented populations in the federal corrections system, such as Indigenous and Black offenders. Further, Madam Speaker, the government recognized that more needs to be done to support people experiencing harms from substance use. That's why our government will continue to work with provincial, territorial governments, partners, Indigenous communities, stakeholders, people with lived experience with substance use, and organizations and communities across the country to work towards reducing substance use harms. My sense is that the federal framework to reduce recidivism is the place where the honourable member's ideas can be explored, and I thank her again for bringing this bill forward and for meeting with me to discuss the issues that she's concerned about. As I said earlier, I commit to working with the honourable member on this issue. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate.
Point of order, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Oh, sorry.
So,
yeah, that's what I just said.
Yes, there's a point of order. Madam Speaker, it was not possible to reach an agreement on sections 78(1) and 2 regarding the second reading of Bill C-9, the Act amending the Judges Act. So pursuant to the rules, I will give notice that at the next sitting of the House, a minister will propose debates for a number of specific days and hours. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you. Resuming debate, the member for Rivière-du-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm very happy to be here to speak on Bill C-283 today. It reminds me of C-260 in that our colleague for Courtney Alberni tabled not that long ago. It was a bill that we had supported, but that had not received the support of this House. I hope that this time we will be able to go a little bit further. So Bill C-283 aims to make some amendments to the criminal code to make it possible for an inmate in a penitentiary to be sent into a drug or substance abuse treatment facility if, of course, the court feels that the person is eligible. It would also amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act to provide for the designation of a penitentiary as an addiction treatment facility. And when a court recommends that a person be sent to such an institution, well, then Corrections Canada must try to do so as soon as reasonably possible. And Quebec has always advocated for rehabilitation, but in 2014, 58% of prisoners in federal penitentiaries had a substance abuse problem. According to experts, drug addiction is what leads most of these people to commit a crime, and that brings them back into prison. And that is a place, unfortunately, where drugs are quite available. Mr. Frédéric Legault, the head of the Union for Correctional Services in Quebec, said that there was a major problem with the delivery of drugs within penitentiaries. He said that it was too easy to get drugs inside of penitentiaries and it should become more difficult. With drones, delivery of drugs in prisons has become easier than ever. In 2020, the agents of the maximum security penitentiary Donnacona, where there's 461 inmates, detected 60 drones. And they thought that that was just the tip of the iceberg, Madam Speaker. Penitentiaries must therefore get new technology to detect drones in November, but drugs will continue to make their ways into prisons because it's not a place that is easy to get into to solve that kind of problem. Quite the contrary. We know that the reoffense rate for drug addicts is higher because what happens is that when people get out of prison, they try to get drugs immediately and often turn to criminal acts to be able to pay for the drugs. And federal penitentiaries have a poor record when it comes to the rehabilitation of inmates. And this bill could be a step in the right direction, the one that we've been waiting for. There is a study by Cyrano in Quebec that shows that Quebec is a world leader and model when it comes to the rehabilitation of inmates. There is a record in Quebec for the social reintegration of ex-inmates in Quebec and reduces the reoffense rate. And it's a better record than elsewhere in the world. Quebec's social reintegration programs that have made it so that the recidivism rate has decreased to 10% rather than 50%. Since 2012 in Quebec, there have been tribunals to fight drug abuse. And even France is now undertaking a pilot project that is inspired by the Quebec initiative. In comparison, federal penitentiaries are not doing very well. According to the Correctional Investigator of Canada in 2020, employees in federal penitentiaries do not have training or the experience needed for the care of inmates, and inmates do not have the training that they need to then go back into Canadian society and be reintegrated into it. It should also be noted that Indigenous peoples are overrepresented in federal penitentiaries. They represent less than 5% of the Canadian population, but 32% of the prison population. And what's worse is that women represent almost 50% of that prison population. And according to the Correctional Investigator of Canada again. So drug abuse problems and the absence of effective programs to treat those problems does explain, in part, the overrepresentation of Indigenous peoples in penitentiaries. This, with regard to mandatory minimum penalties, we know that the federal government wants to stop the overrepresentation of the Indigenous population. And we thought that abolishing mandatory minimums would reduce the proportion of Indigenous peoples in penitentiaries, but I don't see the connection there directly. I think that the problem is elsewhere. And here we see something that can help us to solve the problem. C-283 would make it possible for an inmate who has a substance abuse problem to go to prison and be followed by experts in substance abuse and therefore reduce the rate of reoffense and reduce the risk of having inmates not reintegrated into society successfully. The inmate would ask to be sent to a facility where they could get treatment for drug abuse, and that is the first step. Recognition of the problem is the first step toward healing. The court would then determine whether the person could go to an establishment with that expertise. And we see advantages, only advantages, here in the Bloc Québécois. So we will be supporting Bill C-283 as we supported Bill C-216 last spring, tabled by the member for Courtenay-Alberni. The Bloc Québécois believes, and of course there will be amendments to be made to the bill, because the wording of the bill as it currently stands is not perfect. The wording will have to be improved, but that is work that will take place in the standing committee. The members will study it enthusiastically, I am sure. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Courtenay-Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I want to thank the member, my colleague, who tabled this bill for bringing it forward and recognizing that we must do more to support people dealing with substance use disorders. Canada, as we know, Madam Speaker, is experiencing multiple crises: a mental health crisis, a toxic drug crisis, a housing crisis, and a worsening affordability crisis. There are links between these crises, and they're impacting the quality of life of Canadians and communities across the country. It is incumbent on us as parliamentarians to present and debate solutions so that we can move forward in the best interests of Canadians. In developing possible solutions, I believe it is critical to listen to both experts and those with lived or living experience. And last year, I was honored to be named the NDP's critic for mental health and harm reduction. And I promptly tabled Bill C-216, the Health-Based Approach to Substance Use Act. This bill was aligned with the recommendations of the expert task force on substance use that was commissioned by Health Canada to make recommendations on federal drug policy. Earlier this year, as I traveled across the country to speak to Canadians about Bill C-216 and had the opportunity to meet with many individuals directly affected by the toxic drug crisis, either personally, through someone they love, or because they're working on the front lines, I consistently heard that we need more support for people struggling with mental illness, trauma, and problematic substance use, and housing precarity. And I also heard there's no silver bullet. Now, we know that these are complex issues that require multifaceted solutions, like investing in the social determinants of health, such as housing and income security, increasing focus on prevention and early prevention, and making a full range of mental health and substance use supports available on demand. While Canada is facing intersecting crisis, we're not making adequate investments in urgently needed solutions. Relative to the disease burden caused by mental illness and compared to some of our G7 peers, Canada is underspending on mental health. France spends 15% of its healthcare budget on mental health, whereas the UK spends 13%. By comparison, mental health spending makes up between 5 to 7% of mental health care, of healthcare budgets in Canada, depending on the province or territory. So underinvestment in prevention and evidence-based care has come at a tragic cost to our communities. Canada has now lost more than 30,000 lives since 2016 because of drug poisonings, in addition to more than 44,000 hospitalizations. This public health emergency has been escalating for 7 years, and yet the government has only committed $800 million to date for its substance use and addictions program. Meanwhile, the expert task force on substance use found that current ineffective policies are costing us billions every year in healthcare, policing, and criminal justice expenses. Now, I appreciate the bill's intent. It seems to provide a route of access to treatment for those with substance use disorders and to reduce the impacts of problematic substance use on individuals and their communities. However, I have some concerns about some of the assumptions that may have been made in formulating the bill. And I cited some of them earlier, and as well as how it may play out in practice if passed. So in doing research and consultation on this bill, a theme that has come up consistently is that prisons are places of punishment currently, not care. And the United Nations Nelson Mandela rules provide that the quality of health care provided to incarcerated persons must be equivalent to that available to the general population. However, Concerns have long been raised about the quality of care in Canadian prisons and inherent conflicts that arise when correctional authorities are responsible for delivering health care. Catherine Latimer, the Executive Director of the John Howard Society of Canada, has explained this conflict as follows, quote, "Whenever you have correctional authorities delivering health care, there's going to be irreconcilable conflict between the institution and the healthcare needs of the individual. Security issues will always trump the health needs of the individuals," end quote. Emily Coyle, the Executive Director of the Canadian Association of the Elizabeth Fry Society, echoed that perspective in conversation with my office and commented that, quote, "If you try to insert care into prisons, people continue to be harmed by our overly punitive prison system," end quote. So today, my office spoke with an individual with lived experience of opioid use disorder and criminal justice involvement. This individual is now doing advocacy work in recovery and shared the perspective that prisons, quote, "prisons do not breed success," end quote. So indeed, the shortcomings of mental health care in federal penitentiaries has been well documented, such as reports by the correctional investigator and the final report of the National Inquiry on Missing and Murdered Indigenous Women and Girls. So I think that it is important to ask, before establishing a regime of designated addictions treatment facilities in penitentiaries that will necessarily require significant investments, maybe we should pause and ask, where can someone get the best care? Where will they receive care that's evidence-based, trauma-informed, and culturally appropriate? Where are they most likely to achieve their treatment or recovery goals? The answer we have heard consistently from those working with incarcerated individuals or with lived experience is that people are better served by accessing mental health and substance use care in their communities. Unfortunately, across Canada, there are barriers for accessing community-based mental health and substance use services, such as stigma, out-of-pocket costs, lengthy wait lists, admission criteria, and lack of detox facilities. Last year, just when the Expert Task Force on Substance Use recommended the government make significant new investments to provide supports to people who use drugs, but that call has not been heeded, and the level of funding committed to date remains inadequate to meet the needs in communities across the country. I'd welcome the opportunity to work with the member on initiatives that will remove barriers to substance use treatment and recovery services so all Canadians can get the support they need in their communities. No one should have to go to jail to get help. That's just a fact. No one should have to go to jail to get help. So I'm also concerned this bill may prevent people who want help from accessing it, and in its current form, the bill proposes to exclude individuals convicted of certain offenses, including drug trafficking offenses, from its scope. This seems to ignore that some individuals with substance use disorders become involved in subsistence trafficking, and exclusions in the bill could create barriers to accessing treatment in federal prisons. Indeed, the individual with lived experience I spoke of earlier would not have benefited from this bill, having been convicted of trafficking. He was fortunately able to access treatment prior to sentencing, and while in recovery, he has remained gainfully employed and involved in community service. So after reviewing the bill, he asked how many people serving federal sentences might benefit from the bill, given the excluded offenses. That's a good question. It's a question that needs to be answered. So while I appreciate the bill's intent to create pathways to treatment, I think we must be careful to avoid introducing new barriers. We must also think about where we can make criminal justice reforms and investments in substance use services that will increase the likelihood of successful outcomes. And, you know, Madam Speaker, I really want to thank the member for prompting this debate, and I look forward to further dialogue with my colleague, with other colleagues in this House. We have to work together. This is the parallel crisis right now, Madam Speaker, that we've been dealing with throughout COVID, and the government has not paid enough attention to it. They have not acted with a sense of urgency. People's lives are at stake, This is impacting our communities from, it's impacting our healthcare system, our penitentiaries, it's impacting policing, the judicial system. Most of all, it's impacting people's lives and their families. And Madam Speaker, I look forward to working with all members in this House to try to work together to provide solutions so that we can tackle this crisis, and it does require a sense of urgency, immediacy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kootenay Columbia.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Also, thanks to my colleague from Kelowna Lake Country for her work on this important legislation. At its core, Bill C-283 is about ensuring those with addictions are provided the help they need. It's also about providing their loved ones with a peace of mind. Those addicted to drugs are someone's mother, father, sister, brother, son, daughter, friend. And Madam Speaker, I will be reading this speech not only as a parliamentarian, but also as a dad. Heather and I are proud parents to 5 adult children, and there's nothing we wouldn't do to ensure their well-being, peace of mind, and security. I am so proud of each of them. My family has struggled with opioid addiction for 20 years. We empathize with all Canadian families who have suffered at the hands of addiction. Heather and I are not alone. Canadian families are not alone, and those listening right now, struggling with addiction right now, are not alone. In fact, I don't believe there's a single individual in this chamber who hasn't been touched in some way by cocaine, crystal meth, heroin, fentanyl, or other opioids. It has been said that having a child is like having your heart walking around outside your body. There are mothers and fathers across this country who are startled awake in the middle of the night by the sound of a jacket zipper, a floor creaking, or a door opening. All sounds familiar to parents of a son or daughter leaving to use drugs. These moments give way to sleepless nights, wondering if that child will make it home safely. These fears last a lifetime. My heart goes out to those who suffer from addictions and their families who bear the weight of the stress and the worry what goes on with caring for loved ones suffering from addiction. The road to recovery, of which I have both professional and personal experience, is a very difficult and long commitment. Madam Speaker, before I go any further, I'd like to make an important distinction for all colleagues in this House. Those who suffer from drug addiction deserve our compassion and care. Those who repeatedly break the law or have no regard to the safety of those around them deserve to be arrested and dealt with through our court system. Those found guilty of crime should go to prison, where they can seek out and be provided the help they need. But this is precisely where our system isn't working, and where the bill can make an enormous difference in the lives of Canadians. Sending an addicted individual to prison without providing them with dedicated access to programs and services they need to recover is futile. Addressing the core cause of their crime, addiction, in meaningful ways is what will put an end to recidivism and allow many Canadian families to heal. Addressing addiction when an individual is convicted of a crime or when the addiction is a cause is precisely where this legislation can make an extraordinary difference. Canada's approach to addressing drug use, addiction, and associated crime has not been successful, and my constituents are concerned this government is out of touch, which is what is happening on the ground in communities across Canada. They are concerned about legislative decisions being made on matters pertaining to prostitution, guns, drug-related crime. My colleagues on the Justice Committee know this all too well, and we don't need to look very far in my riding of Kootenay Columbia to see this in real time. The city of Cranbrook was once a quiet mountain town. Today, it's a home of a tent city, an exploding homeless population, and rising crime. Criminals are wreaking havoc on other homeless individuals, our youth, families, and businesses. Stories of paying it forward have been replaced in the news by stories of intimidation, theft, vandalism, physical assaults, shootings. Young people are afraid to go to work for fear of physical harm, and children are no longer free to explore their sense of adventure in certain areas of the city. There's a problem born of the current provincial and federal policies, and there isn't a single city council in Canada who will be able to solve this problem. Who will be able to, municipal leaders across British Columbia, such as Vancouver, have called on this government to act on addictions and associated revolving door of crime caused by convicted criminals being released without action, or worse, being released without addressing their addiction during sentencing. BC Urban's Mayor's Caucus identified mental health and substance treatment as a priority for the federal government to address. Earlier this year, the BC Attorney General acknowledged there was an increase in the number of no-charge decisions from his office and blamed the federal government for his action. He referred to Bill C-75, which talks about using a principle of restraint for police and courts to ensure release at the earliest opportunity is favored over detention. What it equates to on the ground is prioritization of the offender over the victim. While there are some who are uncomfortable with labeling prolific offenders, let me help clarify. Individuals who are convicted of 50, 75, 100 or more offenses, the record is prolific, and they have been through the revolving door of our catch and release justice system too many times. This has to stop. Our laws are meant to protect law-abiding citizens as well as those who protect and serve. To send an offender back on the streets to cause harm or break the law for the 78th time is not a solution that is working. And to be frank, it's a slap in the face to victims. However, if the offender, instead of being released to cause further harm, is sent to prison to be more hardened, was sent to a designated treatment facility, we have an opportunity to address the root of the crime. Canadians are asking for help. We are here today offering real solutions to real problems that will make a difference in helping addicted individuals deal with the real pain. Mental health and addiction may be the single largest challenge of our time, and I know all members of this House want to do more for those struggling with these issues. Bill C-283 is an opportunity to do just that. The bill proposes a different program for addiction treatment while incarcerated, and this means the necessity for rehabilitation while serving a sentence. At the core, this is about treating addiction in an effort to stem the crime. In other words, addressing the root cause of the issue. The approach is a positive solution for rehabilitation, resulting in individuals able to make a positive contribution within our communities. The bill would amend the Criminal Code of Canada to support a two-stream sentencing, both of which would have the same sentence time. However, the individual would be called upon to provide a choice by a judge to choose between the current system or a designated treatment facility. The bill will not provide criminals with a pass on prison, but rather bridges correction and treatment for those who have entered the system because of drug addiction and are choosing to participate in recovery. Addiction numbers in BC and across the country are growing, with many individuals entering the correctional system who may be better served with the opportunity to address the cause of their criminal activity. The purpose of an addiction treatment facility is to provide individual access to the program for treatment in relation to the substance use, as well as other related services that will address specific needs. Individuals may be sentenced to serve in a designated facility if there's evidence establishing a pattern of repetitive behavior by the individual that indicates problematic substance abuse. Which brings us to the tragic and preventable loss of Constable Shaylin Yang, who was sadly murdered while courageously helping those who suffer from mental health and addiction. Mayors across the cities in BC, including Burnaby, have complained publicly about the catch and release justice system. Last week, the leader of the official opposition asked what policy changes a prime minister would be willing to make to put this crime wave to an end. I suggest all members this bill is an important part of that suite of tools needed to address addictions. We can't turn back time and prevent the senseless loss of Constable Shaylin Yang, but we can act to prevent future murders, and I invite all colleagues in joining me in supporting this legislation. The bill will validate and begin to repair the legitimate ongoing concerns of families, communities, and Indigenous communities. Further, it will serve as an important tool addressing the general mental health and welfare of those who participate, with an aim to help and make a better future for young Canadians struggling with addictions. Those struggling with addiction deserve treatment and recovery. Successful crime prevention starts with our youth and must continue throughout their lives. Education programs can be successful if delivered at the right times. As we consider Bill C-283, I would ask each of us to look through the eyes of Constable Shaylin Yang and do the right for the victims of addictions, the victims of crime, the victims, the family of those who have lost a loved one, And finally, may we see through the lens of a mother, father, sister, brother, friend who are desperate for their loved ones to get help before it's too late. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. And it's really quite nice to be able to stand and talk about an important issue. And I'm kind of reflecting as I'm listening to many of the comments and kind of wish maybe we would have had a little bit more time to actually have the debate, as there seems to be a very high level of interest in an issue that has an impact in every region of our country, Madam Speaker. And what I wanted to do was, in recognizing how important it is, our judicial system and the way in which incarceration works, to try to bring maybe a little bit of a different perspective. For many years, I served as a chair of the Keewatin Youth Justice Committee and had the opportunity to work with the community and young people dealing with a wide spectrum of issues. And so I bring that along with the fact that I was actually a justice critic for a short period of time in the province of Manitoba. And I would suggest to you that in dealing with the magnitude and the severity of the issue, that we do need to look at it in a very holistic fashion, to recognize that there is provincial jurisdiction, federal jurisdiction, even municipal jurisdiction that is there. Not to mention the many different stakeholders that are out there, Madam Speaker, all of which that want to be able to contribute to making life in our communities better, safer. And a part of that is recognizing that there are things that take place in society that we should all be concerned about. And we all have a role to play. The legislation, or the private member's bill, provides us the opportunity to share some of that. I want to pick up on a couple of things. Over the last number of years, we have seen many different initiatives brought forward by the government, whether it's legislation, national legislation, to budgetary measures that is actually, I believe, having an impact. And I don't say that lightly, because often I will get across my desk and grants that have been approved that are going to support nonprofit organizations. I see legislation that is dealing with issues such as minimum sentencing, to try to deal with the high percentage of Indigenous and Black members of our communities. These are the types of things that are going to be making a difference, Madam Speaker. I look at the individual, and I've had the opportunity to walk, for example, with the Bear Clan in the north end of Winnipeg. And I know others inside this House have actually walked with the Bear Clan in the north end of Winnipeg. And I always find it interesting when you really look into who the people are that make up the Bear Clan. There are some incredible volunteers, absolutely incredible volunteers that come right from the community itself to people in and around Winnipeg, the many different professions that are there. But the ones that interest me the most, I must say, in the walk that I had taken in particular, was when I was engaged with some of the drug addicts that were having a difficult time. And it made me reflect on a program that I had taken many, many years ago, and that was the impact of crack. Truly amazing in terms of what an addiction can actually do, in particular to a young person. But, you know, crack doesn't discriminate. But
but in particular, there's this relatively young lady. And as a result of being fed into an addiction, she ultimately compromised her opportunities in life and lost a lot as a result. And in many situations like that, what you find is that there are people that are breaking the law in order to deal with the addiction that they have. And I would like to believe that it is something that is somewhat controllable. But the sheer size, the magnitude of the problem that is out there dictates that no one level of government or community stakeholder is going to be able to deal with the severity of the problem. It's just too big. If you want to get a sense of it, take a walk with the Bear Clan. And you'll get a better sense in terms of the magnitude. Visit some of the youth and sit down and have that conversation in regards to some of the barriers that are in place. It's hard when you're talking to someone and they just don't feel that there's any reason to have hope because of an environment that they're growing up in, where addictions and crime is prevalent far too often, Madam Speaker, and the impact that it has on our community. Some of the finest work, like when we talk about treatment, the very best we can do is come up and develop programs that will prevent individuals from entering into our jails, Madam Speaker. Next to that is ensuring that we have programs that are developed and supported to the best that we can that will prevent people from returning to being incarcerated, Madam Speaker. There are many things in which we can actually do. I'm a big fan of community-based efforts where the community itself gets directly involved. And that is something in which I think is important for us to continue to look at. So whenever we talk about treatment programs, we need to, in my opinion, put a lens of community involvement and what and how they can be engaged, Madam Speaker, and the many stakeholders.
Time is up at this point. He'll have 2 minutes the next time this matter is before the House. La période prévue pour les...
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now...
The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired. The order is now dropped from the order paper. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This Liberal government is desperate to justify their dishonest and unjustified use of the Emergencies Act. We have seen a series of misleading statements and outright fabrications about these protests, and it's part of a pattern of dishonest behavior that we've seen by the Minister of Public Safety and by the Minister of Emergency Preparedness. Now, the Emergencies Act is an extreme piece of legislation that, when invoked, allows the suspension of normal protections for civil liberties. The Emergencies Act is therefore for genuine public emergencies, not for the government to invoke arbitrarily. Even when laws are being broken, the government should not use the Emergencies Act unless they have no other alternative. Now, Conservatives have always encouraged protesters to make their voices heard through lawful means, but the fact is that the border blockades were all cleared by law enforcement without and prior to the invocation of the Emergencies Act. Now, this Liberal government knew all this. They knew that law enforcement had not yet exhausted their options, and yet they suspended civil liberties and proceeded to threaten the bank accounts and financial security of Canadians, even Canadians who were far away from the national capital. Incredibly, the Emergencies Act has never been used before in Canadian history, despite the various events that have taken place since it was created. Now, its predecessor, the War Measures Act, was only used during the First World War, the Second World War, and the FLQ crisis. It hasn't been used in response to a myriad of other protests and challenges, including a couple years ago when our national rail network was shut down by protesters. Now, there is a big difference between enforcing the law and falsely declaring a national emergency to give yourselves the tools to punish those who disagree with you. And many, many people who did not agree with the protests that took place have still spoken out against the government's arbitrary use of the Emergencies Act to suspend civil liberties and the negative precedent that this sets. Now, as part of their effort to justify this, in April of this year, the Minister of Public Safety claimed before a committee that law enforcement had asked for the Emergencies Act. He said the advice received was to invoke the Emergencies Act. That's what the Minister of Public Safety said. But later, the RCMP Commissioner and Ottawa's police chief both confirmed that they actually didn't ask for the Emergencies Act. The Deputy Minister later sought to offer some clarification, maybe making the situation more fuzzy. He said, oh, the Minister had been misunderstood. But it was clear then, and it is clear now, that the Minister of Public Safety misled the House, and he should resign. He should have resigned, but he is still here. Now, there were many other claims advanced by members of the government. For instance, they had claimed repeatedly, different members of this House claimed that protesters who were here as part of events in January had tried to burn down a building. And it was subsequently clarified that attempted arson had nothing whatsoever to do with that protest. And yet that was a claim that was repeated over and over again. We saw claims that these protests were Russian-funded, that they were government-funded, that there were guns at the protest, all of which have been shown to be totally false. So we have a Minister of Public Safety that's misled the House. And now, to update things to where we are today, we have information about the Minister of Emergency Preparedness misleading the House about interfering in an investigation, contradicting the RCMP Commissioner. The fact is, Canadians can't trust this government when the two ministers responsible for emergency preparedness and public safety have clearly shown a lack of regard for the truth. These ministers should resign. Madam Speaker, when will they resign?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to speak in response to the Honourable Member from Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan, on the Government of Canada's engagement with law enforcement and other partners leading up to the use of the Emergencies Act. And while the Honourable Member may wish to stand on the side of the Freedom Convoy, we will stand with Canadians and with law enforcement, ensuring that the safety of Canadians is always our #1 priority. In January and February, we saw illegal blockades at the borders and vital trade corridors that impacted our community's safety, our economy, and Canadians' jobs and livelihoods. Illegal protests shut down streets and businesses across Canada. Madam Speaker, we recognize that these unprecedented simultaneous illegal blockades constitute a public order emergency, and we have carefully documented this. We also recognize that a safe, peaceful outcome would require the full engagement of provinces, territories, and law enforcement. From the beginning, we brought these partners to the table to share situational intelligence, explore possible strategies to achieve a quick and peaceful resolution to the blockades, and discuss resources needed. To meet the requirements of the Emergencies Act, a public report describing the consultations we undertook before invoking the Act has been tabled in both Houses of Parliament. I would encourage all Canadians to read these two public reports. They illuminate the crisis facing Canada and the many discussions we had with partners to find a peaceful path forward. Through these discussions with law enforcement and others, it became clear that police needed more tools to enforce the law and protect Canadians. Given the size, number, and entrenched nature of the blockades, it became clear that emergency measures were needed. Law enforcement needed the additional tools provided by the Emergencies Act. These tools allowed police to take quick, time-limited action and remove the blockade threat decisively. Testifying before the House of Commons Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security on March 24, 2022, the former interim chief of the Ottawa Police Service, Steve Bell, confirmed that, quote, from a policing perspective, the legislation provided the OPS with the ability to prevent people from participating in this unlawful protest, end quote. He referred to the invocation of the Act as a critical piece of these efforts. Madam Speaker, the Emergency Act was a measure of last resort, but it was a necessary one. It was crucial in ending the illegal blockades. The Act allowed the exceptional and temporary measures to prohibit public assembly, leading to a breach of the peace. This was immensely helpful in dispersing the crowds blockading border crossings and city centres. The Act also clearly designated protected areas around our critical infrastructure, like border crossings and key government buildings. Once the Emergency Act was in force, engagements with law enforcement and our partners continued. We were determined that these tools should only be in place as long as absolutely necessary. Testifying before the Special Joint Committee on the Declaration of Emergency on May 10, 2022, the Commissioner of the RCMP, Brenda Luckie, said, quote, the measures enacted under the Emergency Act provided all police officers across the country, not just the RCMP, with the ability to deal with blockades and unlawful public assemblies, end quote. She testified it was her belief, quote, that the Act provided us, being law enforcement agencies, with the tools to resolve the crisis swiftly and peacefully, end quote. Once it was clear that the situation was no longer emergency, we revoked the Emergencies Act. Madam Speaker, this situation came to a peaceful conclusion because of our engagement with law enforcement, as well as our close collaboration with provinces, territories, and municipalities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For Sherwood Park for Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, the implication of the Parliament Secretary's remarks is that any means are justified, and you're either on the side of the protesters or you're on the side of using the Emergencies Act. I think many Canadians might not have agreed with things that were done in the protests, and also don't agree with the suspension of civil liberties. The Parliament Secretary, though, in particular, danced around the core question here. The Minister of Public Safety claimed that the advice he received from law enforcement was to invoke the Emergencies Act. That was explicitly contradicted by every law enforcement agency and, in effect, by the Deputy Minister. And that contradiction is not being acknowledged. That dishonest statement is not being acknowledged. So can the Parliamentary Secretary answer the basic question? Does she still believe that law enforcement asked for the Emergencies Act?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Safety.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And let's be clear to the assertion that the honourable member made that there was an infringement of civil liberties under the Emergencies Act. In fact, the Act is quite clear that there was no infringement on civil liberties whatsoever, that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms continues to apply even during the Emergencies Act. So I do wish the honourable member would not imply such. And I will reiterate what I said during my remarks, Madam Speaker, that invoking the Emergencies Act was a measure of last resort, and it was supported by law enforcement. It gave them the additional tools they needed to end the illegal blockades peacefully. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, as a member of Parliament for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, I begin my comments by recognizing those constituents struggling with grocery bills, fuel bills, and tax bills from an out-of-touch federal government that's declared war on the average Canadian. When I asked my question on taxation, Canadians took note it was the Natural Resources Minister responding, not the Minister of Finance. He did so by confirming raising taxes to make life unaffordable was Liberal carbon tax policy. We can now refer to the Natural Resources Minister as the Acting Minister of Finance. This confirms what Conservatives have been saying all along. The carbon policy is a tax policy. Carbon taxes are no substitute for the environmental policy. This also raises a question, is a hidden agenda behind the carbon taxes to abolish capitalism? Capitalism is undeniably the most successful form of wealth creation and distribution that's ever been devised. The key to that system's huge success is individual and corporate freedom, with government getting out of the way to unleash human potential. Capitalism has done more to raise the standard of living, lifting more people out of poverty than all socialist government handouts combined. as a free market conservative, I know my Conservative Party believes in freedom and free enterprise. We need an environmental policy that focuses on science-based, human ingenuity solutions to pollution. The Liberals are forcing seniors and other Canadians on fixed incomes to having to choose between heating and eating. Emerging economies will not sacrifice poverty eradication and economic development to follow Canada's crushing carbon tax approach that brings so much pain for so little results. In Canada today, the Liberals' carbon tax policy designed to make fossil fuels expensive is now doing exactly what it was intended to do, making everything more expensive. This means a very bleak winter is ahead. We should be taking the pathway of innovation. As fossil fuel prices climb, the Prime Minister and his acting Finance Minister believe people will shift painlessly to renewable energy sources. The Liberal Party ignores the science. Renewables are far from ready to power the world. Solar and wind can only work with massive amounts of backup power, mostly fossil fuels, to keep the world running when the wind dies down, it's cloudy, or at night. Renewables mostly generate electricity, which is just 1/5 of our total energy use. The vast majority is non-electric, like transport, industrial processes, and heat. That's why the world still gets 80% of its energy from fossil fuels. And even though private investment in clean energy technology is increasing, the Prime Minister and his handlers see the weather as an opportunity to remake society, the so-called Great Reset. Decarbonizing the Canadian economy with crushing carbon taxes means replacing in a few years fossil-fueled infrastructure that was built up over decades. And this will require hundreds of thousands of square miles of wind and solar farms and enough battery storage to keep the power flowing and at least doubling Canada's transmission line capability. And the same laws that Liberal-sponsored environmental groups have used to block fossil fuel projects are being exploited to slow down the transition to clean energy like hydro and nuclear. The only credible environmental plans include nuclear and hydropower generation. The carbon tax policy goal of achieving net zero CO2 emissions brings crippling economic pain. Fossil fuels have shot up and will keep rising every time the acting Minister of Finance increases the carbon tax burden on Canadians. And while it may be convenient for the Prime Minister and his acting Finance Minister to blame Russia's invasion of Ukraine, this Prime Minister added $100 billion to our national debt before COVID and $500 billion to it before Russia even opened fire. All that borrowed money is driving up the cost of goods that we buy and the interest charged to service that debt.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister and to the Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And there's a lot of points in that speech that I would like to address, but perhaps I can invite people that are listening today that if they want to get the story on exactly what we're doing, our plan for the economy, the plan for the environment, they can visit my website at terrybeachmp.ca. I draft very fulsome reports, and anybody that's interested could go in those and follow up with me. Our government does understand, Madam Speaker, that Canadians are having trouble making ends meet. However, inflation is a global phenomenon. It is a lingering result of COVID pandemic that has been exacerbated by the war in Ukraine and by snarled supply chains that are affecting people and businesses right around the world, not just in Canada. While Canada's inflation rate is less severe, 6.9%, than that of many of our peers, like the United States at 8.2%, the United Kingdom, the Euro area, and the OECD, all of whom are above 10%, Canadians continue to experience higher costs of living when they go to the grocery store, filling up their tank and paying their rent. That is why we are moving forward with our affordability plan, which includes measures worth $12.1 billion to support the Canadians who need it the most, particularly those with lower incomes and those who are most exposed to inflation. Our plan includes an enhanced Canada Workers benefit for low and modest income workers that will put up to $2,400 more into their pockets, cutting regulated childcare fees by an average of 50% by the end of this year into $10 a day by 2025, a 10% increase in old age security for seniors over the age of 75, dental care for Canadians with family income under $90,000 per year, a $500 payment coming this year to help people who have low income and are renting and struggling with the cost of housing, doubling the GST credit for 6 months, which is supported by the member opposite, which will go to 11 million households and over 50% of seniors. And of course, Our main support programs, including the Canada Child Benefit, OAS, GIS, and others, are indexed to inflation, which means that the benefit will actually increase as the cost of living increases. And we are supporting Canadians while controlling our spending. The International Monetary Fund expects Canada to have the lowest total government deficit as a percentage of GDP in the G7 this year, a track our country is forecasting to maintain for at least the next 3 years, and the lowest net debt burden as a share of GDP in the G7. In fact, we've strengthened those advantages over the course of the pandemic. Now, when it comes to pollution pricing, I would like to say, Madam Speaker, that climate action is no longer a theoretical political debate. It is an economic necessity. And a national price on pollution is the most effective market-based system for reducing greenhouse gas emissions, actually designed to work in a capitalistic society. In 22-23, in the 4 provinces where the federal system price applies, the climate incentive payments mean life is more affordable for 8 out of 10 Canadian families. In addition, families in rural and small communities are eligible to receive an extra 10%. In areas like BC, my home province, where the price of gas has gone up by more than $1 a liter over the last 3 years, the carbon price has gone up by only 2 cents. This highlights the fact that Conservatives continue to mislead Canadians by ignoring 98% of the real problem when it comes to inflation and high energy prices. The reality, Madam Speaker, is that most households are getting back more than they pay as a result of the federal carbon pollution pricing system, and that we have a plan to grow the economy while lowering emissions and making life more affordable for Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
In the absence of affordable, effective fossil fuel replacements, the carbon tax policy espoused by the Liberal Party just means costlier power bills and lower growth rates to achieve unmeasurable changes in the Earth's temperature. The best long-term strategy would be to dramatically increase investment in energy research and development. This conservative approach would be much more effective, while likely being 10 times cheaper than the Liberals' approach of making life unaffordable. It's much more plausible to developing countries around the world, including China and India, where the bulk of pollution comes from, will implement it. It's time for the Liberals to actually take responsibility for the carbon tax policy failure. $1 trillion debt is bone-crushing for our consumers. When will the Liberal Party reverse its inflationary policies and axe their tax increases?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Our government understands quite well that Canadians are feeling the effects of elevated inflation, which, as I outlined in my previous speech, is a global phenomenon. And they can count on our government to continue supporting them through this cost of living crisis while remaining prudent fiscal managers. The Conservatives, under their new leader, have presented basically a 3-point affordability plan. First, they are suggesting that they're going to destroy the independence of our institutions that have been built up over generations, institutions like the Bank of Canada. Second, they're going to stop fighting climate change. Third, they're proposing to raid the pension benefits of our seniors by attacking agreements that we've made on the Canada Pension Plan. Their plan is not reasonable, it's not responsible, and really it directly reflects their current leader, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
Honourable Member for Nunavut.
Residential school survivors continue to live abuses from this government. This government says they are acting. Out of the 106 applications for burial searches, 84 have been approved. This is not enough. This week in Winnipeg, researchers, academics, and First Nations communities from all over the country are gathering to share what they learned in their search for unmarked graves at former residential schools. This is important work. The federal government has a responsibility to make good on its promises and do its part. The funding currently promised is critical and validates what Indigenous peoples have been saying for decades. For too long, First Nations, Métis, and Inuit were ignored when they shared their stories about the lost loved ones to the residential school system. All these decades of being ignored has stifled paths to healing. It is outrageous that Indigenous communities must beg and plead for funding. Delays on delivering the promises made must stop. Inuit, Métis, and First Nations have been given far too many promises that have not been acted on. The Crown Indigenous Relations Minister said, quote, "Some have said it could take up to 10 years, and the worst thing to see would be for any government to step away from that commitment. We will keep doing it, but at their pace," end quote. In Budget 2022, there was one curious line item. The budget would provide $5.1 million to Public Safety Canada, who would ensure that the Royal Canadian Mounted Police can support community-led responses to unmarked graves. By funding the RCMP instead of supporting Indigenous-led organizations such as the Survivors Secretariat, the government is supporting further practices of colonialism. My question is this: why are these funds not directly funding Indigenous peoples to heal from the same shameful legacy of residential schools and colonialism?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to acknowledge my honourable colleague from Nunavut for raising this very important question. And I would like to start off by saying that I'm speaking to you from my home in Eskasoni First Nations on unceded Mi'kmaq territory. And the member is right that this is an important issue. Our government certainly needs to do more. This is why, as part of our commitment to the Truth and Reconciliation's calls to action, which are many that talk about justice, that talk about health, that talk about the need for us to do more on burial searches, we've made available the funding that coincides with those calls to action. Further to that, my colleague and I share the same passion in making sure that we are following through on our calls to action. And that's why Bill C-29, which we are currently moving forward on, is actually ensuring that we will have an independent oversight committee that is funded for years to come to ensure that it's not just the government holding itself accountable, it are the survivors themselves. Madam Speaker, we owe this duty to the survivors. We owe this duty to Indigenous communities across Canada. I come from a family who have been affected by the residential schools. My oldest aunt going to those schools, my cousins, my uncle. And we owe them healing. We know that our communities need more healing. We know that there's important areas around healing. And you know, Budget 2021 announced $43.7 million over 5 years, starting last year, fiscal year, to move forward with this work. And we are currently working with Assembly of First Nations on, you know, not only making sure that they're healing, but making sure our communities are safe and making sure that we put money, almost $1 billion, towards Indigenous justice and Indigenous policing, that we are beginning to meet with stakeholders. We've well through the process of talking with stakeholders to make sure that they're part of the process, because we don't want them to be government knows best paternal solutions. We want solutions that are brought by the Indigenous communities themselves. And I think that I would also like to mention, just in a chance to talk about some of the achievements of our government, that before I end my time, I want to make sure that I recognize that we are also moving forward on the murdered and missing Indigenous women. One of my most proud moments was a call I made to the Native Women's Association of Nova Scotia, letting them know that the funding that they had requested for a resilience center in Nova Scotia, the first of its kind in this country, to keep Indigenous women safe in the Atlantic, would be funded. And I remember the tears on the other side for them saying that they've been waiting for this for 30 years. I would also like to acknowledge that our government just recently announced $8.4 million in Velma's House in Winnipeg for the 24/7 safe space in emergency shelters and transition home for Indigenous women. You know, Madam Speaker, initiatives like these show what a difference we can make when we work together on a common goal. Much more needs to be done, and I look forward to working with the member opposite to do that.
Member for Nunavut.
We are told there is no relationship more important than the one with Indigenous peoples. Yet this government is funding law enforcement that upholds the systemic racism that has existed for too long. To this day, these institutions have failed to adequately respond to such important works led by Indigenous peoples, including the MMIWG calls for justice. If the federal government will not divert these funds from its colonial institutions, how will it ensure that such agencies discontinue the systemic racism it continues to perpetuate?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Madam Speaker, I understand the question and I understand the intent of the question, but what we have seen in many of our Indigenous communities as a result of the intergenerational trauma is that Indigenous communities are far more likely to be violent, far more likely to see abuses, far more likely to need Indigenous policing and policing of all types. We feel that the RCMP are part of that answer. In fact, many Indigenous communities are asking for increased policing, and we have various methods where we can do that. The RCMP are one, but also our commitment of $1 billion towards enhancing Indigenous policing is something that we strive to, but we know they're not there yet, so we have to work within the means that we have and work within the tool case we have, and that's why our government continues to be committed to this. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant que la Chambre s'adjourne à...
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.